Jiang Che traveled into the world of fusion novels and became the villain in the book. The beginning was the magic doctor coming down the mountain. However, this genius doctor is not simple. There are actually 7 senior sisters of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. And the big sister whom the protagonist has admired for a long time is still his childhood sweetheart fiancée. According to the trend of the plot, will you be ruined by the protagonist? So Jiang Che could only make arrangements in advance, changing the plot again and again. Soon, an outrageous scene appeared. The beautiful senior sister who originally had mutual affection with Ye Chen actually shouted that Jiang Che would not marry. Sister Loli even takes Jiang Che to her house every day to see the newly bought white silk. After Ye Chen went down the mountain, he was completely angry when he saw the senior sisters who left him. Jiang Che said innocently, "Chenzi, don't blame me, your senior sisters are really too enthusiastic." Chapter 1. I've transmigrated, and I'm a villain. Jojo, Linjiang City, Crouching Dragon Villa, in a luxurious room. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes looked at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. I've transmigrated. Jiang Che touched his cheek and muttered to himself in a strange manner. Although he was young and promising in his previous life and managed to get to the management level at a young age, this was also the price he paid for by overdrafting his body. He suddenly died when he stayed up late to work overtime. Why didn't his soul return to the underworld after he died, but instead became younger by a few years? Yes, host, you've transmigrated. Who's talking? Hearing this sudden voice, Jiang Che's face instantly tensed up and he couldn't help but look around. He had just transmigrated and found it hard to accept this fact. Now, his mind was in a state of high tension. Host, don't be nervous. I'm in your mind. You can talk to me with your thoughts. Who are you? After a moment of silence, Jiang Che followed the system's instructions and asked in his mind. The system's full name is Destined Villain System. Host, you can call me System. The system's cold electronic voice replied. System, did you bring me here? Jiang Che said with some realization. In his previous life, he would read web novels in his spare time. Of course, he knew what kind of existence the system was. Yes, host. Didn't I die? Why did I come back to life? And why did I become younger by a few years? Jiang Che asked curiously. According to the plot of the novels he read, the system wouldn't easily hurt the host, so he was temporarily relieved. Of course, except for a few idiotic systems. The host has indeed died once. You can think of it as being reborn. It's just that you've been reborn into another world. This is a parallel world. Jiang Che walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside as he asked curiously. So, parallel worlds really do exist. It can't be considered a parallel world because the host is now in a novel world. A novel world? You mean I transmigrated into a novel? Yes, host. Then why do I still look like my previous life? Jiang Che asked with some doubt. When he looked in the mirror just now, he realized that he still looked like his previous life. Because the host transmigrated physically and not spiritually, your appearance didn't change. Then, why did you bring me here? Jiang Che asked cautiously. He knew there were no free meals in this world. If the system could even bring people back to life, why would it help him? Just because he's handsome. The host currently lacks the necessary permissions to access that information, but please believe this system will not harm you. Your existence here is a great opportunity for you. Alright then, so, tell me what I need to do. Seeing that the system wasn't forthcoming, Jiang Che didn't bother to ask further. After all, as someone who had already died once, he had become indifferent to such matters. You don't need to do much, just target the protagonist. The protagonist? I'm not the protagonist. No, your current identity is that of a villainous young master. Being a villain is fine. Which villain doesn't enjoy a life of luxury and respect wherever they go, unlike the protagonist who's constantly mocked? Jiang Che didn't dwell on this issue too much. His family background alone suggested that he was probably not a good person. Have you ever seen a protagonist who starts off living in a villa? Which novel world am I in now? Jiang Che asked, curious. Judging by the buildings around him, he seemed to have transmigrated into a city-themed novel. But as for which specific type, he had no idea since there were so many urban novels out there. School life, military king, security guard, spiritual chi revival, the rebirth of an immortal emperor. You are in a novel world composed of countless web novels. Currently, you are experiencing the plot of Divine Doctor Descends the Mountain, My 7 Stunning Senior Sisters. So, am I forcing the protagonist's senior sister into marriage? Jiang Che asked with interest. He was, after all, a villain, and what do villains love to do? Covet the protagonist's women, of course. How else would a protagonist from the mountains get a chance to show off and slap faces? Strictly speaking, no. In the book, Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu are childhood sweethearts. It's just that the protagonist also likes his senior sister. Can you transfer the plot into my mind? Jiang Che inquired in his mind. If he had to ask one question after another, there was no telling how long it would take. It would be more efficient to have the system transfer the plot directly to him, saving time. Of course. Would you like to receive the plot? Receive. Ding, transferring plot. 10 minutes later, Jiang Che pulled out a cigarette from his desk drawer, lit it, and rubbed his slightly aching head. Damn, what a scam. He had never imagined that the author of Divine Doctor Descends the Mountain, My 7 Stunning Senior Sisters could be so verbose. Could they really write 10,000 chapters? Jiang Che felt as if he had read a 10 million word novel in just a few minutes. Though it was just a mental review, his head was throbbing with pain. He felt as if 10,000 metaphorical horses were galloping through his mind. Chapter 2. The Function of the System. Has Shen Qingqiu already descended the mountain? Jiang Che asked curiously. The story begins with Ye Chen descending the mountain to investigate his origins in Tianai City, while incidentally flirting with his several senior sisters. Yes, host. And Ye Chen will descend the mountain in 7 days, the system replied. What should I do then? Host only needs to change the plot repeatedly, and then you can obtain rewards. Changing the plot includes but is not limited to intercepting the protagonist's opportunities, connections, and suppressing the protagonist's fate, among others. The system will award villain points based on the extent of your changes, which can be used to enhance cultivation, enter lotteries, and more. Can I just kill Ye Chen directly? Jiang Che asked with a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Having received the plot, he knew that Ye Chen was skilled in martial arts, and quite formidable at that. But how formidable can one be? Unless they were an unsurpassed martial artist, Jiang Che could easily use his family's influence. The moment Ye Chen comes down the mountain, just kill him. End of the book. After all, he and Ye Chen were enemies, it was either him or me. You can, but the system does not recommend that the host do this. Why? Because killing Ye Chen directly would significantly reduce the rewards. As a beginner, you need Ye Chen, this leak, to enhance your cultivation. And if the protagonist is killed outright, it would completely disrupt the plot. After Ye Chen's death, a second protagonist will appear. It could be a security guard or an immortal emperor reborn. Due to these many uncertainties, the system does not recommend that the host kill Ye Chen directly. So, what should I do now? After a moment of silence, Jiang Che finally spoke. He knew the system was looking out for his best interest. Simply killing Ye Chen might sound easy, but the consequences were unknown. If Ye Chen died and was replaced by a protagonist who was a reborn immortal emperor, he might just be slapped to death, and then he would really have to report to the King of Hell. Having been given a second chance at life, Jiang Che didn't want to play it away so quickly. Host need not ask me. You have already received the plot, and you can do as you please. The system will not restrict any of your actions. As long as you change the plot, the system will reward you. Okay. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. This system was quite to his liking. If everything he did was restricted by the system, he would really have to reconsider. Do you have any beginner's gift pack? Jiang Che asked expectantly. Every beginner deserves some support, right? Ding, a beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation technique, Limitless Pure Yang Cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 million in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of light energy stage in cultivation. Light energy, dark energy, innate, transformation, unity of heaven and man, shattering void. Light energy at its peak, Jiang Che said excitedly. Having just absorbed the entire plot, he naturally understood what this level of cultivation meant. Most martial artists would need to start training from a young age, and it would take half a year just to get started. Now that the system had directly granted him the peak of light energy, how could he not be thrilled? Does the host need to infuse the cultivation now? How long will the infusion of cultivation take? 3 seconds. That fast? Jiang Che was somewhat astonished. Truly a real system in just 3 seconds. Infuse. 3 seconds later, Jiang Che distinctly felt some changes in his body. The small belly that used to be on his lower abdomen was gone, replaced by 8 perfectly sculpted abs. Is this the feeling of power? He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power throughout his body, and was extremely excited. What's this? Looking at a layer of black viscous substance on his arm, Jiang Che frowned. This is the impurity expelled from your body during the infusion of cultivation, host. It's akin to undergoing a process of cleansing the marrow and renewing the veins. I see. Jiang Che didn't say much more and turned to enter the bathroom. System, if I go out now, will I be immediately recognized as an imposter? After coming out of the bathroom, Jiang Che voiced his biggest concern. He was afraid of being exposed as soon as he went out. After all, he was no longer the previous Jiang Che. Host need not worry, the system has already modified everyone in this world's impression of the host. In their memory, the host is as you appear now. You're that amazing. Jiang Che was somewhat shocked. Was this akin to altering people's memories? And not just one person. Considering Jiang Che came from a top family in Linjiang City like the Jiang family, he had certainly encountered many people and situations. A trivial matter. Host will realize the power of this system in time. If the host wants to know more, it's better to focus on dealing with the protagonist. Young master, the madam asks that you come home this afternoon, said 2 young maids respectfully as Jiang Che descended the stairs. Okay, I know. Jiang Che glanced at the 2 young maids. To serve as maids for the young master of the Jiang family, they definitely weren't lacking in appearance. The 2 maids were quite delicate looking, with standard melon seed faces, willow leaf eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth, and skin as white as snow. The most important thing was, these were all their original features. How had the previous Jiang Che restrained himself in front of such maids? Perhaps it was to maintain his image as a loyal follower. After all, the Jiang Che in the book had been infatuated with Shen Qingqiu for 8 years, and during the years she was away, someone of his status hadn't sought out any woman. Indeed, love can really cloud one's judgment. He didn't understand the world of a loyal follower. I'll head over now. Jiang Che smiled slightly and walked out of the living room, heading towards the parking lot. Without being told, Jiang Che knew what his mother wanted. It was nothing more than visiting the Shen family to see Shen Qingqiu and then mention their childhood engagement. Jiang Che's mother was eager for him to get married as soon as possible. And since Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu were childhood sweethearts with both families' approval, their marriage seemed like a foregone conclusion to everyone. Although Shen Qingqiu had left to learn martial arts at the age of 13 and only returned this year, it didn't matter much. The young master just smiled at me. Chapter 3, Cheap Mother Su Shanshan, Jiang Che's decision. In the garage, Jiang Che was slightly taken aback by the dozens of luxury cars parked there: Lamborghini, Ferrari, Passat. He knew the Jiang family was wealthy, but he hadn't expected them to be extravagantly so. The book hadn't specified just how much wealth the Jiang family possessed, as it was all meant to pave the way for Ye Chen, eventually all falling into his hands. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Che quickly regained his composure. With his current status, being amazed by luxury cars would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. Jiang Che casually drove out a limited edition Bugatti Veyron from the garage, heading towards the Jiang family's large compound as he remembered it. At the Jiang family compound, Jiang Che parked the car and walked straight in. The compound, covering an area of about 10,000 square meters, had a swimming pool, rockeries, a garden, everything one could imagine. Young master, welcome home. Servants along the way kept bowing and greeting Jiang Che. Since becoming an adult, he had moved out and seldom returned home. But these servants still recognized him. After all, he was the only son of the Jiang family. Jiang Che responded indifferently, his expression unchanging, and headed straight for the living room. Xiao Che, you're back. Just as Jiang Che entered the living room, he heard a gentle call. Looking up, he saw a beautiful lady in a cheongsam sitting on the sofa, smiling at him. Having absorbed the original Jiang Che's memories, he knew this woman was his cheap mother, Su Shanshan. Her background was quite extraordinary, the only daughter of the head of the Su family from the imperial capital. The Su family was one of the 4 great ancient martial families in the capital. The power they possessed was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Mom, I'm back. A smile appeared on Jiang Che's lips as he looked at Su Shanshan. To avoid revealing any flaws in front of this woman, he had been deliberately imitating the original Jiang Che's behavior and mannerisms. "It's been over a month since you last came home," Su Shanshan said, her tone a mix of reproach and wistfulness, unaware of Jiang Che's oddity. "I've been busy with my studies lately, so I've had little time to come home." Seeing that Su Shanshan didn't suspect him, Jiang Che felt relieved and then spoke. He wasn't lying. The original Jiang Che had always been seen as an exemplary child by others. Despite being born into a top family in Tianai City like the Jiangs, he didn't have any arrogance and gave off the impression of a refined and noble young master. "That's good. Once you graduate, come back and take over the family business," Su Shanshan smiled and said. She had been managing the Jiang family's enterprises alone, as Jiang Che's father held a special position and had no time to manage these businesses, leaving the enormous family business on her shoulders alone. Seeing Jiang Che growing more mature and sensible by the day, she felt immensely relieved. "Let's discuss this matter slowly in the future." "Mom, did you call me back today for something?" Jiang Che vaguely responded and then asked knowingly. Having transmigrated and become the major villain in the book, he had no time to manage any company. Let his adoptive mother handle it for a few more years. He'd rather enjoy the life of a privileged heir. "There's nothing special about calling you back this time. Do you remember the Shen family's girl, Shen Qingqiu?" "Of course, I remember." "What's happened to Qingqiu?" Jiang Che hesitated and then asked. "Nothing's happened to her. Didn't she go up the mountain to learn at the age of 13? She just came back a few days ago. Your father and I discussed, and we think it's time for you two to get engaged. After all, you grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and there's also an engagement between you. Of course, if you have someone else in your heart, I can also step in and call off this engagement for you. I called you back this time to ask for your opinion." Su Shanshan said a lot in one breath and then picked up the teacup from the table, taking a sip, quietly waiting for Jiang Che's response. If Jiang Che was unwilling to get engaged to Shen Qingqiu, she would immediately call off the engagement today. Hearing Su Shanshan's words, Jiang Che felt a faint touch of emotion. Unlike other noble families that impose parental orders and matchmakers' words, Su Shanshan never forced him to do anything he disliked from childhood to adulthood. "Let's first go to the Shen family to see Qingqiu. After all, I haven't seen her for 8 years. Jiang Che didn't give Su Shanshan an immediate response. In fact, he didn't know how to maximize his benefits. In the original story, Jiang Che didn't break off the engagement with Shen Qingqiu, nor did he make her fall completely in love with him. So, he had only two choices in front of him. First, break the engagement with Shen Qingqiu, changing the plot. Second, make Shen Qingqiu fall completely in love with him, changing the plot. Jiang Che decided to meet Shen Qingqiu first. If Shen Qingqiu was a stunning beauty, why would he break off the engagement? Why would he benefit that idiot protagonist Ye Chen for nothing? Chapter 4. First encounter with Shen Qingqiu, the charm of the first female lead. Jiang Che, following Su Shanshan's suggestion, agreed. "Let's go to the Shen family now. I have some cooperative projects to discuss with Shen Feng." As they arrived at the Shen family compound, Jiang Che walked behind Su Shanshan. He had rarely visited since Shen Qingqiu left for martial arts training at 13. The familiar yet foreign buildings evoked a sense of sentimentality in him. Inside the living room, Shen Feng, the family head, was leisurely sipping tea when a servant approached him. "Family head, Mrs. Jiang and young Master Jiang are here for a visit." Shen Feng, surprised, responded, "Oh, Mrs. Jiang and the young master have come." He knew his family was on good terms with the Jiangs, but visits from Su Shanshan were rare and meaningful. It must be about Qingqiu. Shen Feng deduced, realizing Su Shanshan's visit was likely due to Shen Qingqiu's recent return to Linjiang City, prompting this visit with Jiang Che. He promptly got up to greet them. Meeting Shen Feng, Su Shanshan greeted him with a light smile. "Master Shen, how have you been? How's the business lately?" Shen Feng, smiling back, replied, "Thank you for asking, Mrs. Jiang. The business is doing quite well." Turning to Jiang Che, he said warmly, "Hello, Xiao Che. I haven't seen you in a while." Jiang Che replied respectfully, "I've been busy with my studies, so I haven't had much time to visit. I hope you understand, Uncle Shen." His response was well received, as Shen Feng understood the demands of Jiang Che's imminent graduation and the responsibilities awaiting him at Jiang Corporation. "Xiao Che, you're too polite. Let's go inside and talk, invited Shen Feng, leading them into the living room. Once settled, Shen Feng got straight to the point. Mrs. Jiang, is there anything special about your visit today? Su Shanshan answered, nothing major, just here to discuss the details of our family's cooperation on the city center's unfinished building project. And I heard Qingqiu has returned, so I thought of visiting her as well, Su Shanshan said with a light smile. Ah, that's what this is about, Shen Feng realized, understanding that apart from discussing the unfinished building project, the visit was also to see Shen Qingqiu. He did have many details about the building renovation to discuss with the Jiang family, and this visit provided a good opportunity. Go upstairs and call Qingqiu down, Shen Feng instructed a butler standing nearby. Yes, master, the butler replied and headed upstairs. Mrs. Jiang, regarding the unfinished building project, I think we can. Father, you called for me, a crisp and cool female voice echoed as Shen Qingqiu descended from the second floor. Jiang Che looked up and saw a stunning woman in a white long dress entering the room. She had a delicate, oval-shaped face, bright eyes, and teeth like pearls, with an alluring charm in her gaze. Her beauty was like a scene of autumn waters, her cheeks like peach blossoms, and her skin as smooth as cream. As Jiang Che gazed at Shen Qingqiu, she also noticed his stare. 8 years had passed since their last meeting, and now their eyes met again. Qingqiu, long time no see, Jiang Che smiled slightly, breaking the silence first. Jiang Che, long time no see. Shen Qingqiu also paused for a moment, looking at the handsome young man before her. After 8 years of separation, she thought she had moved on from Jiang Che. Yet, this reunion stirred emotions she hadn't expected to feel. The boy she followed around back then had grown into such a striking young man, but she could still see glimpses of the young Jiang Che in his sunny smile. After 8 years, I didn't expect that the little slug who used to follow me all day would become so beautiful, Jiang Che said with a sigh. In his mind, he was determined not to call off the marriage. Why would he let such a beautiful woman go to the protagonist, Ye Chen? Currently, Shen Qingqiu didn't have feelings for Ye Chen, it was merely unrequited love on Ye Chen's part. With proper planning, Jiang Che was confident he could win Shen Qingqiu's heart. He was experienced in romance even before his transmigration, making Shen Qingqiu fall in love with him seemed within reach. Chapter 5, The Rose Finally Meets Its True. How have you been these years? Shen Qingqiu asked, her voice cool and detached. Her expression was emotionless, reminiscent of a block of ice. This was her nature, further magnified by her years of martial arts training in the mountains. Despite the excitement of seeing Jiang Che again, she maintained an icy exterior. Just the same old, Jiang Che said with a wry smile. I've been busy with my studies. When I have free time, I play the piano or tend to my garden. Shen Qingqiu remained silent upon hearing this, knowing he spoke the truth. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, she knew Jiang Che was always the well-behaved child, the kind that other parents pointed to as an example. She was somewhat surprised that after so many years, he hadn't changed. Born into a top family like the Jiangs, maintaining his true self was indeed rare. After this exchange, neither Jiang Che nor Shen Qingqiu spoke further. Qingqiu, why don't you take Xiao Che for a walk in the garden? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shen Feng suggested, puzzled as to why the two suddenly fell silent. Shouldn't they be excited to meet after 8 years? Okay, Jiang Che, come with me, Shen Qingqiu replied and then turned to Jiang Che. Okay. Jiang Che smiled slightly, without asking further. They left the living room, one following the other. In the garden, a myriad of flowers vied for attention on the lawn. Roses, orchids, tulips. Shen Qingqiu had always loved flowers. During her absence, Shen Feng had people maintain the garden. The flowers in the garden had been changed many times over the seasons, and today, they finally welcomed their true owner. Shen Qingqiu squatted next to a rose bush, gently touching the petals of the roses with her delicate hands. It was June, and the roses were in full bloom, looking exceptionally beautiful in the summer heat. Jiang Che stood silently to the side, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, taking a deep inhale. It was his habit to smoke when contemplating something. At this moment, he was thinking about how to make Shen Qingqiu fall in love with him. When did you learn to smoke? Shen Qingqiu frowned slightly and turned to ask Jiang Che. A few years ago. Why? He replied. Smoke less. It's bad for your health, Shen Qingqiu said coldly, her tone icy but betraying a hint of concern that was unmistakable. Are you worried about me? Jiang Che smiled lightly, amused. Was she already concerned about him even before they were married? Shen Qingqiu fell silent. She didn't understand why she had blurted out that concern. Did she like Jiang Che? She didn't feel it, at least not currently. Her personality had always been cool, and though she had a good relationship with Jiang Che in childhood and even talked about marrying him, it was just child's play, not to be taken seriously. 8 years had changed a lot, and her fondness for Jiang Che was buried deep in her heart. If she hadn't gone to the mountains to train, she might have been deeply attached to Jiang Che by now. Jiang Che wasn't surprised by her reaction. Knowing the story from the book, he was aware that Shen Qingqiu still harbored feelings for him deep down. Otherwise, the author wouldn't have written over 10,000 chapters without letting Ye Chen win over his senior sister. However, her feelings were deeply buried and needed to be slowly unearthed. Do you still like roses? Jiang Che changed the subject, trying to lighten the mood. Yes, roses are noble and elegant. I've always loved them. Unfortunately, their blooming period is short. In about half a month, they'll start to wither, Jiang Che mused. It was mid-June, the peak of the rose season, but they would soon begin to fade after June. Beautiful things are always fleeting, but it's enough that they grace the world with their presence, Shen Qingqiu added. Since you love roses so much, I can ask a friend abroad to airship some from Austria for you, Jiang Che offered. Thank you, she replied. No need to thank me. It's just roses, and I am your fiancé. It's what I should do, Jiang Che said teasingly. Shen Qingqiu didn't counter Jiang Che's words, perhaps unsure how to. As he said, whether she acknowledged it or not, Jiang Che was her fiancé, the man destined to be with her for life. Moreover, she didn't dislike Jiang Che, perhaps this was her best destination. Chapter 6, Young Girl Ah Qing, The Power of Dark Energy. If there's nothing else, I should go now. I have some things to do. Let's keep in touch, Jiang Che said with a smile, after some idle chit-chat, making his excuses to leave. He didn't really have any pressing matters, he just wanted to make a brief appearance in front of Shen Qingqiu to avoid seeming too clingy. Okay, Shen Qingqiu didn't say anything to keep him, quietly watching him leave. Mom, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Uncle Shen, I'll visit you another time, Jiang Che said to Su Shanshan and Shen Feng in the living room. You're leaving so soon, won't you stay with Qingqiu a bit longer? Su Shanshan asked with some suspicion, knowing her son likely harbored feelings for Shen Qingqiu. There's plenty of time in the future, no need to rush, Jiang Che replied with a light smile, then turned to leave. Outside the Shen family compound, sitting in his sports car, Jiang Che asked uncertainly in his mind, System, is Shen Qingqiu currently an early-stage transformation master? Yes, host. Shen Qingqiu is introduced as an early-stage transformation master, the system confirmed. Jiang Che grimaced slightly, acknowledging the prowess of the first female lead. Many martial artists never reach transformation in their lifetime, but Shen Qingqiu achieved it in just 8 years, proving her exceptional talent. Seems my plan won't work, Jiang Che sighed. He had contemplated overpowering Shen Qingqiu, but considering her strength, she would surely retaliate if he tried anything. Seems I need to think of another way. System, did I change the plot just now? Ding, you've altered Shen Qingqiu's first impression of the host. Awarding 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. What can I use these villain points for? Villain points can be used to enhance cultivation, enter lotteries, purchase items, etc. How many points to enhance cultivation? To advance from peak light energy to early stage dark energy requires 2,000 points. Each advancement up to peak transformation will cost 2,000 points. Upgrade my cultivation. Ding, 2,000 villain points deducted. Limitless pure yang cultivation, upgraded. So this is the power of dark energy. A few minutes later, Jiang Che opened his eyes, feeling the strength in his body. He had transformed from an ordinary person to an early stage dark energy master in just half a day. What's Ye Chen's current cultivation level? Ye Chen starts as an early-stage innate master and quickly advances after arriving in Tianai City. Jiang Che. Returning to Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa at 7 p.m., the sunset painted the sky in brilliant hues. Young master, you're back. Dinner is ready, your favorite caviar, said a young maid as Jiang Che entered the living room. The maid, named Ah Qing, wore a maid's outfit, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, exuding sensuality. Jiang Che paused, looking her over a few times. After absorbing the memories, Jiang Che knew this young maid was trustworthy. In the original story, Ye Chen fancied her but Ah Qing remained loyal, even following Jiang Che in death after his demise. Sadly, the original Jiang Che never understood her feelings. "Thank you." Jiang Che gently patted her head. "Ah number it's not hard work," Ah Qing stammered, her cheeks flushing with surprise and sweetness from Jiang Che's unexpected intimacy. Jiang Che withdrew his hand, knowing he had time and shouldn't rush things with the young maid. "Let's have dinner." After dinner, Jiang Che stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his bedroom, looking at the sunset, lost in thought. "I never thought I'd actually transmigrate, but entering the village, follow its custom. Since I've become a great villain, it's time for the chosen ones to meet their end." Having realized this, Jiang Che felt a sense of clarity and enlightenment. "First, I'll go to Linjiang University." Jiang Che recalled the plot in his mind. There were still 7 days before Ye Chen would come down from the mountain. This was a good opportunity to meet his several senior sisters. At 8 p.m., under the early night lights, a blue Bugatti Veyron raced on the road, soon stopping near Linjiang University. Jiang Che gently opened the car door and stepped out, walking into the campus. "Wow, my husband is here. Husband, I want to have your babies." Jiang Che's good looks, coupled with his impressive family background and his approachable and kind character, had earned him many admirers at Linjiang University. Of course, Jiang Che himself was not interested in these ordinary fans. "Boss, why are you back at school? Are you here for the school's concert tonight?" A young man dressed in branded clothes hurried over to Jiang Che, panting. Jiang Che glanced at him, and his mind was instantly filled with information. This guy was Li Chengfeng, the young master of the Li family. However, his mother wasn't the main wife, so his status in the Li family wasn't high. Li Chengfeng was one of the few friends of Jiang Che's former self. Thanks to his relationship with Jiang Che, Li Chengfeng's life in the Li family had improved significantly. The Li family, despite being wealthy, couldn't compare to the Jiang family's colossal status. Li Chengfeng's father had to consider his son's relationship with Jiang Che. "A concert tonight?" Jiang Che asked curiously, unaware of any concert happening today. After all, the story in the book mainly unfolded after Ye Chen's return to Linjiang City. He had come to the university primarily to try his luck in meeting Ye Chen's fourth senior sister, who was studying there. "Yes, boss, don't you know?" Li Chengfeng looked at Jiang Che strangely but then realized why. Jiang Che, known as a dedicated student, was not interested in anything other than his studies. "This new student's concert will feature the school's transfer beauty. Aren't you interested in seeing the school beauty perform?" Li Chengfeng said with a mischievous grin, implying more than his words said. "Not interested," Jiang Che replied without hesitation. The school beauty in Li Chengfeng's eyes might just be ordinary in his view, especially compared to the female lead. "That's a pity. I heard Lin Xian, the school beauty, is the finale performer tonight. Since you're not interested, boss, I guess I'll go alone," Li Chengfeng said with a shake of his head and a sigh. "Wait, who did you say?" Jiang Che's gaze sharpened as he asked. "Lin Xian, the school beauty. Boss, haven't you heard of her?" Li Chengfeng looked at Jiang Che, puzzled. "Lin Xian has been in our Linjiang University for 3 months now and has already climbed into the top 3 of the school beauty rankings. She's the dream girl of countless men," Li Chengfeng said with a silly smile. "She's performing today. Take me to see her," Jiang Che said. "Boss, I thought you weren't interested. Is it because of Lin Xian?" Li Chengfeng's face showed a mischievous smile and a hint of resignation. "If you've set your sights on her, boss, then I guess I have no chance. I'll gracefully step back," he said, pretending to be heartbroken, even touching the corner of his eye where there were no tears. Although Jiang Che had never actively pursued a girl, Li Chengfeng knew how charming he could be. At Linjiang University, no girl could resist Jiang Che's smile. Coupled with his top-tier family background, he was undoubtedly the dream man for all the girls. "Jiang Che, can you stop pretending around me?" Jiang Che teased, fully aware of Li Chengfeng's character. Li Chengfeng was more about physical attraction than emotional connections. Jiang Che believed Li Chengfeng found Lin Xian attractive, as everyone appreciates beauty, but doubted he was genuinely in love with her. Li Chengfeng chuckled awkwardly, saying no more, and led Jiang Che towards the university auditorium. When Jiang Che and Li Chengfeng arrived, the place was packed. Thanks to Jiang Che's status, they managed to get seats near the front. "Welcome, leaders and students, to our freshman evening party. I declare, the evening party now begins. A senior sister in a cheongsam greeted the audience with a light smile. Nice figure, but the looks are a bit lacking. Li Chengfeng sat there muttering to himself, occasionally making comments. Jiang Che also glanced up. To the average person, this senior sister would surely be seen as a goddess. But in Jiang Che's view, she was just average, especially having seen someone like Shen Qingqiu, the main female lead. Such average beauty hardly stirred any feelings in him, as no matter how beautiful, they couldn't surpass the main female lead. After watching for a while, Jiang Che lost interest and closed his eyes to rest. After a long wait, just as Jiang Che was almost falling asleep, Lin Xian finally appeared on stage. Boss, it's Lin Xian, the school beauty." Li Chengfeng tapped Jiang Che's shoulder, speaking with an excited tone. Just a woman, is there a need to be so excited? Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and looked at Li Chengfeng, whose face was flushed, and responded somewhat speechlessly. No wonder the head of the Li family looked down on this son, seeing a woman and becoming so discomposed. If the Li family's business was left to him, he would surely ruin it. Jiang Che looked up at the stage, and his gaze fell upon a woman in a light blue long dress. She had a picturesque face, red lips and white teeth, and apricot eyes. Holding a Gukan Chinese zither, she smiled gently at the audience below. Indeed, she can be called stunning, Jiang Che thought, admiring her. As one of the main female leads, she was certainly extraordinary. Just in terms of beauty, probably no one in Linjiang University could match her. Welcome everyone to the freshman evening party. I have a piece, Spring River Flower Moon Night, to present to you all, Lin Xian said, her lips curling up into a cute smile, revealing adorable dimples. Her voice was refreshing like a mountain spring, seemingly purifying the soul, calming the restless hearts in the hot summer evening. The large auditorium fell silent. The audience of all ages watched Lin Xian with eager anticipation. After all, with such beauty, her Gukan performance was bound to be mesmerizing. Lin Xian smiled slightly, without any delay, placed the Gukan on the table beside her, and began to play. The clear and melodious sound of the Gukan resonated in the hall, as if directly touching the soul, leaving the audience spellbound. It was as if they were transported into a beautiful painting, a woman playing the Gukan by the lotus pond under the moonlight. The music was flowing and melodious, filled with anticipation and regret. Longing for a reunion with a loved one, lamenting the sorrow of being unable to stay together forever. The sound of the Gukan seemed to hold a magical power that intoxicated everyone. After a while, when the audience came back to their senses, Lin Xian had already quietly left the stage. That was so beautiful. I didn't expect Lin Xian to play the Gukan so enchantingly, Li Chengfeng said with tears in his eyes, his gaze filled with infatuation, completely captivated by Lin Xian's Gukan performance. Jiang Che also slowly opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Xian's Gukan to resonate so much with people, showcasing her profound mastery of the instrument. Truly deserving of the title, Linjiang's first talented lady, her Gukan really captivates the listener, Jiang Che commented to himself. The title, Linjiang's first talented lady, bestowed on Lin Xian later in the story by the author, was indeed well deserved. Let's go. Jiang Che stood up and said, then walked towards the exit of the auditorium. Boss, wait for me, Li Chengfeng called out, hurrying to keep up with Jiang Che's pace. We'll talk about anything else tomorrow, I need to go home and rest, Jiang Che said, glancing at the time on his phone. Without waiting for Li Chengfeng's response, he walked straight out of the school gate and soon disappeared into the night, leaving Li Chengfeng disheveled in the wind. Outside the school gate, as Jiang Che approached his sports car, he saw two girls taking pictures around it. And one of them was Lin Xian. Yuru, have you finished taking pictures? Lin Xian adjusted her hair, looking helplessly at Song Yuru, who was busily taking selfies with the Bugatti Veyron. Her friend was good in every way, just a bit vain. Lin Xian understood, as girls of their age tended to have such traits. She wasn't interested in sports cars, after all, her family had plenty of them. Xian, come and take photos with me, Song Yuru said excitedly. She wanted to take lots of photos to post on social media and make those who climbed up the social ladder jealous. I'd rather not, I don't like these things, Lin Xian politely declined. Song Yuru didn't mind and continued snapping photos. What are you doing? Jiang Che approached and asked, looking quizzically at Lin Xian and Song Yuru. Husband Song Yuru, seeing Jiang Che, raised her voice several decibels, beginning to shout excitedly. Lin Xian could only smile helplessly at Jiang Che and then gently pulled her silly friend by the shoulder, signaling her to maintain her image. Realizing her gaffe, Song Yuru blushed with embarrassment. She felt utterly humiliated to have made a fool of herself in front of Jiang Che. She wished she could dig a hole and hide. "Are you done taking photos?" Jiang Che asked Song Yuru with a smile, seemingly not upset. "Done," Song Yuru stammered, looking quite embarrassed. "How about taking a few more inside the car?" Jiang Che suggested, opening the car door for Song Yuru, while internally formulating his own plan. Winning over Lin Xian was not easy. She wasn't swayed by mere looks, so his handsome face had little effect on her. She trusted her own instincts and pursued what she believed was right. Ye Chen, in the original story, had to learn various arts to barely win Lin Xian's approval. Jiang Che didn't have such diverse talents, so he thought of starting with Song Yuru, Lin Xian's close friend. If Song Yuru could speak in his favor, he believed Lin Xian would become curious about him. "Can I?" Song Yuru hesitated. "Of course, feel free," Jiang Che replied. Song Yuru wasted no time, climbed into the car, and started snapping photos. "Miss Lin Xian, right, your Gukan performance today was very beautiful." Jiang Che initiated a conversation with Lin Xian, turning to her with a smile. "How do you know my name?" Lin Xian asked curiously, giving Jiang Che a few extra glances. After all, his good looks were hard to ignore. "Who in Linjiang University doesn't know the great Lin Xian? You are the dream girl of countless men," Jiang Che replied teasingly. "Those are just empty titles," Lin Xian replied with a dismissive shake of her head. "I'm Jiang Che. May I get to know you?" "You're Jiang Che, the man Yuru is always talking about marrying," Lin Xian said with sudden realization, understanding why Song Yuru had called this man husband earlier. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Yuru, still inside the Bugatti Veyron, overheard Lin Xian and quickly climbed out, her face red with embarrassment, and scolded her. "What, did I say something wrong? Isn't it you who's always talking about marrying him?" Lin Xian teased, enjoying the rare opportunity to turn the tables on her friend. "You're talking nonsense." Song Yuru was embarrassed by Lin Xian's words. "My Prince Charming is still here. Can't you save me some face?" Senior Jiang Che, we'll leave first." Song Yuru lowered her head and said to Jiang Che. Then, she turned around and took Lin Xian's hand to walk away. Jiang Che did not stop them. Song Yuru soon came back, however. "Anything else?" Jiang Che asked, seeing her return. Song Yuru, with a slightly chubby face and twin ponytails, her legs wrapped in white stockings, looked like a youthful beauty. "Could I get your contact information?" she asked timidly, as if afraid of offending Jiang Che. "Of course," Jiang Che replied without hesitation. He was wondering how to get her contact information to use to his advantage. "We'll be going then," bye, Song Yuru said happily after getting Jiang Che's contact information, looking back repeatedly as she left. Jiang Che didn't linger, got into his sports car, and drove off. The car sped up and soon disappeared into the night. "He's gone, stop looking," Lin Xian laughed at Song Yuru's infatuated expression. She had never noticed her friend's crush before. "My husband is so handsome. I can't believe I actually talked to him today." Song Yuru was lost in her thoughts, not responding to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. Jiang Che returned home at midnight. After parking, he went straight to his bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. The next afternoon, he woke up groggily, got dressed in a suit, and went downstairs, planning to handle some serious matters. "You're awake, young master," said Aking, standing by the dining table in her maid's uniform, bowing slightly. "I've prepared your favorite lotus seed porridge. Would you like to eat now?" Jiang Che shook his head as he walked past the living room. "You eat, I have some errands to run today and won't be eating at home." His casual departure left Aking feeling somewhat lost. Why didn't the young master smile at me today, she wondered, recalling his gaze wandering over her the day before when she wore black stockings. Arriving at the garage, Jiang Che took out his phone and dialed Su Shanshan's number. "Hello, son, what's up?" Su Shanshan asked with a hint of confusion. Jiang Che rarely called her. Usually, if there was something, he would come home to discuss it. "Nothing much, just wanted to ask you for a few bodyguards." "Why are you suddenly thinking about this?" Su Shanshan was even more puzzled. She had suggested this to Jiang Che several times before, but he had always refused. As the heir of the Jiang family, it was unreasonable to go out without bodyguards. Just thought it might be good to have some bodyguards, Jiang Che said with a laugh. His predecessor thought having bodyguards was too ostentatious and not in line with his low-key personality, so he never agreed to Su Shanshan's request. But Jiang Che didn't share the same view. Which rich second generation didn't have bodyguards? Why should he handle everything personally when he had the money? Wait at Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. I'll send a few people over now, Su Shanshan responded, sounding busy. As the CEO of a trillion-dollar company, she was swamped with work. Even finding time to talk to Jiang Che was difficult. She hung up quickly, asking him to visit home when he had time. Looking at the disconnected call, Jiang Che smiled wryly, more convinced than ever that he wouldn't be taking over the company anytime soon. He would let his mother handle it for a few more years. About an hour later, a group of more than 10 burly men in suits and sunglasses arrived at Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. Good day, young master. The leading man, a tall and sturdy figure about 1.8 meters tall, greeted Jiang Che with his group. What's your name? Jiang Che asked, looking up at the dark-skinned man. You can call me A Long, young master, the lead bodyguard replied respectfully. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, aware that the Jiang family trained some bodyguards every year, and these men were probably from that group. From now on, you are my bodyguards. My mother has explained everything to you, right? Rest assured, young master. We are willing to follow you to the death. A Long and the others knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Jiang Che looked at them, finding them trustworthy for now. Pick any car from the garage and follow me, Jiang Che instructed before getting into his Bugatti. Speeding off, he headed straight for Linjiang city center. In the city center, Jiang Che's Bugatti led a convoy of more than a dozen Audis, heading in one direction. The scene caused quite a stir, with people speculating about which top-tier second-generation rich kid was on the move. Heaven on Earth, one of Linjiang City's most famous leisure clubs. Jiang Che stopped his car at the entrance. He wasn't here to have fun, he was here to meet someone, the hidden boss behind Heaven on Earth, Li Hu. In the future, this guy would be one of Ye Chen's key supporters. After all, which protagonist in urban novels doesn't have a few underground bosses as followers? Li Hu had been trying to legitimize his business over the years but hadn't completely severed his old ties. Driven by profit, human nature is greedy. In Jojo country, there were no professional assassins, but if someone offered Li Hu a hefty sum for a hit, he would still do it. Sir, do you have a preference for any of our ladies or should I recommend a few for you? Jiang Che, followed by his group of bodyguards, entered the Grand Hall of Heaven on Earth and was soon stopped by a staff member. The staff member wore a pleasing smile, knowing Jiang Che's lavish appearance and the Patek Philippe on his wrist meant he was no ordinary client. Moreover, the presence of so many bodyguards indicated he belonged to a prominent family, not someone to be trifled with. I'm here to see your boss, Li Hu, Jiang Che stated coolly. The staff member hesitated before saying, please wait a moment. I'll call our manager. After instructing some staff to serve tea to Jiang Che, the staff member hurriedly went to fetch the manager. Soon, a middle-aged man with glasses, a potbelly, and thinning hair scurried over to Jiang Che. May I ask why you were looking for our boss? The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face obsequious. He couldn't help but feel intimidated by the imposing presence of the bodyguards behind Jiang Che, guessing at his identity. Anyone capable of such a display was no ordinary person. He had heard about the young man arriving in a fleet of luxury cars but couldn't recall ever seeing this individual before. I have a business deal to discuss with him, Jiang Che said with a light laugh. Please follow me to the 6th floor, the manager promptly replied, not daring to inquire about Jiang Che's identity. He was aware that his boss's business wasn't limited to running an entertainment club, there were other ventures behind the scenes. But he chose not to delve into it, believing that sometimes ignorance was bliss. On the 6th floor, inside a VIP room, the manager knocked and called out, Boss, a distinguished guest has arrived, looking to discuss business with you. Oh, let him in, came a rough voice from inside the room, seemingly that of a middle-aged man. This way, please, the manager opened the door and gestured for Jiang Che to enter. You guys wait outside, Along, come in with me, Jiang Che said to his bodyguards, deciding it was best to take only Along with him to avoid making Li Hu overly cautious. Yes, young master, the bodyguards responded, then arranged themselves on both sides of the room's entrance. Who are you? Li Hu asked, frowning slightly at the overly young man who entered the room. He didn't recall having any young acquaintances like him. Jiang Che nonchalantly walked over to Li Hu's side, pulled up a chair, and sat down. His demeanor lacked any courtesy, as if he were in his own home. He didn't even glance directly at Li Hu, seemingly indifferent to his presence. What do you mean by this? Li Hu's eyes narrowed dangerously, starting to feel irritated by Jiang Che's arrogance. It had been a long time since he encountered such a brazen young man. Nothing much, just a business matter to discuss with you. It's definitely a good deal for you, Jiang Che smiled. Is this how you conduct business? Li Hu scoffed. Hey, Jiang Che coldly laughed, then pulled out a document and threw it at Li Hu's face. Take a look at what this is. Li Hu's face turned angry, not expecting Jiang Che to disregard him completely. He reached for the gun in his desk drawer, but a dark muzzle was already pointed at his forehead. Don't move, or you're dead. Along's chilly voice followed. Anticipating Li Hu's action, Along had taken preemptive action to ensure Jiang Che's safety. Jiang Che looked at Along, surprised. He hadn't expected Along to carry a gun. Wasn't Jojo country strictly against firearms? But then he remembered he was in a novel's world, where anything could happen. In this world of fiction, all illogical things become logical. Brother, don't be rash, let's talk this out. Li Hu, with a forehead full of sweat and a visibly tense expression, said. Times had changed, and he had forgotten how long it had been since someone last pointed a gun at his head. It wasn't like the old times of constant fighting and killing anymore. He didn't even question whether the gun was real or not. Seeing Jiang Che's expensive attire, getting a gun wouldn't be difficult for him. Along glanced at Jiang Che, seeking his opinion. Put down the gun for now, we're here to talk business, Jiang Che said with a smile. Hearing this, Along retracted the gun, tucking it behind his waist, and sternly warned Li Hu, don't let me catch you making any wrong moves. I am much faster than you. Li Hu took a deep breath and picked up the documents from the table to look at them. His facial expressions changed dramatically, from doubt to shock, and finally, his face turned extremely pale. Where did you get these documents? He asked Jiang Che, trembling and frightened. The documents contained evidence of his actions from a few years ago. He thought he had covered his tracks perfectly, but where had Jiang Che obtained this information? Do you really think your plans were flawless and unnoticed? Jiang Che said with a look of disdain. He had gotten these documents from his father. His father's special position made it extremely easy to thoroughly investigate Li Hu. It wasn't that the higher-ups were unaware of Li Hu's activities, they simply couldn't be bothered to deal with him. In the original story, Li Hu survived till the end thanks to the network of relationships accumulated by the protagonist Ye Chen. Otherwise, Li Hu would have met his demise many times over. Who exactly are you? Li Hu asked, his eyelids twitching and voice quivering. Anyone capable of producing such documents must have a significant background. Could it be someone from the Jiang family? Didn't I tell you I am Jiang Che from the Jiang family? Jiang Che replied. Indeed, Li Hu murmured to himself. Among the few top families in Linjiang City, the Jiang family was the most mysterious. On the surface, they appeared to only own a trillion-dollar publicly listed company, but insiders knew the Jiang family's influence was far more extensive than that. The extent of their extraordinary background was unknown to anyone. The Jiang family remained the most mysterious entity among all the elite families of Linjiang City. Even Li Hu had not heard of Jiang Che's name before and only knew that the young master of the Jiang family was still studying at Linjiang University. What cooperation does young master Jiang want to discuss with me? Li Hu asked, taking a deep breath. After learning Jiang Che's true identity, his attitude became much more respectful. The Jiang family was an entity he could never afford to provoke, and the fact that Jiang Che had such documents demonstrated the immense power behind the Jiang family. With a mere gesture, they could end his life. Submit to me and work for me, Jiang Che said, lighting a cigarette and speaking slowly. Okay, I'm willing, Li Hu quickly agreed. It was better to take shelter under a big tree. Naturally, he was more than willing to ally himself with a family like the Jiangs. He believed that if he refused, his life would be in jeopardy. Ding, host has subjugated Li Hu, altering the course of the story, reward, 1000 villain points. Jiang Che wasn't surprised by Li Hu's easy submission. After all, in the original story, Li Hu was known for his fear of death. Years of comfortable living had completely eroded his former boldness. Smart choice, Jiang Che said with a cold laugh, standing up and walking towards the door. Now, stop all the business you're currently handling. I'll have someone instruct you if there's anything to be done. Don't try to be clever with me, or you'll meet a gruesome end. Watching Jiang Che leave the private room, Li Hu collapsed into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I don't know if today's decision was good or bad, Li Hu murmured to himself. He was adept at judging people and could tell that this young master of the Jiang family was no ordinary person. But Jiang Che didn't seem to be an easy person to deal with. Young master, why didn't you kill him for offending you after leaving the Heaven on Earth Club? Along asked Jiang Che, somewhat puzzled, then realized his overstep. After all, he was just a bodyguard and had no right to question Jiang Che's decisions. I spoke out of turn. You don't have to be so rigid, Jiang Che said, looking at him and shaking his head with a smile. Along would likely become his primary ally in the future, so it was necessary to treat him well. I didn't kill him because I have my reasons. Li Hu still had some use, at least for now, to interfere with Ye Chen, the yet-to-arrive protagonist. When Li Hu becomes useless, Jiang Che would not hesitate to eliminate him. Let's go home. In the past few days, Jiang Che hadn't gone to school, spending his time lounging by his home swimming pool, enjoying life. 3 days later, he received an invitation letter. A cocktail party hosted by Wang Xiao, he wondered, looking at the invitation in his hand and asking Along, who is this Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao is the young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families of Linjiang City, Along explained. The young master of the Wang family, Jiang Che mused. Interesting, let's go take a look. He decided to show up, not one to keep a low profile. He figured making connections with these wealthy heirs of Linjiang City might come in handy later, potentially as a means to trip up Ye Chen, the protagonist. Very well, young master, Along agreed. Arriving at the Linjiang Crown Hotel, Jiang Che parked his car and headed inside, but was soon stopped by a security guard at the door. Sir, I'm sorry, our hotel is not open to the public today. Do you have an invitation? The guard asked politely. Of course, here you go, Jiang Che replied, unfazed and handing over his invitation to the security guard. He was not the kind of protagonist who would make a scene over such a small matter, as it would be undignified. After all, he was representing the entire Jiang family, and making a fuss over a trivial matter would only be embarrassing. Plus, it was normal for these wealthy heirs, who he hadn't mingled with before, not to recognize him. Sir, please come in, the security guard said respectfully after checking the invitation and gesturing for Jiang Che to enter. On the 6th floor of the hotel, Jiang Che and Along found the place bustling with so-called elites from various circles. Hehe, Jiang Che chuckled, it seems this Wang Xiao has grand ambitions. He noticed a young man in his early 20s, holding a glass of wine and mingling with various dignitaries. Along had briefed him earlier about Wang Xiao, who, despite being the eldest son of the Wang family, had several brothers. Clearly, he was trying to win people over to secure his position as the future head of one of Linjiang City's top families. Gaining the approval of his own family was necessary, but sometimes external opinions mattered too. While Wang Xiao was busy toasting around, his eyes lit up upon noticing Jiang Che's arrival and he hurried over. While others might not know Jiang Che's identity, Wang Xiao was well aware of him as the sole heir to Linjiang City's most mysterious Jiang family. Are you young master Jiang? Wang Xiao approached Jiang Che, speaking with great respect. Technically, as a fellow young master of Linjiang City, he shouldn't need to be so courteous to Jiang Che. However, he had heard from his father about the terrifying power behind the Jiang family, which was simply not on the same level as his own Wang family. If he could forge a good relationship with Jiang Che, inheriting the Wang family would be almost guaranteed. Yes, I am Jiang Che, Jiang Che replied, pretending to be unaware. Are you the one who invited me to this cocktail party? Yes, it was me who invited you. I am Wang Xiao of the Wang family. I am truly delighted that you could come, Wang Xiao responded sincerely. He had attended many large and small cocktail parties in his social circle but had never seen Jiang Che. The fact that Jiang Che attended his party this time was something to boast about. Oh, there's no need to be so formal, Wang Xiao. Jiang Che responded, starting a mutual business flattery with Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao walked to the center of the cocktail party and cleared his throat, saying, everyone, please quiet down for a moment, today I would like to introduce someone to you all. The crowd looked at Wang Xiao, curious about his announcement. I'm sure many of you have heard of the Jiang family from Linjiang City, he continued. The person I'm introducing is none other than the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Che. As he finished, a wave of murmurs rose from the crowd, all eyes turning to the handsome young man standing next to Wang Xiao. So, he is the young master of the Jiang family. I've heard of the young master of the Jiang family. He's still studying at Linjiang University and rarely makes public appearances. Why is he here today? Wow, young master Jiang is so handsome, even more than those popular idols. Observing the reactions of the people around him, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. He had no interest in saying more. Just making an appearance in front of these people was enough. There will always be a time for future encounters, he thought to himself. Quietly, Jiang Che slipped away, only to be surprised by the sight of someone. Why are you here? He asked, looking at Lin Xian, who was sitting not far away. The young woman was wearing a black and white evening gown today, her exposed legs wrapped in black stockings. Her feet were in high heels, with the black silk barely revealing her tender, jade-like toes. Lin Xian, who usually dresses in a classical fairy-like style, mainly wearing elegant long dresses, surprisingly exuded a different kind of charm in this attire. You're actually the young master of the Jiang family, hiding it quite deep, she said, not answering Jiang Che's question but instead smiling gently at him. You're not exactly one to talk about hiding, Miss Lin, Jiang Che shrugged. At Linjiang University, everyone knew Lin Xian came from a well-off family, but no one knew she was the young lady of the Lin family. Why did you decide to reveal your identity today? She asked curiously. I just felt that hiding my identity all the time was pointless, and having such a status can make things a lot easier when going out, he replied. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, understanding the convenience of having such an identity in dealing with the outside world. She had heard of the Jiang family's power. Compared to them, her Lin family seemed almost laughable. What brings you to a banquet like this? Jiang Che asked, curious. In the original story, Lin Xian would never attend such events. Just bored tonight, so I thought I'd come and have a look, she replied with a smile. She had spent the afternoon playing the guqin at home and was feeling a bit bored, so she accepted Wang Xiao's invitation to the banquet. Young Master Jiang, Miss Lin, Wang Xiao approached them as Jiang Che was casually chatting with Lin Xian. Is there something you need? Nothing in particular. There's someone playing the piano over there, and I was wondering if young Master Jiang might be interested, Wang Xiao said with a smile. Someone's playing the piano. Jiang Che's interest was piqued. Most of these second-generation rich kids would be made to learn a few piano pieces by their families, but few played them well. Jiang Che, before transmigrating, also played the piano occasionally, one of his few hobbies. Shall we go have a look? He suggested to Lin Xian. Sure, I also like the piano. Maybe we'll even meet a piano master, and I can ask for some tips, Lin Xian replied cheerfully. Following Wang Xiao, Jiang Che and Lin Xian made their way to a corner of the banquet hall. A girl was playing a piano on the stage there, her delicate hands creating beautiful music that was quite pleasing to the ears. Jiang Che casually found a seat and sat down, attentively listening to the girl's piano playing. It's standard and decent, he commented. Lin Xian, intrigued by Jiang Che's critical remarks, asked, Oh, you understand piano too? Of course, and I'm quite accomplished in piano, Jiang Che responded, generously praising himself. Lin Xian, somewhat speechless, looked at Jiang Che and said, You're shameless. She wondered when this guy became such a brazen character. Jiang Che, raising an eyebrow, challenged, What, you don't believe me? He wasn't bragging. In his previous life, he had started learning the piano in his teens and played on and off for 10 years, achieving a high level of mastery. Of course, I don't believe you, unless you play for me, Lin Xian replied slyly, her bright eyes twinkling with mischief. I can play the piano, but I think there should be a bet, as I never do things lightly, Jiang Che proposed. Curious, Lin Xian asked, What do you want as a bet? She doubted Jiang Che could want anything from her, given her family background. If my piano playing can move you, then how about you let me kiss you? Jiang Che suggested, leaning closer and whispering in her ear. Lin Xian's ears visibly reddened, and her face flushed with embarrassment. She glared fiercely at Jiang Che and retorted, Pa, pervert, I will never agree to your request. What a pity then, Jiang Che sighed, sounding regretful as if Lin Xian missing out on his piano performance was a great loss. After a moment of thought, Lin Xian replied, I agree to your request, can you go and try now? Her teasing smile indicated she had regained her composure. She doubted Jiang Che could play anything that would resonate with her. "You said it yourself, don't go back on your word," he reminded her. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Che didn't delay further and walked straight to the stage. Sitting at the piano, he briefly adjusted the tone, then prepared to start playing. In his previous life, Jiang Che knew many pianists, but the one he truly admired, the only great musician he consistently favored, was the miracle of the music world, the world-class piano master Beethoven. Beethoven never married in his life. He was someone who deeply yearned for love, but ultimately lived and died alone, a tragic figure. The piece Jiang Che planned to play was the divine composition dedicated to Beethoven's beloved female student, Thérèse Malfatti, originally titled Für Thérèse, and later renamed by the publisher to Für Elise, one of the top 10 most romantic piano pieces in the world. Jiang Che was confident that such a piece would leave a ripple in Lin Xian's heart, sure he would win this bet. As he began to play, crisp and pleasant piano sounds burst from his fingertips, reverberating throughout the entire event venue. A melody full of deep affection yet tinged with sadness struck directly at everyone's hearts, immersing them in the music. After a long while, as the piece concluded, the audience took a long time to come back to their senses. "What piece is this? Why have I never heard of it before?" Lin Xian asked, visibly moved. She had some knowledge of the piano and was quite skilled, not at the level of world-class masters, but certainly better than the average person. "This is Für Elise, a piece I composed myself." "Of course, you haven't heard it," Jiang Che nonchalantly replied, unafraid of being questioned since there was no Beethoven in this world. "You can compose too." Lin Xian was genuinely shocked. Composing and playing the piano were not the same thing. To some extent, creating a good piano piece was much more challenging than playing one well. She had never imagined that not only was Jiang Che skilled at playing the piano, but he was also a composer. "That's not important, what's important is," Jiang Che continued, "Miss Lin, isn't it time you fulfilled your promise?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly teasing. What are you talking about? I never admitted to being moved," Lin Xian said, trying to sound calm but clearly flustered. Her evasive eyes made it obvious to any discerning observer that she was lying. "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Che raised his eyebrow, unsurprised by Lin Xian's denial. After all, she had spent the previous years in the mountains and had only returned to Linjiang City today. Given her somewhat introverted nature, she probably hadn't encountered many men, let alone had a boyfriend. But was Jiang Che so easily fooled? He walked directly over to Lin Xian and kissed her on the lips, completely ignoring the shocked expressions of the people around them. Wang Xiao tactfully turned his head away. Lin Xian weakly hit Jiang Che's shoulder with her delicate hand, but soon her resistance faded away. As Jiang Che finally released Lin Xiao, she lay powerless in his embrace. "Miss Lin, how do you feel?" Jiang Che asked with a teasing smile, seemingly pleased with himself for the kiss shared between them. "You're just a rogue." Lin Xiao struggled out of Jiang Che's arms, her voice tinged with anger. She was frustrated and surprised that her first kiss had been taken so unexpectedly by Jiang Che. "Miss Lin, don't slander a good person. This was a bet between us, I didn't take advantage of you. And this was my first kiss too," Jiang Che countered, speaking the truth. After his rebirth, this indeed was his first kiss. Lin Xiao was left speechless and frustrated by Jiang Che's words, her breathing becoming rapid with emotion. Jiang Che, somewhat surprised by her reaction, couldn't help but admire her spirited nature. With a cold huff, Lin Xiao turned and walked towards the door, leaving Jiang Che without trying to stop her. Wang Xiao, watching the scene, sighed with a mix of admiration and self-deprecation. "Jiang is truly bold. It's a pity I don't have his looks or talent to attract someone like Miss Lin." With his qualifications, it was not a problem for him to find a female internet celebrity or a popular celebrity. However, it was a little unrealistic for him to find a lady with a family similar to his. After all, his looks were there for all to see. Jiang Che glanced at him when he heard that. This guy wasn't modest at all. His looks were a little hard to compliment. If he were to find a woman who was after his money, there would be a lot of them. However, it would be difficult to find a woman who treated him with sincerity. After all, in this era, appearance was justice. "Well, if there's nothing else, I should be going," Jiang Che said, glancing at his watch and addressing Wang Xiaoji. His appearance at the event was solely to make an impression among the wealthy second generation, and meeting Lin Xiao was an unexpected bonus. It was almost 10 p.m., and he was ready to head home. He didn't like staying up late, it wasn't good for his treasure, the key to his future happiness. Take care, young Master Jiang. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke the next morning. Jiang Che leisurely opened his eyes and said, "System, open my personal attribute panel." Host: Jiang Che. Identity: eldest young master of the Jiang family. Martial arts: limitless pure yang. Cultivation: early stage of dark energy. Villain points: 3000. Personal items: none. How many villain points are needed for the lottery? Jiang Che asked curiously, remembering the system's lottery feature. The lottery is divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels, the system replied. Basic lottery costs 1000 villain points per draw, intermediate lottery costs 5000 points per draw, and advanced lottery costs 10,000 points per draw. What can I win in the lottery? Anything under the heavens. Let's try a basic draw then, Jiang Che said, full of anticipation. Beep, drawing now. Beep, congratulations, host. You have obtained a human infant gas bag times 100. He was puzzled, looking at the box that had appeared in his hand. Why would he need such a thing, being the most eligible bachelor in Linjiang City? Draw 2 more times. Beep, congratulations, host. You have obtained a marrow cleansing pill times 1 known for its miraculous effects on cleansing and rejuvenating the marrow. Beep, congratulations, host. You have obtained the Azure Dust technique, which can be cultivated to the peak of Qi transformation. This technique is extremely yin and soft, suitable only for women. Satisfied with the marrow cleansing pill and Qing Chen Ju, Jiang Che nodded in approval. These items, although not useful for him, could be given to his little maid. With this thought, Jiang Che went downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, Qing was preparing Jiang Che's breakfast, serving dishes like lotus seed porridge and lobster buns. Young master, you're awake, she greeted him happily. Jiang Che replied, observing his little maid. She had a picturesque appearance, fair skin, red lips, white teeth, curved eyebrows, and was dressed in a JK skirt with white stockings. Her beauty was on par with that of main female characters in stories. Jiang Che couldn't understand how his predecessor had ignored her, but this worked to his advantage. I've prepared lotus seed porridge for you, eat it while it's hot. No rush, Qing, come here, Jiang Che said, sitting on the sofa and beckoning her over. Young master, what is it? Qing approached, looking puzzled. Come closer. Jiang Che suddenly pulled her into his embrace, gently inhaling her fragrance. Young master Qing was caught off guard by his sudden movement but didn't resist, though she stammered and blushed, as Jiang Che had never behaved this way with her before. Do you want to learn martial arts? Qing, Jiang Che asked earnestly. Martial arts? Qing was confused. She was just Jiang Che's little maid, sent to him at 15, and now only 19, unaware of the existence of martial arts in the world. It's like in TV shows, where skilled martial artists can walk on walls and kill from a distance, Jiang Che patiently explained. Can I really learn martial arts? Qing asked, intrigued, knowing her young master's prestigious status. If you want to, of course, Jiang Che smiled. But training in martial arts can be tough and time-consuming. Then I won't learn, Qing decisively said. Why? Jiang Che curiously asked, not understanding her abrupt refusal. If I practice martial arts, then I won't have time to cook for the young master. Just because of that, Jiang Che was both touched and amused by her response. Silly girl, practicing martial arts doesn't mean you won't have time to cook, Jiang Che reassured Qing. Moreover, training in martial arts can make your body more flexible and to some extent, even preserve your youth. Really? Qing blinked her large eyes in disbelief. Of course, it's true. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Che said with a light chuckle. Then I'll train. I want to learn martial arts to protect you in the future, Qing declared earnestly. Her world was small, confined only to her young master. You're such a good girl, Jiang Che affectionately patted Qing's head, appreciating having a thoughtful and obedient maid by his side. Take this, he said, handing her the marrow cleansing pill from his system space. What's this? Qing asked curiously, looking at the pill, the size of a longan, shining golden in her hand. This is a marrow cleansing pill. It will remove impurities from your body, enhance your aptitude, and make your martial arts training more effective. Eat it. Okay. Without hesitation, Qing swallowed the pill. Young master, it's itchy. Almost immediately after swallowing the pill, Qing felt an itching sensation all over her body. Unstoppable, the pill was enhancing her constitution. You should go to the bathroom, Jiang Che suggested, suddenly remembering the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. Why the bathroom? Ah Ching asked, puzzled. Jiang Che didn't explain further but simply handed her a mirror. Looking at her reflection, Ah Ching let out a yelp and rushed into the bathroom. An hour later, Ah Ching came out of the bathroom in fresh clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment. She never expected to have such an awkward moment in front of Jiang Che. The pill seems effective, Jiang Che noted, seeing Ah Ching looking more radiant than before, her skin visibly fairer. Here is the azure dust technique. Let me start teaching you how to cultivate it. Handing the technique to Ah Ching, Jiang Che began to instruct her in cultivation. The system had transferred not only the cultivation levels but also all the insights and understandings to him, as if he had experienced the cultivation himself. Focus and calm your mind, empty your thoughts. Jiang Che started guiding Ah Ching through the initial steps. Young master, I think I can feel the qi you mentioned. 3 hours later, Ah Ching opened her eyes, smiling joyfully at Jiang Che. Good, you're quite talented, Jiang Che praised generously. Hee, thank you for the compliment, young master. Ah Ching's smile grew brighter, cherishing every word of praise from Jiang Che. You've got the basics of the cultivation technique. Just follow the method outlined in it from now on. Okay, young master. Ah Ching responded eagerly. Oh no, the food has gone cold. I'll go and heat it up for you, she suddenly realized, quickly rushing into the kitchen. Ah Ching, come with me for a moment, Jiang Che said after finishing his meal, watching Ah Ching clean up. He then headed upstairs. Young master, what is it? Ah Ching followed Jiang Che to his bedroom, looking puzzled. Nothing serious, I just noticed something special about your constitution while you were training. My constitution? What about it? Your body tends to be cold. I happen to know some techniques that can help with that. Cold constitution, how do you treat it? Just sit on my bed and take off your shoes. Oh, Ah Ching paused, slightly baffled, but then obediently sat on the edge of the bed and removed her shoes, revealing her feet wrapped in white stockings. Jiang Che took a deep breath and approached the bed, beginning to apply his knowledge of blood circulation and stasis removal techniques to help dispel the coldness from Ah Ching's body. Young master, it tickles. Ah Ching blushed, whispering in a voice as fine as a mosquito's. Bear with it a bit longer, it's the cold being expelled from your body. It'll be over soon. That's enough for today. The cold has been in your body for too long, it can't be expelled overnight. We'll need several more sessions, Jiang Che said after a while, withdrawing his hands. Looking at the shy and blushing girl, he felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected Ah Ching to have such a unique constitution, realizing he would have to treat her many times, perhaps 100 or 80 times to fully cure her. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Rest a bit longer, Jiang Che said, patting Ah Ching's head gently before leaving the room. Why does the young master have such a hobby? Ah Ching muttered to herself, blushing as she looked at her slightly wrinkled white stockings after Jiang Che left. At Linjiang City's train station, a young man in coarse hemp clothes stepped off the train, looking somewhat dazed and complex at the sight of the tall buildings before him. 7 years I have returned. Ye Chen gazed at the surrounding buildings, his face filled with reminiscence. At the age of 13, a terrible fire broke out in the Yi family, claiming the lives of dozens of family members, leaving him as the sole survivor. He fell from grace, going from the privileged young master of the Yi family to a destitute stray. Fortunately, he survived and was taken to Fengming Mountain by Shen Qingqiu, a senior martial sister who was down the mountain for experience. After hearing his story, moved by compassion, she brought him back to learn martial arts, where he stayed for 7 years. I must uncover the truth behind the Yi family's demise and make those responsible pay. Yi Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a raging determination. He was no longer the naive child he once was, he knew someone had orchestrated the Yi family's disaster. Countless times, the faces of his deceased family members appeared in his dreams, urging him to avenge them. I must stay calm, I need to keep my composure. Yi Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within him, his face returning to a cheerful smile. I wonder how my senior sister is doing. After a year of not seeing her, thoughts of Shen Qingqiu's unparalleled beauty stirred his heart. Without her, he wouldn't be who he was today. He felt immense gratitude towards Shen Qingqiu and harbored some other feelings as well. However, Shen Qingqiu's brilliance seemed out of reach. Despite relentlessly pursuing her, he had never managed to catch up, so he kept his feelings buried deep within. But now, having broken through to the innate realm, he finally felt confident enough to stand before her. Master, I am going to the Shen residence. At the Shen family compound, Ye Chen got out of the taxi and walked towards the entrance but was quickly stopped by the security guard. Sir, this is the Shen family compound. Entry is not permitted without an invitation, the guard said politely, maintaining his professionalism despite Ye Chen's shabby appearance. I am here to see your young mistress. I am her junior brother, Ye Chen replied with a smile. Are you Ye Chen by any chance? The guard asked, looking a bit puzzled. Shen Qingqiu had mentioned that her junior brother named Ye Chen would be visiting her. Yes, I am Ye Chen. It seems my senior sister has already informed you. The young mistress instructed us that if you come, you should go to the Bihai Flower Villa to find her. She is currently living there, not at the Shen family residence. Bihai Flower Villa, I got it, thank you. Ye Chen nodded and thanked the security guard before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Yi. The young mistress might not be at the Bihai Flower Villa at this time, she's probably at the corporation. Alright, got it. Ye Chen waved his hand and walked away without looking back, soon disappearing from the guard's sight. Arriving at the Shen Corporation building in a taxi, Ye Chen stepped out and looked up at the signboard before heading towards the entrance. However, he was quickly stopped again. You don't seem to be an employee of our Shen Corporation. Please show your employee ID, the guard said disdainfully, skeptical of Ye Chen's rural appearance. Ye Chen, stopped again, felt a surge of anger. As a cultivator in the early innate realm, he wasn't accustomed to such treatment, but considering this was his senior sister's company, he tried to suppress his anger. I am Shen Qingqiu's junior brother, here to see her today. Your President Shen's junior brother. The guard burst into laughter as if he'd heard a great joke. You, a country bumpkin, are President Shen's junior brother. I claim to be her junior brother too. Better leave now, or I'll have to remove you. Disdain filled the guard's voice. Ye Chen was the fifth person claiming to be the president's junior brother in recent days, and the guard didn't believe him at all. Ye Chen trembled with anger, wanting to tear the guard's mouth apart for disrespect. What? You, leave now, or I'll remove you. The guard, growing impatient, called over a few colleagues, and they approached Ye Chen with batons. HMPH, so presumptuous. Ye Chen coldly sneered, finding a reason to teach these men a lesson. He quickly subdued the guards, throwing punches and kicks, but held back his strength as he was aware that killing could lead to jail in this country. Soon, the area was filled with cries of pain. Amidst the chorus of pained cries, the security guards were quickly overpowered by Ye Chen, their faces battered and swollen. Please stop, grandfather, I know I was wrong. The chief of security begged, clutching his swollen face, looking utterly pitiful. Learn your lesson about judging people by their appearance. Dare to do it again. Ye Chen, having vented his frustration, withdrew, coldly eyeing the guards. He knew the limits of what he could do in public. After all, this was the Zhou state, and he couldn't afford to go too far. I won't dare again. The chief whimpered, a shadow of his former imposing self. The commotion at the entrance of the Shen Corporation quickly alerted the higher-ups. A woman in her 40s, dressed in an office outfit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, came out from the building. She had a stern look that commanded respect. What happened here? She inquired, approaching the chief of security. Seeing his bruised face, she frowned in confusion. Manager Liu, this man claims to be President Shen's junior brother and wanted to see her, the chief explained tearfully. But with President Shen's busy schedule, she hardly has time for such people. I stopped him, and then he beat us up. Your President Shen's junior brother? Manager Liu asked Ye Chen, somewhat surprised. Shen Qingqiu had indeed mentioned to the executives that her junior brother would be visiting. Yes, I am her junior brother, Ye Chen replied confidently. Despite his current humble status, he believed in his extraordinary abilities and was sure he would carve out his own place in Linjiang City soon. Manager Liu looked at Ye Chen, taken aback. His rural attire clearly indicated his humble background, but he didn't exude the typical self-consciousness of someone from the countryside. Instead, he seemed confident and self-assured. If you are indeed President Shen's junior brother, then come with me, said Manager Liu, not questioning further. She led the way inside, with Ye Chen following closely behind. She wasn't particularly concerned about the possibility of Ye Chen being an imposter. She knew President Shen wasn't someone just anyone could falsely claim a connection with. If Ye Chen turned out to be a fraud, he would face the consequences. Thus, Ye Chen entered the Shen Corporation building, passing by the bewildered security guards. On the 16th floor of the Shen Corporation building, Manager Lu knocked on Shen Qingqiu's office door. "President, a man claiming to be your junior brother is here to see you." "Let him in," came the response. As the office door opened, Ye Chen laid eyes on Shen Qingqiu, the person he had longed to see. She sat at her desk in a body-hugging skirt, a departure from her usual attire, working on some documents. Sister Ye Chen began, visibly moved. He seemed to have 1,000 words to say but couldn't find the right ones. You're here. Master must have permitted you to leave the mountain, which means you've broken through to the innate realm, Shen Qingqiu said, looking up at him. Yes, I've now reached the innate level of cultivation, Ye Chen replied, scratching his head awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed. He always thought of himself as a martial arts prodigy, but he paled in comparison to his senior sister, who was an entire realm ahead of him despite only starting a year earlier. How has Master been recently? Master is as usual, mostly spending time in cultivation, and has now broken through. Is that so then? I'll have to congratulate Master. Shen Qingqiu responded coldly, maintaining her usual icy demeanor even towards her junior brother. Ye Chen wasn't surprised by her attitude, he knew her personality well. During his 7 years on the mountain, he had rarely seen her smile. The last time he saw her smile was when she had just broken through to a higher level of cultivation. Ye Chen had been there at that moment, completely captivated by her smile. It was then that he resolved to dedicate himself to his cultivation, to be worthy of standing beside her. What do you plan to do after coming down the mountain? Shen Qingqiu asked without looking up, her tone still cold and distant. I don't really know. I just want to slowly investigate the truth behind the extermination of my family, the Yi family, Ye Chen replied with a bitter smile. After being disconnected from the world for 7 years, he felt uncertain about his future. Why don't you join our corporation as the head of security? Shen Qingqiu suggested after a pause. You'll have food and accommodation, and I'll give you a salary of 20,000 a month. Shen Qingqiu's offer to make Ye Chen the head of security was a considered decision. Knowing he lacked formal education and technical skills, she believed this was a role he could handle. Besides, a salary of 20,000 was much higher than the market rate for such a position. Ye Chen hesitated, wanting to refuse but lacking a good reason. He knew his lack of formal education made it difficult to find a job in Linjiang City. So, are you unwilling? Shen Qingqiu asked, her eyebrows knitting together as she looked at Ye Chen with a cold gaze. I am willing, of course, Ye Chen quickly replied, choosing to ignore Shen Qingqiu's icy demeanor. Good. Manager Lu, please help him with the onboarding process, Shen Qingqiu instructed. Following Manager Lu, Ye Chen reluctantly returned to the entrance of the Shen Corporation. From today onwards, he will be your captain. Manager Lu introduced Ye Chen to the group of security guards, then left to attend to her other duties. Ye Chen looked at the guards coldly, still harboring resentment from their earlier confrontation. One of the guards, who had been beaten by Ye Chen and still bore the bruises on his face, approached him with a fawning smile. Captain, I apologize for earlier. Let's not hold grudges over the past misunderstanding. Ye Chen glanced at him and replied dismissively, forget it, I can't be bothered with you. He then sat down and began to casually observe and comment on the girls passing by on the street. Not bad. Wow, look at those legs. Master, we've arrived, Along announced, waking up Jiang Che, who had been napping in the back seat of the Maybach. He handed Jiang Che the roses he had purchased. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, took the roses from Along, and then got out of the car, with Along following closely behind. Ding, Protagonist aura detected, gathering information. Information collection complete. Would the host like to view it? Just as Jiang Che approached the entrance of Shen Corporation, he heard the system's notification and paused. The protagonist, you mean Ye Chen? Jiang Che inquired. Yes, host. Ye Chen is currently near you, the system confirmed. View, Jiang Che commanded mentally and began to scan his surroundings, searching for Ye Chen. Protagonist, Ye Chen. Cultivation, early innate stage. Skills, master level medical skills, intermediate alchemy skills are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, god level. Luck value, 10,000. Upcoming opportunities, purchase an ancient sword at an auction, acquire an ancient medicinal pill, successfully refine a great restoration pill through analysis, resulting in a sudden surge in cultivation level. In 5 days, win a significant amount of money gambling, earning the appreciation of his third senior sister, Jiang Che. Ding, protagonist information detected, system issuing a task. Eliminate the son of luck, Ye Chen. Time limit, none. Reward, unknown. Listening to the system's lengthy notifications, Jiang Che was taken aback. System, what is this destiny thing? Destiny is exclusive to the protagonist. The higher the destiny points, the better the luck. To some extent, it is protected by the heavenly Tao, turning misfortune into fortune. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully, understanding why protagonists always seem to emerge unscathed from dangers, protected by this elusive concept of destiny. Every time you interfere with Ye Chen's opportunities, it weakens his destiny points. The system will reward the host with villain points for each interference. Can it really be played like that? Jiang Che's eyes lit up, looking excitedly at Ye Chen, who was sitting nearby with a lecherous look. Jiang Che had been wondering how to surpass Ye Chen in cultivation in a short time, but now it seemed he no longer needed to worry about that. By continuously intercepting Ye Chen's opportunities and creating troubles for him, Ye Chen would naturally not be able to level up as quickly. Ye Chen, feeling Jiang Che's gaze, leisurely turned his head towards him. Seeing Ye Chen turn his head, Jiang Che retracted his gaze and walked inside with a long. "Hey, fatty, come here," Ye Chen called the chubby security guard over as he watched Jiang Che walk away. "Captain, what's up?" The guard approached Ye Chen, a sycophantic smile on his face. "Who is that man who just went in?" Ye Chen asked, puzzled. For some reason, he felt an innate hostility towards the man he had just seen. "You mean Jiang Che, captain, don't you know him?" The guard looked at Ye Chen oddly. "Wasn't he President Shen's junior brother? Didn't he know about her fiancée?" "What do you mean?" Ye Chen was even more confused. He had just come down the mountain, how could he possibly know the man? "He's President Shen, your senior sister's fiancé," the guard said with a sigh. "Perhaps only someone like him is worthy of our President Shen." What? Ye Chen was stunned, then completely baffled. His senior sister had a fiancé. He had never heard about it before. And what did that make him? "Captain, didn't you know about this?" The guard looked at Ye Chen oddly, his expression turning somewhat disdainful. Although Ye Chen was a skilled fighter, he was nothing compared to Jiang Che. In terms of family background, education, connections, and looks, Ye Chen couldn't hold a candle to Jiang Che. Did he really think he could aspire to someone like Shen Qingqiu? Lost in his confusion, Ye Chen didn't notice the guard's disdainful look. "No, I must go and see what's happening." He hurried to the 16th floor. On the 16th floor of Shen Corporation, Jiang Che, accompanied by Long, entered Shen Qingqiu's office without even knocking. Shen Qingqiu frowned at the interruption but softened when she saw it was Jiang Che. "Why are you here?" "I missed you, so I came to see you," Jiang Che replied nonchalantly, placing the roses on her desk. "Aren't you supposed to be in class today?" Shen Qingqiu didn't make a big deal out of it. After all, Jiang Che was her fiancé, and she didn't think he was frivolous. Marrying him would bring immense benefits to her family. In her position, marriage wasn't something she could decide on her own. Having enjoyed the privileges of her family, she felt obligated to repay them. Moreover, she didn't dislike Jiang Che. They had grown up together, and he was more responsible than other wealthy heirs. Perhaps this was the best outcome for her, considering how many women in Linjiang City desired Jiang Che but never had a chance. "No, it's almost holiday time, and I don't feel like going to school anymore. I've been staying at home these past few days," Jiang Che said. "What are you busy with?" He was curious. He had visited Shen Qingqiu a few times recently and enjoyed her company. Maybe it was because he was her fiancé, or perhaps she remembered their childhood together, but she wasn't as cold with him as she was with others. This had always intrigued Jiang Che, especially since in the original story, Ye Chen struggled for over 10,000 chapters to win over his senior sister, leading Jiang Che to think Shen Qingqiu was somewhat odd. "Not much, just dealing with some company documents. After all, I am now the president of the Shen Corporation, and I have to do some work," Shen Qingqiu replied, her tone softer than usual. She didn't really want to be the president. She would have preferred to quietly practice martial arts at home, but she couldn't refuse her father's wishes. "You look good in that outfit," Jiang Che commented, observing her attire, a pencil skirt, white blouse, and black high heels, a perfect urban beauty look that accentuated her figure. Noticing Jiang Che's gaze, Shen Qingqiu gave him a reproachful look but didn't say anything. After all, he He was her fiancé, and if he wanted to look, let him look. How do you feel about being a president? Not great. I don't want to be one, Shen Qingqiu replied. As Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu were casually chatting, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Ye Chen entered in a hurry. Don't you know how to knock? Shen Qingqiu's expression immediately cooled, visibly displeased with Ye Chen. He wasn't someone special to her, so she didn't afford him any privileges. Ye Chen hesitated, taken aback by her questioning look. He couldn't really say he was worried about her safety and barged in, could he? That would seem implausible, especially since Shen Qingqiu was far stronger than him. Jiang Che watched Ye Chen with interest, feeling somewhat triumphant. It seemed the protagonist didn't carry much weight in Shen Qingqiu's presence. I saw someone entering your office, sister, and was worried he might harbor ill intentions towards you, so I followed, Ye Chen said, his eyes darting around evasively. Harbor ill intentions towards me? Shen Qingqiu almost laughed. Why would Jiang Che, her fiancé, have any malicious intent towards her? Moreover, she was a skilled transformation-level martial artist, and an ordinary person like Jiang Che couldn't harm her. Unknown to her, Jiang Che's cultivation level was hidden by the system, making him appear as an ordinary person in her eyes. This is my fiancé, Jiang Che. You can call him brother-in-law, Shen Qingqiu introduced. And this is my junior brother, Ye Chen. Shen Qingqiu didn't want to argue with Ye Chen over such a trivial matter. After all, she was his senior sister and wouldn't lose her temper over this. Hello, I am Jiang Che, Jiang Che said, extending a hand with a smile, showing goodwill. Hello, I am Ye Chen. Ye Chen hesitated but still shook hands with Jiang Che. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Shen Qingqiu, whom he admired. However, the fleeting hostility in his eyes didn't escape Jiang Che's notice. Jiang Che wasn't surprised. To Ye Chen, Shen Qingqiu was his woman, and it was natural for him to feel uncomfortable seeing her close to another man. That's enough. You should go to work now, especially on your first day. Don't leave a bad impression, Shen Qingqiu said, effectively dismissing Ye Chen, though her tone was gentler due to their relationship as fellow disciples. Ye Chen glanced at Jiang Che and left without saying more. How about we go for dinner together later? Jiang Che suggested, noting it was already 7 p.m. Give me 10 minutes, Shen Qingqiu replied, then buried herself in her paperwork. Jiang Che watched her work for a while, thinking how attractive she looked while focused. Eventually, he quietly left her office to have a cigarette in the corridor. Master, that guy just now seemed quite hostile towards you, Along said, approaching Jiang Che as soon as they stepped out of the office. How do you know that? Jiang Che asked, surprised. He had sensed the murderous intent in Ye Chen's eyes as he left. That kid looked at you with quite a bit of hostility. Plus, he has a high level of cultivation, Along observed. You can tell he has cultivation? Jiang Che asked Along with curiosity, taking a deeper look at him. System, can I check Along's cultivation level? Of course, you can. Show me Along's cultivation. Ding, Along is currently at the peak of the dark energy stage. You're a peak dark energy master? Jiang Che looked at Along, surprised. He hadn't expected Along to have cultivation, as he had never revealed it and always seemed to be hiding it. Master, please forgive me. It wasn't my intention to conceal this. Your mother didn't want you to be involved in these matters, Along said apologetically, bowing his head. Jiang Che realized that his stepmother had been intentionally keeping this from him, but he knew it was for his protection. It's all right, you don't have to blame yourself. This isn't really about you, he said, patting Along on the shoulder, not wanting to make a big deal of it. Thank you, Master, Along said, touched. He had found Jiang Che to be a very approachable person who didn't hold grudges over minor issues. This reinforced Along's resolve to follow Jiang Che loyally. Let's go, Shen Qingqiu said as she walked out of her office about 10 minutes later. Where do you want to eat? Wherever you want to go. How about at Moonlight Under the Sea, Light Above the Sky? Jiang Che suggested. Moonlight Under the Sea, Light Above the Sky. Shen Qingqiu's interest was piqued. She had heard of this restaurant. It's not easy for ordinary people to get in, but with their status, it was easy. The restaurant, built under the sea and only open to couples, was a unique place. Let's go there then. I've never eaten under the sea, she agreed. All right, let's go. Jiang Che smiled, taking Shen Qingqiu's delicate hand in his. She struggled a bit but then stopped, not wanting to hurt him as he was just an ordinary person without martial prowess. Along silently followed them out of the Shen Corporation, accompanying them on their dinner outing. Sister, where are you going? At the entrance of Shen Corporation, Ye Chen's face darkened as he saw Shen Qingqiu and Jiang Che holding hands. He hurried over as Shen Qingqiu was about to get into Jiang Che's Maibach. I'm going out for dinner, Shen Qingqiu said coldly, visibly getting impatient. She wondered what was going on with her junior brother today. Why was he making such a fuss about her going out? Did she need to report her whereabouts to him? I want to come with you, Ye Chen quickly said. No, I'm going on a date. Why would you come along? Shen Qingqiu replied irritably. Without waiting for Ye Chen's response, she got into the Maibach. Jiang Che gave Ye Chen a mocking look before also getting in, and Along drove off, leaving Ye Chen standing there, dumbfounded. Fatty, lend me some money. I need to follow them, Ye Chen said to the chubby security guard, seeming desperate. Despite knowing that his senior sister was a powerful cultivator, he felt uneasy about Jiang Che. The guard looked at Ye Chen's anxious expression and handed him 100 yuan without saying much. Taking the money, Ye Chen quickly hailed a taxi and followed them. At 8 in the evening, the city lights began to glow. At a port in Linjiang, Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu got out of the car. Where is the restaurant? Shen Qingqiu asked, looking around the dark seaside. It should be over there, let's go check, Jiang Che said, pointing towards a distant light, though he wasn't sure himself. He had never been to this place before. See, I told you it's here, Jiang Che said with a smile as they approached a small house with lights on by the port. Sir, you cannot enter without a reservation, a waiter said apologetically as they entered the small house. This is Jiang Che from the Jiang family, and this lady is Miss Shen from the Shen family. Can we go in now? Along interjected. The waiter paused, looking up at Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu. Jiang Che had become quite a topic of conversation lately, especially after his appearance at a recent social event, and many people had heard of the mysterious young master. Many young elites frequented this place, so the waiter had heard of Jiang Che. As for Shen Qingqiu, since becoming the president of Shen Corporation, she had gained the title of the most beautiful president in Linjiang. The waiter momentarily lost himself in her stunning beauty before quickly lowering his gaze, not daring to look again. Rumored to be an ice queen uninterested in men, Shen Qingqiu's close relationship with Jiang Che surely wasn't simple. Knowing both were untouchable figures, the waiter didn't want to risk offending them. Please wait a moment, young Master Jiang and Miss Shen. I'll inform the staff downstairs. They've just finished their shift and are packing up, the waiter said, calling someone on his phone to arrange for their stay. This was a privilege of power and influence, unavailable to ordinary people. Even regular elites couldn't easily get such treatment at this exclusive restaurant. After hanging up, the waiter opened a door behind him and gestured for them to enter. Please wait here, I'll go in with Qingqiu, Jiang Che told Along, then took Shen Qingqiu's hand and walked in. They walked side by side through a transparent acrylic tunnel, about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, extending 6 meters under the sea. A waiter, already waiting inside, greeted them warmly. Welcome, young Master Jiang and President Shen, to Moonlight Under the Sea, light above the sky. We offer delicacies like caviar and Australian lobster, paired with a unique undersea view for a one-of-a-kind experience. We'll have your signature dishes, Jiang Che requested. After the waiter left, Jiang Che looked around the restaurant. It was about 50 square meters with only 12 tables. The deep, dark sea visible through the transparent walls added a sense of profound fear to the ambiance. About 15 minutes later, the waiter brought various dishes to their table, along with a thoughtful gift of wine. Young Master Jiang, this 1976 vintage Lepay wine is a gesture from our boss, offered for your and President Shen's dining pleasure, the waiter explained courteously. Appreciated, Jiang Che responded with a smile. Although not a wine connoisseur, he recognized the value of this rare and priceless 1976 Lepay wine. Would you like a drink? Jiang Che opened the bottle of wine and smiled at Shen Qingqiu. Okay, Shen Qingqiu hesitated before agreeing. She didn't particularly enjoy red wine but didn't want to spoil Jiang Che's mood. How was your life in the mountains these years? Jiang Che asked after sipping the wine. It was okay. Mostly practicing martial arts, watering flowers, and playing the piano, Shen Qingqiu replied, taking a small sip of wine, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was only her second time drinking since returning to Linjiang City over a year ago. Why did you suddenly decide to learn martial arts? Jiang Che inquired curiously. It was my grandfather's idea. He said the Shen family would eventually be under my control, and it's good to have some martial skills. So, I went to Fengming Mountain and stayed for 8 years, Shen Qingqiu said, reflecting on her time there. During those years, she occasionally thought of Jiang Che, and as they spent more time together, the feelings she had buried deep in her heart began to resurface. She looked at Jiang Che's handsome profile, her expression slightly dazed. What about you, brother Xiao Che? How have you been these years? Jiang Che was somewhat surprised by Shen Qingqiu's address, reminiscent of their younger days. I guess everything was pretty standard for me. My life was all arranged, and I didn't have to worry about anything, he replied with a resigned smile. Shen Qingqiu fell silent, understanding that being born into a prominent family often meant having little control over one's life. She thought Jiang Che was different, but it seemed they were similar in this respect. Little did she know that Jiang Che's words were meant to resonate with her. Have you met a girl who truly moved your heart in these years? Shen Qingqiu asked curiously. Yes, Jiang Che replied, taking another sip of wine. Why didn't you keep in touch? Shen Qingqiu asked, feeling somewhat disappointed after hearing Jiang Che's response. Her heart felt a tinge of sadness. I wanted to, but I couldn't, Jiang Che replied. Why not? Shen Qingqiu was puzzled. Because she hasn't been in Linjiang City all these years, Jiang Che said, looking deeply at Shen Qingqiu. He wasn't lying, his previous self had never been in a relationship, always waiting for Shen Qingqiu. But Jiang Che himself wouldn't have done the same. He would have enjoyed his life more freely than his predecessor. Even if Shen Qingqiu was exceptionally beautiful, he wouldn't forsake all other possibilities for her alone. That wasn't his style, neither in the past nor would it be in the future. Realizing what Jiang Che implied, Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed with a sudden bloom of shyness, and the atmosphere became instantly charged with a hint of romance. Near the banks of the Linjiang River, under a sparsely starlit sky, Ye Chen stepped out of the taxi and began using his internal energy to search for Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu. Where are they? I clearly saw them heading in this direction, Ye Chen muttered, growing increasingly restless as he couldn't find them. Why are their lights on by the dock at this hour? He walked towards the light, puzzled. Upon reaching the small cabin, he saw the bodyguard who had been with Jiang Che earlier. The bodyguard was chatting with another man. Since he was there, Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu must be nearby. Where is my sister? Ye Chen demanded from Along, his tone harsh. Who's your sister? How should I know? Along, annoyed at being interrupted from his bragging to the waiter, retorted. It's Shen Qingqiu, the woman with Jiang Che. Where are they now? Ye Chen inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself. Want to know? Call me, Dad, and I'll tell you, Along chuckled mischievously, intending to provoke Ye Chen. Furious at being humiliated, Ye Chen, a formidable innate expert, couldn't tolerate such insult. He could tell Along had martial skills, but he wasn't afraid. In a swift move, Ye Chen lunged at Along with a strike, but Along dodged agilely. The spot where Ye Chen had aimed now had a deep crater about 50 centimeters deep, shocking the nearby waiter. Is this a movie? How can someone be so powerful? The waiter thought, stunned. Why so angry? Didn't your father teach you to be kind to others? Along scolded as he stared at the deep pit at his feet, cursing under his breath. He was lucky to have dodged Ye Chen's fierce attack. You're asking for it. Along's mention of Ye Chen's father only fueled Ye Chen's rage. He wouldn't tolerate any disrespect towards his late father. Without holding back, Ye Chen swiftly moved beside Along and aimed a punch at his abdomen. Along narrowly evaded the attack, understanding the gravity of the situation. Angered by Ye Chen's unprovoked violence, Along unleashed his full strength, channeling his internal energy into his legs and aiming a kick at Ye Chen's head. Under the dark night sky, with waves crashing against the dock, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Soon, Along was evidently outmatched due to Ye Chen's superior cultivation level. The gap between the dark energy realm and the innate realm was an insurmountable gulf. It's getting late, I should take you home, Jiang Che suggested to Shen Qingqiu at Hai Du Tian Shangguang restaurant, noting it was already 10 o'clock. Shen Qingqiu, not having used her internal energy to sober up, was slightly tipsy. Okay, Shen Qingqiu replied obediently, her cheeks flushed like a docile kitten, looking utterly adorable. Waiter, the check please, Jiang Che called out. The waiter promptly arrived, beaming. Young Master Jiang, our boss has said this meal is on him. It's his treat for you, the waiter informed. Tell your boss I owe him a favor, Jiang Che said, not dwelling on the matter. He gently supported a somewhat inebriated Shen Qingqiu and headed for the exit. Young Master Jiang, please take care. What's that fighting noise? As Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu approached the small cabin, they heard sounds of a scuffle outside. A sense of foreboding struck Jiang Che, and he hurriedly opened the door. Shen Qingqiu sobered up a bit in the cold sea breeze. On seeing Ye Chen and Along fighting on the beach, she was baffled. Why were these two fighting? Ye Chen, stop it, Shen Qingqiu demanded angrily. Senior sister, are you all right? Ye Chen stopped fighting and looked relieved to see Shen Qingqiu. What are you trying to do? Shen Qingqiu asked, visibly annoyed. She couldn't understand why Ye Chen would follow them here, let alone start a fight with Jiang Che's bodyguard. I was just worried about senior sister being harmed by some villain, Ye Chen replied, clearly not expecting Shen Qingqiu to be so angry. Do you have a persecution complex or something? Shen Qingqiu was almost amused by Ye Chen's absurd behavior. She couldn't fathom why he would think she, of all people, needed protection. As the Shen family's young mistress with formidable martial skills, who would dare to harm her? Even if I were attacked, the assailant would be more powerful than me. What help could you possibly offer? Shen Qingqiu's pointed question left Ye Chen speechless. He wanted to accuse Jiang Che of harboring ill intentions towards her, but he couldn't voice this without evidence. Along, what exactly happened? Jiang Che looked at Along, signaling him with his eyes. Along, understanding the cue, feigned weakness and spoke, this guy came here demanding to see President Shen. I told him she was dining with you and asked him to wait, but he started beating me up without a word. Along then coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale and his lips trembling, as if enduring immense pain. Do you have anything else to say? Shen Qingqiu's gaze was icy as she looked at Ye Chen, truly baffled by her junior brother's behavior today. He's slandering me, he insulted me first, Ye Chen protested, feeling utterly aggrieved and frustrated. Slander? How do you explain his injuries then? Can you deny that you caused them? Shen Qingqiu pressed him further. Ye Chen was at a loss for words, feeling like a mute who had swallowed bitter herbs, full of suffering he couldn't express. Apologize to Along and Jiang Che, Shen Qingqiu said, taking a deep breath. Regardless of her anger, Ye Chen was her junior brother and her master's favorite disciple. She couldn't be too harsh on him. Ye Chen hesitated, clearly unwilling. What, you don't want to apologize? Shen Qingqiu glanced at him. Her cultivation power as a master of the transformation realm manifesting an invisible pressure that bore down on Ye Chen. Will Ye Chen broke into a sweat, his back soaked with cold perspiration. He realized Shen Qingqiu was truly angry, and if he didn't apologize, he might face a severe beating. Remembering something terrifying, Ye Chen involuntarily shivered. I'm sorry. Ye Chen, with his head bowed and gritted teeth, apologized to Along, but it was clear there was no sincerity in his words. Is that how you apologize to someone? Shen Qingqiu's eyes hardened, and her tone grew colder, her powerful internal energy palpably radiating around her. Jiang Che watched from a distance, slightly distancing himself from Shen Qingqiu, finding her quite intimidating at the moment. Ye Chen, startled by Shen Qingqiu's demeanor, hurriedly approached Along and began to apologize sincerely. Brother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked you without understanding the situation. Please don't hold it against me. Sure thing, sure thing. I usually don't hold grudges against kids, Along replied with a playful tone, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen clenched his fists tighter, realizing Along was faking his injuries. Ding, host has successfully orchestrated Ye Chen's public apology, causing a mental breakdown for Ye Chen. Luck value 1000, awarding host 2000 villain points. This works too. Jiang Che was somewhat baffled. It seemed he had overestimated Ye Chen. A man should be able to bend and stretch, but apologizing made Ye Chen lose his composure completely. He wondered how such a character became the protagonist. Brother Xiao Che, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not managing him properly. Shen Qingqiu turned to Jiang Che, her tone sincere, her cheeks flushed with apology. The incident with Ye Chen had sobered her up significantly. Along, this is a nourishing essence pill for healing your injuries. Please take it. Shen Qingqiu took out a small blue porcelain bottle and handed it to Along. This Along hesitated as he looked at Jiang Che, clearly wanting to accept the medicine but not daring to do so without Jiang Che's permission. Take it, it's what you deserve. You shouldn't have to suffer a beating for nothing, Jiang Che said. All right, thank you, President Shen. Along responded, promptly sitting down to meditate and recover after taking the medicine from Shen Qingqiu. Senior sister Ye Chen approached Shen Qingqiu, seeming to have something more to say. What else do you want? If there's nothing else, leave now. Shen Qingqiu spoke impatiently. She had completely lost any good feelings towards her junior brother. If not for their shared apprenticeship, she would have told him to leave a long time ago due to his constant troublemaking. But Ye Chen started. But what, haven't you caused enough trouble? Go back now. Shen Qingqiu's voice was icy, her gaze filled with a chilling sternness. It seemed as if she was ready to discipline her junior brother if he dared to utter a word of protest. All right. Ye Chen didn't dare to argue and turned to walk towards the roadside, his figure looking somewhat forlorn. Xiao Che, brother, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Shen Qingqiu turned to Jiang Che and asked. She was concerned that her behavior might have left a negative impression on Jiang Che, perhaps making him think she was too domineering. No, I think you're pretty cool, like a female knight, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head with a light-hearted laugh. He appreciated Shen Qingqiu's assertiveness. If she had been nothing more than a beautiful vase, it would have lowered his opinion of her. But as it turned out, Shen Qingqiu was not that kind of person. She possessed not only great martial skills and intelligence but also stunning beauty, rightfully earning the title of Linjiang's first beauty CEO. In the future, she might even be needed to maintain peace in his backyard. Stop teasing me. Shen Qingqiu playfully clung to Jiang Che's arm, acting coquettishly and persistently. I'll warn him about this tomorrow. He definitely won't do such things again, Shen Qingqiu promised Jiang Che. Does he really listen to you that much? Jiang Che asked curiously. He thought Ye Chen's behavior today was quite unusual since protagonists are typically fearless and defiant, not the type to apologize to a villain like him. Of course, I'm his senior sister. Not just him, my 6 junior sisters also listen to me, Shen Qingqiu said with a bit of pride. You have 6 junior sisters? Jiang Che feigned extreme surprise, though inside he wasn't particularly moved. He knew Shen Qingqiu had 6 junior sisters, and Lin Xiao was one of them. Yes, I'll introduce you to them sometime. For now, let's head home. I already called, someone should be here in about 5 minutes. Master. Soon after, a line of Bentleys parked at the roadside, and a group of men in black approached Jiang Che respectfully. Leave one car for us and take Ah Long to the hospital first for treatment, Jiang Che instructed, glancing at Ah Long, who was meditating. The pill Shen Qingqiu provided could only heal internal injuries, external injuries needed hospital treatment. Understood, Master. The men in black didn't hesitate. They quickly loaded Ah Long into one of the Bentleys and headed straight to the hospital. Let's go, Jiang Che said, leading Shen Qingqiu to the roadside where a Ferrari left by his bodyguard awaited them. Hold tight, Jiang Che warned, pressing the accelerator to the floor as soon as Shen Qingqiu was seated, speeding towards the city center. The late hour meant few other vehicles were on the road, allowing him to drive quickly. At a red light, Jiang Che glanced back at Shen Qingqiu and noticed her frowning in discomfort. What's wrong, do you feel dizzy? No, it's just that my feet hurt a bit. I'm not used to wearing high heels, Shen Qingqiu replied, shaking her head with a hint of annoyance. Your feet hurt, shall I take a look? Jiang Che offered casually. You know medical treatments? Shen Qingqiu asked, curious, as she wasn't aware of this skill of his. Not exactly, but I've learned some massage techniques in the past, Jiang Che explained. Let's not. You're driving, Shen Qingqiu declined, concerned about safety and not wanting to distract Jiang Che. Don't worry, trust my driving skills, Jiang Che reassured her with a smile. Just take off your shoes, and I'll check. Shen Qingqiu was taken aback, wondering if she had heard him correctly. Is this really okay? It's fine. I'm your fiancé, I won't do anything inappropriate. Besides, you don't want to keep hurting, right? Jiang Che reasoned seriously, as if a perfect gentleman. After some hesitation, Shen Qingqiu decided to follow Jiang Che's suggestion. As he said, he was her fiancé, so even if she ended up at a slight disadvantage, she was willing to accept it, since they would eventually marry. Shen Qingqiu slipped off her high heels, revealing her delicate feet wrapped in black silk. Jiang Che took a deep breath and, as the traffic light turned green, he showcased his skill in one-handed driving while attending to Shen Qingqiu's feet. Xiao Che, brother, is this the treatment you mentioned? Shen Qingqiu blushed, unsure if it was embarrassment or the effect of the wine. Yes, don't move around, Jiang Che instructed. But it feels a bit ticklish, Shen Qingqiu murmured softly, finding Jiang Che's treatment surprisingly pleasant. Does it feel better now? Jiang Che asked, smiling as he drove one-handed. It feels strange, but definitely better, Shen Qingqiu admitted. This is probably because I'm not used to high heels. A few more massages should help. Jiang Che continued his treatment, increasing the pressure slightly, which elicited playful protests from the beauty. Taking half an hour longer than usual, Jiang Che finally brought Shen Qingqiu back to the Beehive Flower Villa. All right, we're home. Jiang Che got out of the driver's seat first and then, like a true gentleman, opened the car door for Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu adjusted her slightly wrinkled black stockings before stepping out of the car. Xiao Che brother, thank you for taking me home. I'm going to rest now, she said before hurrying off to her villa, her back betraying a hint of fluster. Jiang Che smiled to himself, knowing that his relationship with Shen Qingqiu had deepened after this evening. When Jiang Che returned to Wolong Villa around 1 a.m., he found Ah Qing dozing off on the sofa in the living room. You're back, young master. Ah Qing woke up to Jiang Che's movements, greeting him with a happy expression. Why are you sleeping here? Jiang Che asked, puzzled. I was waiting for you to come home and accidentally fell asleep, Ah Qing said sheepishly, showing a bit of self-reproach. You silly girl, why wait for me? What if I didn't come back tonight? Would you have stayed on the couch all night? Jiang Che said, a tad exasperated. But, it's what I should do, Ah Qing softly countered. Don't do that again. It makes me worry, Jiang Che said as he walked over to her, gently patting her head with a tender tone. Okay, young master, Ah Qing blushed, feeling shy even though it wasn't the first time Jiang Che had patted her head. Did you practice your martial arts today? How do you feel? Jiang Che sat beside her, brewed a cup of hot tea from the teapot on the table, and inquired. I've been practicing according to the methods in the Azure Dust technique. I haven't developed internal strength yet, but I definitely feel stronger, Ah Qing admitted, somewhat embarrassed about her progress. Very good. Jiang Che praised her appropriately, considering her talent decent. Despite starting late, her results seemed promising. Hee, thank you, young master. Ah Qing, delighted by his praise, spoke in a charming tone, her innocent smile enchanting. Seeing the young girl's smile and her cheerfully bouncing emotions, Jiang Che felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. All right, let's go to sleep, he said, taking a deep breath. He then took Ah Qing's delicate hand and led her upstairs to the bedroom. Once there, he quietly took out a human infant burp bag, asking her to turn around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The next day, early morning. Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and, seeing Ah Qing lying beside him, couldn't resist giving her a kiss on the face. He now truly understood what it meant to be charming and passionate. He had not expected that the obedient and sensible little maid would have such a fiery side. Master. Ah Qing also woke up leisurely. Seeing Jiang Che's gentle face, she buried her head in his chest, too shy to look up. Jiang Che tenderly stroked her head. You rest a bit more, I'll go instruct the servants to cook some porridge for you. After saying this, Jiang Che got up, got dressed, and left the bedroom. Ah Qing watched him leave, inhaling the scent he left on the pillow. At this moment, her heart felt incredibly peaceful. Arriving in the living room, Jiang Che instructed the other maids to prepare porridge for Ah Qing and then left the villa. Meanwhile, at the Shen Corporation building, in Shen Qingqiu's office. I'm telling you, don't interfere in my matters anymore, or don't blame me for disregarding our apprenticeship relations, Shen Qingqiu warned Ye Chen with a cold expression. She couldn't understand why he had to meddle in her personal affairs. Was he idle because he didn't have to practice martial arts after coming down the mountain? But, senior sister, that Jiang Che doesn't seem like a good person, Ye Chen said somewhat bitterly, not understanding why his senior sister couldn't see his good intentions. He doesn't seem like a good person, so you stalking me makes you a good person, Shen Qingqiu replied disdainfully with a cold laugh. If Jiang Che hadn't been there yesterday and she didn't want to leave an impression of a ladylike demeanor, she would have already taught Ye Chen a lesson. Ye Chen was left speechless. Indeed, what he did yesterday was wrong, and now being questioned by Shen Qingqiu, he really had nothing to say. He couldn't possibly say that he feared Jiang Che would harbor ill intentions towards her. That might make Shen Qingqiu think he's foolish, especially since he had realized that Jiang Che was just a rich young master without any martial prowess. How could he possibly harbor ill intentions towards Shen Qingqiu even if he wanted to? he was incapable, and moreover, there was no evidence for such claims. All right, I don't want to hear your explanations. There won't be a next time for this. I don't want such situations to happen again. You can go now. Shen Qingqiu waved her hand, effectively dismissing Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't linger and immediately turned to leave the office. He knew Shen Qingqiu was angry at the moment, and any further explanations would be counterproductive, possibly leaving a bad impression in her heart. Returning to his security post, Ye Chen looked somewhat sullen and irritable. He couldn't understand why, but he felt a strong animosity towards Jiang Che. Could it be because he is my senior sister's fiancé, he wondered. To be honest, if I were senior sister, I too would choose someone of similar family background rather than a nobody with potential. Besides, he had not yet expressed his feelings to Shen Qingqiu. Realizing this, Ye Chen felt enlightened. He was convinced that Shen Qingqiu's lack of interest in him was due to his lack of power and status, just being a mere security guard. It must be so, he thought. But how do I start building my own connections? Although he possessed extraordinary medical skills and mysterious martial arts, without someone to guide him, his ambitions were futile. He suddenly remembered something about his fourth senior sister, Lin Xian. Didn't she mention she's the young miss of the Lin family? His eyes brightened. Although Lin Xian's family might be slightly less prominent than Shen Qingqiu's, they were still one of the major families in Linjiang City. Having already offended Shen Qingqiu, he couldn't use her to build connections anymore. Resolved, Ye Chen returned to Shen Qingqiu's office to get Lin Xian's contact details. Shen Qingqiu didn't think much of it and gave him the contact information, happy to have him stop bothering her and instead pester her junior sisters. Ye Chen successfully obtained Lin Xian's contact and immediately called her using his newly bought Yali brand phone. "Hello, who is this?" a sweet female voice answered, sounding somewhat puzzled. "Senior sister, it's Ye Chen," Ye Chen said excitedly. Unlike Shen Qingqiu's cold demeanor, Lin Xian was very gentle. "Little junior brother, have you come down from the mountain?" Lin Xian sounded surprised and then curious. "Yes, senior sister, I have descended. Where are you now? I'd like to meet you. I'm at Linjiang University. Wait for me at the university's coffee shop. I'll be there after my classes." "Okay, senior sister." Ye Chen hung up and hailed a taxi, heading straight to Linjiang University. In Linjiang City's first People's Hospital, Jiang Che arrived to see Along in the special care ward. "Master, you're here." Along struggled to get up to greet Jiang Che. "Relax, don't strain yourself." Jiang Che raised his hand, stopping Along's movement. "How are you feeling?" "Nothing serious, the doctor said I can be discharged in 2 days," Along replied, grinning and touching his head awkwardly. "Why did you fight him knowing you couldn't win?" Jiang Che asked curiously. "Even though I couldn't win, I couldn't let him disrupt your important moment with Shen Qingqiu," Along replied earnestly. Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu were having dinner, and Along didn't want Ye Chen to interrupt them. "Weren't you afraid he'd kill you?" Jiang Che commented casually while smoking. "He's not bound by ordinary societal rules. If you push him too hard, he might actually kill you." "I'm not afraid. Dying for you, master, is an honor," Along replied without hesitation, his face showing determination. Jiang Che didn't say much but patted Along's shoulder and left the room. "Recover well, I still need you," he said, not indulging in sentimental words, as it wasn't his style. He knew that after today, he had gained a loyal subordinate. "Take care, master." After Jiang Che left, Along's phone rang, notifying him of a transfer of 1 million yuan from Jiang Corporation. "Master." Meanwhile, at Linjiang University, Ye Chen got out of a taxi and found a coffee shop named Encounter with You. He ordered a coffee and waited quietly for Lin Xian to finish her classes. About 15 minutes later, his phone rang with a call from Lin Xian. "I'm done with classes. Where are you?" Lin Xian's sweet voice came through the phone. "I'm at the Encounter with You coffee shop. Please come over, senior sister." Several minutes later, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a plain white long dress appeared at the entrance of the coffee shop. She looked around and soon spotted Ye Chen. "Senior sister, you've arrived," Ye Chen said, his face lighting up as he quickly stood to greet her. It was Lin Xian. "When did you come down from the mountain?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. They, the 7 sisters, were usually busy with their own affairs and seldom kept in touch, so she was unaware of Ye Chen's descent. "I came down a couple of days ago," Ye Chen replied. "Is there something you need my help with?" Lin Xian asked, sipping her coffee and looking at him curiously. She wondered why Ye Chen would suddenly think to seek her out instead of sticking around their big sister. I need a favor, Ye Chen admitted with a wry smile. Do you know anyone in your circle suffering from incurable diseases? I can use my medical skills to help them, of course, not for free. Why don't you ask our big sister? She has a wider network than me, Lin Xian said, giving Ye Chen a strange look. Normally, he should be eager to impress their big sister. Ah, it's a long story. Big sister probably won't help me now, Ye Chen said, regretting his actions from the day before. Did you do something to upset big sister? Lin Xian asked, curious about the situation. Ye Chen then explained the events of the previous day to Lin Xian. What, Jiang Che is big sister's fiancé? Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. Which Jiang Che? The one from the Jiang family, I think. Why are you so surprised? Ye Chen looked at Lin Xian, puzzled by her strong reaction. Jiang Che, that scumbag. Lin Xian gritted her teeth in anger, disillusioned about Jiang Che, whom she had previously thought to be decent. She remembered Jiang Che's past actions towards her. Men are all the same, she thought, angry at the idea of Jiang Che, who was already engaged, still flirting around. Do you know him, senior sister? Ye Chen asked, surprised at Lin Xian's unusual behavior, as she was always known for her graceful and refined demeanor. Lin Xian quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Did you come to me just for this favor? Ye Chen was still curious but didn't press further. He realized Lin Xian was genuinely upset about something involving Jiang Che. This I can look into for you. Just wait for my news, Lin Xian said lightly after sipping her coffee. She didn't doubt Ye Chen's medical skills. Besides their second sister, who was known as a medical immortal, Ye Chen's medical expertise was top-notch, far surpassing those so-called experts in the secular world. Then I thank sister in advance, Ye Chen gratefully said, feeling relieved. Since Lin Xian agreed, she would surely take care of it. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going back now, Lin Xian said, standing up and heading for the door. On the other side, after leaving the hospital, Jiang Che headed straight for the city center to meet Li Hu. At the Heaven on Earth clubhouse, Jiang Che parked his car and went straight to the 6th floor. Welcome, young Master Jiang, greeted the doorman upon seeing Jiang Che, very respectfully. Is Li Hu here? Jiang Che asked indifferently. Our boss is on the 6th floor. Young Master Jiang, you can go up directly, the doorman replied. Jiang Che didn't delay and took the elevator straight up. On the 6th floor, in Li Hu's office, Li Hu looked at Jiang Che sitting across him and asked, Young Master Jiang, do you have any instructions for me? It's nothing much. I just want you to bother someone a little, Jiang Che replied, sipping his tea. He knew Li Hu had some underlings. Although they couldn't trouble Ye Chen seriously, they could at least annoy him, preventing him from interfering with Jiang Che's plans. May I know who young Master Jiang would like me to deal with? Li Hu asked curiously. Usually, if someone angered Jiang Che, shouldn't they be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks? Why did he want them to just bother someone? Shen Corporation's head of security, Ye Chen. Just find a reason for your guys to hassle him, Jiang Che said. This Li Hu hesitated upon hearing Jiang Che's words. He knew about Shen Corporation, a giant that he couldn't afford to provoke. He also hadn't heard about any relationship between Shen Qingqiu and Jiang Che. What, you don't want to do it? Jiang Che asked, his eyes playful. I do, of course, I do. Serving young Master Jiang is my honor, Li Hu said through gritted teeth. It was just a minor security chief. He believed that as long as he controlled the scale of the incident, Shen Corporation wouldn't intervene over such a small matter, considering it a personal grudge. Then go ahead and arrange it. Don't mess this up, Jiang Che said and left Li Hu's office. He could have handled this himself, but he didn't want to expose his people to Ye Chen or cause Shen Qingqiu any embarrassment. For now, Ye Chen hadn't completely fallen out with her. But letting Li Hu's guys do it would be different, it would only be seen as a personal grudge. Young Master Jiang, take care. Go to Shen Corporation and find trouble with someone named Ye Chen. Just come up with a plausible reason, and don't kill him. After Jiang Che left, Li Hu took out his phone and made a call, instructing a few words before hanging up. After Jiang Che left, Li Hu took out his phone and made a call, giving a few instructions before hanging up. At the entrance of Shen Corporation, a group of ruffian-looking young men arrived. The chubby security guard frowned at these obviously ill-intentioned individuals. He had been a security guard at Shen Corporation for several years and had never seen such audacious people. Who are you looking for? Asked the chubby security guard. We're looking for Ye Chen. Tell him to come out and meet me. The leader of the group, a young man with dyed red hair, demanded arrogantly. He didn't understand the significance of Shen Corporation, nor did he know who Ye Chen was. He was just following his boss's orders to cause trouble for someone named Ye Chen. What do you want with our team leader? The security guard asked, puzzled. He wondered if Ye Chen had gotten himself into trouble. Stop wasting my time. Is he here or not? The young man replied impatiently. I am Ye Chen. What do you want with me? Ye Chen, having heard the commotion outside, came out of the security room and asked with a frown. He didn't recall ever meeting these people. Li, is it him? The rowdy young man asked a heavily made-up woman beside him. Yes, it's him. The woman named Li suddenly burst into tears, saying, Woo, Tien brother, I'm sorry. It was him who defiled me that day. I can't live anymore. Woo. Hearing the woman's words, the other security guards at the door looked at Ye Chen with strange expressions. Ye Chen himself was completely dumbfounded. When had he ever done such a thing? He admitted he was a bit lecherous, but he wasn't desperate. After seeing beauties like Shen Qingqiu and Lin Xiao, how could he be interested in someone like this? You can't slander me like that. I've never done anything like that, Ye Chen exclaimed, his face turning a shade of iron blue as he spoke coldly. You're a man who dares to do but not to own up to it. The woman named Li stood out, pointing at Ye Chen and cursing vehemently. She ended up crying bitterly as if she had suffered a great injustice. This seamless act completely baffled Ye Chen. He almost believed the concocted story himself. What else do you have to say, kid? The red-haired youth sneered at Ye Chen. Who sent you here? Ye Chen didn't answer the red-haired youth's question. Instead, he asked back, frowning. He was certain he'd never met these people before. They must be either sent by Jiang Che or enemies of his Ye family who heard about him. Still pretending, guys, beat him up. The red-haired youth didn't bother to answer Ye Chen and gestured to the thugs to attack him. The chubby security guard looked at these fools pityingly. They obviously didn't know about Ye Chen's strength. These few were not enough for Ye Chen to fight with. Ridiculous. Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully. It wasn't arrogance, these few really couldn't withstand a single slap from him. As expected, after a few dull thuds, the thugs were sent flying by Ye Chen, wailing on the ground. This was Ye Chen being merciful, otherwise, they'd be dead with one blow. It hurts so much. The red-haired youth was completely stunned. How could someone be this strong? The woman who falsely accused Ye Chen, Li, also trembled in fear upon seeing Ye Chen's prowess. Boss, you're amazing. The group of security guards, led by the chubby one, gave Ye Chen a thumbs up. Feeling the admiration and shock from those around him, Ye Chen felt somewhat elated and proud. Not far away, Jiang Che, sitting in his Maibach, watched everything, filled with disdain. What a fool, daring to beat people in broad daylight. He took out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, I'd like to report a disturbance at the entrance of Shen Corporation. After speaking, Jiang Che hung up the phone. His real intention in sending Li Hu to find people was to get them beaten up. Whether Ye Chen did anything to Li was no longer important. The fact that he beat someone up was enough reason for him to be detained for a few days, and Jiang Che could use this time to plan his next move. Drive, he instructed. All right, young master. Do you still dare to slander me? Ye Chen approached the red-haired youth, looking down on him with disdain in his eyes. You did it, admit it, you coward. Despite Ye Chen's intimidating presence, the red-haired youth wasn't scared and even spat at him. He knew that as long as he could slander Ye Chen, that was enough. He was prepared to be arrested. After all, being in jail was like coming home for him. Ye Chen's face turned iron blue with anger, clearly provoked by the other's words. What about me? Go ahead, keep hitting me, you coward. The red-haired youth continued to taunt him, not taking Ye Chen seriously at all. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Ye Chen sneered and kicked the youth in the abdomen. The red-haired youth spat out a mouthful of blood and soon fainted. However, his last look at Ye Chen was full of mockery and disdain. His words were meant to provoke Ye Chen into attacking him, and to his surprise, Ye Chen fell for it. His later life was now worry-free. HMPH, a fool who overestimates himself. Ye Chen kicked the youth again and disdainfully dusted off his hands. He still hadn't realized he had been trapped. Make way, make way. The sound of police sirens announced the arrival of several officers at the entrance of Shen Corporation. We've received a report of someone causing trouble here. Did you start this fight? A middle-aged police officer looked at the screaming thugs on the ground, then at the unconscious red-haired youth, and frowned at Ye Chen. This Ye Chen was puzzled at the quick arrival of the police. With so many onlookers and surveillance cameras as evidence, he couldn't deny his involvement. He realized too late what the red-haired youth's mocking gaze meant before he fainted. It was clear someone was deliberately framing him, and he had foolishly walked right into the trap. "You're suspected of causing trouble. Please come with us," the leading officer said, handcuffing Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't resist. In Jojo country, resisting arrest only made things worse. At this point, he could only cooperate with the police, trusting that his master sister wouldn't ignore the situation. He thought he would just go through the process and be released soon. "First, send them to the hospital," the officer, frowning at the sight of several hoodlums wailing on the ground, instructed his colleagues. Following this, they escorted Ye Chen into the car, marking the end of this farce. "President, about your junior apprentice brother, Ye Chen in the office of Shen Qingqiu at Shen Corporation." The beautiful secretary entered with a slightly awkward expression, seemingly hesitant to speak. What happened to him? Shen Qingqiu stopped working on her documents, looking up at her secretary in confusion. Could it be that he had caused some trouble again? There were some hoodlums at the company's entrance claiming Ye Chen assaulted one of their girlfriends. Then, Ye Chen fought with them and has now been taken away by the police. What? Shen Qingqiu was taken aback. She wondered how her junior brother could do such a thing. Could it be that he had been hiding his true nature all this time? Thinking about Ye Chen's recent odd behavior, she almost felt like she had come to a realization. "Don't bother about him, let him stay there for a while," Shen Qingqiu said coldly. "Also, revoke his position in our company. I think I need to keep some distance from my junior brother. I don't want Jiang Che to misunderstand anything." "Understood, I'll arrange it now," replied the secretary, then left to carry out the instructions. In the detention center, Ye Chen was being processed. Name: Ye Chen. Gender: male. Why did you assault them? The middle-aged police officer who brought Ye Chen in questioned him sternly. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. They were trying to attack me, I was just defending myself." "HMPH, that's excessive self-defense. We've reviewed the surveillance footage from Shen Corporation. Those people indeed tried to attack you, but they didn't even touch you, and you inflicted serious injuries on them. And you claim it was self-defense." Ye Chen was at a loss for words. "According to the laws of Jojo country, your case warrants criminal detention. Wait for your trial," the officer said before leaving the detention room. "Wait, officer, I want to request a defense," Ye Chen called out. The officer handed him his phone back. Ye Chen immediately tried calling Shen Qingqiu, but after several attempts, he only got a busy tone, realizing she had blocked his number. Why is this happening? Ye Chen couldn't understand why his senior sister wouldn't help him and even blocked his number when he was being wronged. With limited time, he hurriedly called Lin Xian. "Sister, I've been detained." Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the detention center with a lawyer and met Ye Chen in the detention room. "What did you do?" Lin Xian frowned, looking at Ye Chen with confusion. They had just parted ways in the morning, and now he was detained. "I was framed by someone." Ye Chen gave a bitter smile and explained the whole situation to Lin Xian. "Did you offend someone? Could it be your old enemies?" After hearing Ye Chen's story, Lin Xian asked with suspicion. "I don't know. If it's not my old enemies, then it must be people sent by Jiang Che." Ye Chen shook his head and then said firmly. "Why do you suspect Jiang Che?" Lin Xian was puzzled. From what she knew of Jiang Che, he wouldn't stoop to such low tactics against Ye Chen. Even if there were grievances between them, it didn't seem like something Jiang Che would do. In his eyes, someone like Ye Chen, without any power or background, was no different from an ant. "I hit his bodyguard that day, and he probably held a grudge against me because of that. Regardless, you were also at fault in this matter. I've already had the lawyer talk to them, but you'll probably have to stay here for a few days. Stay put, I'll go inquire about the kind of people you mentioned." After saying this, Lin Xian left the detention room. She didn't dwell on this issue with Ye Chen, subconsciously believing that Jiang Che wasn't the kind of person to do such things. "Jiang Che, I won't let you get away with this." After Lin Xian left, Ye Chen's face turned iron blue, and he growled quietly, his resentment towards Jiang Che growing even more. In another part of town, Jiang Che drove to a bar in the city center, the Blue Note Bar, to meet someone. "System, I want to enhance my cultivation." Jiang Che spoke in his mind. He hadn't used the 2,000 villain points he got from Ye Chen last time. Ding deducting 2000 villain points, upgrading, limitless pure yang. Ding cultivation level successfully increased. Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-stage of dark energy. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy within him. He found he liked this effortless way of upgrading his cultivation. No need for hard training, just lying down for an upgrade. His chauffeur also noticed the strong aura emanating from Jiang Che, though he didn't ask anything. "Let's go inside," Jiang Che said as he got out of the car and looked at the bar. He was here for Ye Chen's third sister, Jiu Yunqi. "Sir, our bar is not open yet. Please come back later." The doorman stopped Jiang Che, speaking politely. Looking at Jiang Che's attire, he knew he was someone significant and not to be trifled with. "I'm not here to drink. Is your boss here?" Jiang Che asked, glancing at the doorman. As a typical urban novel, The Descending Doctor, My Seven Sisters Are Peerlessly Beautiful, surely had a female lead involved in underground forces. Jiu Yunqi, Ye Chen's third sister, was not only the owner of this bar but also the queen of the underground forces in Linjiang City. While she only openly ran a bar and a security company, he knew she was also involved in gambling. "May I know who you are?" the doorman asked, somewhat trembling. He was intimidated by his boss, a beautiful but thorny rose. He remembered people who tried to approach her for her beauty ended up in the river. "I'm from the Jiang family. Go inform your boss, she'll meet me." Okay, please come in and have a seat." The doorman hesitated and then ushered Jiang Che into the bar. After serving him a pot of hot tea, he went upstairs to notify his boss. Jiang Che, in no hurry, sat on the sofa, quietly surveying the bar's environment and sipping his tea, while his bodyguard vigilantly scanned their surroundings. In a VIP room on the second floor of the bar, Jiu Yunqi lay on a sofa, leisurely sipping red wine. Her long wavy red hair, light smoky makeup, figure-hugging cheongsam, and black stockings made her look both sexy and enchanting. As a knock on the door sounded, Jiu Yunqi set down her wine glass, speaking in a languid tone, "Come in." The waiter entered, keeping his head low, not daring to look at Jiu Yunqi. "Boss, there's a young man at the door claiming to be from the Jiang family wanting to see you." The Jiang family let him in. Jiu Yunqi's voice was captivating, almost bone-melting. Okay, the waiter quickly retreated, eager to spend as little time as possible near Jiu Yunqi. Her intimidating presence and unpredictable nature made him anxious, not wanting to end up in the river for no apparent reason. "Sir, our boss invites you upstairs," the waiter informed Jiang Che downstairs. "Let's go," Jiang Che said, setting down his teacup and heading upstairs with his bodyguard. Upon reaching the VIP room on the second floor, Jiang Che found Jiu Yunqi. He didn't even knock, just confidently walked in. Jiu Yunqi frowned slightly at his entrance. "Are you the one who wanted to see me? Are you from the Jiang family?" "Yes, I am Jiang Che, the young master of the Jiang family." Jiang Che sat down opposite Jiu Yunqi, not liking to hide his identity or play games. "You're the young master of the Jiang family, aren't you still in school? What brings you to me?" Jiu Yunqi asked, her tone more polite now. She knew better than to offend the Jiang family. Jiang Che's presence represented the whole family, and she dared not disrespect him. "Naturally, I have something to discuss with Miss Jiu," Jiang Che replied with a smile, openly admiring Jiu Yunqi, who was indeed a beauty, one of the main characters in the story. Unlike the cold Shen Qingqiu or the gentle Lin Xiao, Jiu Yunqi's style and personality were fiery and alluring, a seductive queen type. Knowing the story, Jiang Che was aware of her tendencies towards both dominance and submission. "What exactly does young Master Jiang want to discuss with me?" Jiu Yunqi asked curiously. Her family, the Jiu, was only a second-tier clan, and she couldn't fathom why Jiang Che would want to talk to her. Among the four major families of Linjiang City, the Jiang, Shen, Bai, and Lu families, the Jiang family was the most mysterious. She had only heard rumors of their significant influence across Jiangzhou. "Miss Jiu, you're still involved in those businesses, aren't you? Don't you know that since last year, the authorities have demanded the cessation of all industries related to those matters?" Jiang Che said with a playful smile. "I don't know what you're talking about, young Master Jiang," Jiu Yunqi replied with a coquettish laugh, playing with her hair, her voice soft and alluring. Jiang Che almost went numb listening to her voice, thinking about holding her. "Why pretend with me, Miss Jiu? Everyone in Linjiang City knows that your family rose to prominence through those businesses. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Young Master Jiang Yunqi's demeanor changed, her voice growing colder. She realized that Jiang Che didn't come with good intentions. I'm just advising you to stop those businesses to prevent your family from facing unwarranted disasters. What do you mean by that? Yunqi asked, puzzled by Jiang Che's words. Jiang Che didn't answer her question directly but instead threw a file onto the table. Take a look for yourself. Yunqi picked up the file with a mix of shock, confusion, and suspicion on her face. Where did you get this information? I gathered it myself. You didn't think your family's actions over the years were unknown, did you? Are you threatening me? Yunqi's brows furrowed, her face turning completely cold. She detested being threatened, especially as a strong-willed woman. You can think of it that way, Jiang Che didn't deny, his face showing a playful smile. Then you are threatening the wrong person. I won't fall for your tricks. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave this bar today? Yunqi sneered, unleashing the full force of her early-stage innate cultivation, directing a terrifying pressure towards Jiang Che. Unfazed and protected by his system, Jiang Che knew even the pressure of a transformation-level cultivator couldn't affect him. His bodyguard stood alert, ready to defend him if needed. You wouldn't dare. Jiang Che shook his head, understanding that despite her ruthlessness, Yunqi cared about her family. If it involved family interests, she would back down. Do you want to leave your sister homeless? Jiang Che's words silenced Yunqi. She could endure threats against herself, but involving her sister made her reconsider. If Jiang Che released the evidence he held, her family would be ruined, she would be imprisoned, and her sister would indeed be homeless. Yunqi, who lost her mother at a young age, was especially affectionate towards her sister. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Yunqi asked cautiously, withdrawing her oppressive aura. I have 3 conditions. If you agree, I will keep these matters buried forever, Jiang Che proposed with a smile. What are these conditions? Yunqi asked warily, not expecting anything good from him. I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know when I do, Jiang Che said, leaving the room with his bodyguard. Yunqi didn't stop him, watching him leave with a complex expression. I've always been the one threatening others, never thought I'd be threatened myself one day. Yunqi laughed bitterly to herself, realizing that she had finally met her match in cunning. Let's go home. After leaving the blues bar, Jiang Che glanced at his watch and spoke. His purpose of meeting Yunqi today had been achieved. With the evidence he had, he wasn't worried about Yunqi daring to do anything. All right, young master. At Crouching Dragon Villa, when Jiang Che arrived home, Ching had already gotten up from bed. Young master seeing Jiang Che return, Ching's face lit up with joy. She ran into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest, rubbing her little head against his chest. Ever since their relationship had progressed, the young girl had become increasingly clingy. Feeling better? Jiang Che asked tenderly as he stroked Ching's head. Being his first woman after his rebirth, he felt a special affection for her. It still hurts a bit. Ching blushed, somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't entirely her fault. Jiang Che had been somewhat inconsiderate. Insisting on demonstrating his 18 martial arts skills, she couldn't possibly endure it. Jiang Che touched his nose awkwardly, admitting to himself that he was to blame for this situation. Then why did you come down? You should rest. I just wanted to cook for young master, Ching replied, sounding a little aggrieved. You could have let others do these tasks. It's not like you are the only one in the house, Jiang Che said with a hint of amusement, finding her insistence on doing everything herself endearing. All right, let's go have dinner. I'm hungry too. Hee, young master, I made lotus seed porridge for you today. These days, Jiang Che had been quite leisurely, spending time flirting with the young maid or visiting Shen Corporation to foster his relationship with Shen Qingqiu. 3 days later, at the Linjiang City Detention Center, Lin Xian paid a large sum of money for the medical expenses of the ruffians and got Ye Chen released on bail. Thank you for this, senior sister, Ye Chen said to Lin Xian, feeling somewhat ashamed. It's a small matter, Lin Xian replied, shaking her head. A few 100,000 yuan was nothing to her as the daughter of the Lin family. Why didn't big senior sister come to bail you out? Did you have a disagreement with her? Lin Xian asked curiously. I don't know, Ye Chen replied, shaking his head in confusion. He had no idea what had happened or why Shen Qingqiu had blocked his phone number. Lin Xian glanced at Ye Chen but didn't press the matter further. These past few days, I've made some inquiries and indeed found the kind of wealthy individuals with incurable diseases you were talking about. Really? Ye Chen's eyes lit up, his tone becoming excited. To establish himself in Linjiang City, he needed to build some connections, and these wealthy individuals with incurable diseases were his stepping stones. I found them, but can you really cure late-stage cancer? Lin Xian looked at Ye Chen skeptically. She knew of his medical skills, but the extent of his abilities was unknown to her. Late-stage cancer was almost always terminal. I can cure it. You have to believe me, senior sister, Ye Chen said earnestly, confident in his medical skills. All right then, get in the car with me, Lin Xian said, seeing Ye Chen's serious demeanor. She always drove a domestic car, as she had no interest in luxury vehicles. Just as Ye Chen was about to get in the car, he was stopped by Lin Xian's bodyguard. Mr. Yi, please come with me, the bodyguard said, pointing to his own Audi A6. Ye Chen, feeling somewhat reluctant, got into the bodyguard's car. At the Wang family's mansion, Lin Xian brought Ye Chen with her and stopped there. Be careful with your words later, and follow my lead, Lin Xian advised Ye Chen, who looked excited, with a frown. Don't worry, senior sister, I know what to do, Ye Chen nodded, promising to behave. Lin Xian, without further ado, led Ye Chen into the Wang family's mansion. In the living room, the Wang family's patriarch looked at Ye Chen, who was following Lin Xian, with skepticism. Xian, is this the miracle doctor you mentioned? He asked doubtfully. Not that he didn't trust Lin Xian, but Ye Chen seemed too young, barely in his early 20s. Could someone this young really cure advanced cancer? Uncle Wang, don't worry. This is my junior brother. He started learning medicine at the age of 13 and has been studying for 7 years. His knowledge in traditional medicine is quite profound, Lin Xian reassured him, vouching for Ye Chen. The patriarch looked at Ye Chen and then at Lin Xian, still hesitant. He was aware of Lin Xian's time spent learning in the mountains and her recent return. Since she was so confident about Ye Chen, maybe he did have some skills. Sister-in-law, you're here before the head of the Wang family could speak. He was interrupted by a loud voice. Wang Xiao walked in from outside the door with a look of joy on his face. Young Master Wang, please don't talk nonsense. I'm not your sister-in-law. Lin Xian frowned. The signature gentle smile on her face had disappeared and she looked very unhappy. Although the Lin family had a good relationship with the Wang family, she had nothing to do with Wang Xiao. When did she become his sister-in-law? The head of the Wang family also looked at his stupid son with some displeasure. Damn it, did he become stupid from drinking every day? When did Lin Xian become his sister-in-law? Ye Chen was dumbfounded. Could it be that his fourth senior sister also had a fiancé? I'm not talking nonsense. Everyone saw what happened at the banquet that day. Of course, you're my sister-in-law. Lin Xian's face turned red, remembering the events of that night. It dawned on her that Wang Xiao was referring to Jiang Che. Brat, who are you? Why are you following my sister-in-law? Wang Xiao looked at Ye Chen in alert. Senior sister, you have a fiancé too? Ye Chen ignored Wang Xiao. Instead, he turned around and asked Lin Xian in confusion. Ye Chen had mixed feelings about this. In fact, he had fantasized about these outstanding senior sisters of his, and had always regarded them as his exclusive property. It was just that he liked Shen Qingqiu a little more. He didn't expect that his fourth senior sister, who was as gentle as water, would actually have a boyfriend. His mentality had already collapsed. Don't listen to his nonsense, I don't have a fiancé, Lin Xian said, shaking her head. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her denial. No fiancé meant he still had a chance, though there had been no substantial progress between him and Lin Xian. Of course, Miss Lin doesn't have a fiancé, she just has a boyfriend, Wang Xiao said, looking at Ye Chen with cold eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to provoke Ye Chen. Wang Xiao, stop talking nonsense, I don't have a boyfriend, Lin Xian said, her face turning pale with anger at Wang Xiao's words. Wang Xiao immediately stopped talking, knowing better than to anger Lin Xian further and risk her complaining to Jiang Che. Enough, shut up, Wang family's patriarch intervened, glaring at Wang Xiao before smiling at Lin Xian. Don't be angry, Xian. My son has always been reckless. Don't stoop to his level. Mr. Ye Chen, can you really cure cancer? The patriarch then turned to Ye Chen, still doubtful. Yes, Ye Chen replied confidently. Someone, please go call the old master, the patriarch ordered, then invited Ye Chen and Lin Xian to sit on the sofa for tea while chatting. Soon, an old man, looking frail and supported by two servants, appeared. The patriarch's eyes filled with concern. "Dad, your illness can be cured. This is Dr. Yi, he's here to treat you." The old master weakly acknowledged, looking on the brink of passing away. "Are you a licensed physician?" Wang Xiao demanded, looking at Ye Chen with disdain. "Please trust me, Mr. Wang. Although I can't perform miracles, I can certainly treat cancer," Ye Chen replied amicably, not taking offense at Wang Xiao's skepticism. Impatiently, the patriarch waved Wang Xiao away. Despite his doubts, this was the only option they had left after years of unsuccessful treatments. With the old master's life hanging by a thread, it was worth trying anything. "What if he worsens Grandpa's condition?" Wang Xiao murmured, still concerned. "Dr. Yi, please proceed," the patriarch said, ignoring Wang Xiao and turning to Ye Chen. Ye Chen then took out a set of silver needles and approached the old master. Concentrating his internal energy on the needles, he skillfully inserted them into the old man's major acupoints in a fluid and impressive display. "All right." 5 minutes later, Wang Laoyi, the old master Wang, was densely covered in rows of silver needles. Ye Chen withdrew his hands, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Treating such a disease required a substantial amount of internal energy. This procedure alone had consumed nearly 1/5 of his energy. Suddenly, Wang Laoyi, looking like a hedgehog with all those needles, vomited a large mouthful of black blood. "What's this?" Wang family's patriarch was baffled, unable to comprehend why his father was vomiting black blood. "Don't worry, the black blood he's vomiting is toxic. His condition is essentially cured now. He just needs to follow up with some Chinese medicine for recovery," Ye Chen explained with a smile. True to Ye Chen's words, Wang Laoyi, lying on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes, visibly more spirited, and even his voice sounded stronger. "What's happening to me?" Wang Laoyi looked in wonder at the rows of needles on his body. "It's a miracle, truly miraculous." The patriarch's voice trembled with emotion. Since his father fell ill, he had never seen him so revitalized. "Dr. Yi, thank you so much." The patriarch was so moved that he was about to kneel in gratitude. "Wang family patriarch, please don't." Ye Chen was startled, feeling unworthy of such a grand gesture. "No need for such formalities, Patriarch Wang. Serving the world with my medical skills is just part of my duty as a physician," Ye Chen said modestly. His belief in serving others had been his motivation for studying medicine. Although personal interest played a part in treating Wang Laoyi, Ye Chen's fundamental commitment remained unchanged. He believed that if an ordinary family's elderly cancer patient were in front of him, he would have still offered his help. Staying true to one's original aspiration ensures success. Ye Chen firmly believed in this maxim, convinced that staying true to his initial purpose would lead him far. "Regardless, you saved my father, and I must thank you," the patriarch of the Wang family said, shaking his head. He was a principled man and couldn't neglect to properly thank Ye Chen for his significant help. "If you insist on thanking me, some compensation would be appreciated," Ye Chen suggested thoughtfully. He had been in Linjiang City for a few days and realized that navigating this society without money was quite difficult. He came to treat illnesses primarily for the money. "Of course, that can be arranged," the patriarch readily agreed, asking for Ye Chen's bank account details and transferring 10 million yuan without hesitation. Ye Chen did not refuse the money, considering it his rightful earnings. "Mr. Wang, follow this prescription for the medicine." Ye Chen handed the patriarch a prescription. "Take it 3 times a day, 3 grams each time, steeped in hot water. It will help the old master recover." "Uncle Wang, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave now," Lin Xian said. "Thank you, young doctor. Take care, niece," the patriarch responded as he watched Ye Chen and Lin Xian leave the Wang family compound. "Any other patients for me to see?" Ye Chen asked Lin Xian once they were outside the compound. "Not for now. I'll let you know if anything comes up," Lin Xian replied, shaking her head. She had her own matters to attend to and couldn't afford to wander aimlessly with Ye Chen. She instructed her bodyguards to take Ye Chen to Shen Corporation and then drove herself back to school. "Mr. Yi, please," the bodyguard said. In the office of Shen Qingqiu at Shen Corporation, Jiang Che sat opposite her, quietly admiring her beauty. "Have you not had enough of staring at me for an hour?" Shen Qingqiu lifted her head to glance at Jiang Che, slightly annoyed. "Qingqiu, you are so beautiful, of course, I need to look more," Jiang Che replied. No woman doesn't like to be complimented, and Shen Qingqiu was no exception. Flatterer, Shen Qingqiu playfully scolded him, though feeling pleased inside. She never cared about others' opinions but valued Jiang Che's view of her. I heard your fellow disciple was put in detention, Jiang Che casually asked while massaging Shen Qingqiu, pretending to be unaware of the situation. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed, surprised by Jiang Che's boldness. This was her office, after all. She felt secretly thrilled but didn't understand Jiang Che's peculiar fetish. As his fiancée, she felt obliged to indulge him. Did he commit some crime? Jiang Che feigned ignorance. He allegedly forced himself on a woman and then got into a fight, Shen Qingqiu muttered, her cheeks reddening further. The ticklish feeling was making her increasingly uncomfortable. Why didn't you bail him out? Jiang Che asked, genuinely puzzled. According to the news from the detention center, Ye Chen was eventually released by Lin Xian, and Shen Qingqiu hadn't shown up at all. I was blind before, he's not a good person at all, Shen Qingqiu coldly retorted, her disgust for Ye Chen evident. Despite their limited interactions over the years, she had thought Ye Chen to be fairly upright, and she was disappointed to learn of his actions. Jiang Che contemplated quietly upon seeing Shen Qingqiu's attitude. It seemed his decision to have Li Hu frame Ye Chen was correct, and everything had gone as he expected. Even if Ye Chen was later proved innocent, Shen Qingqiu was unlikely to believe him. With Jiang Che's own machinations, Ye Chen, despite being right, would find it hard to clear his name. Why have you stopped? Shen Qingqiu, sensing Jiang Che's halted movements, impulsively spoke out, immediately regretting her words and shyly lowering her head, too embarrassed to look up. Haha, here I come again, Jiang Che chuckled, resuming his actions. At the entrance of Shen Corporation, Ye Chen, escorted by Lin Xian's bodyguard, quickly arrived. As he approached the entrance intending to visit his senior sister, the security guard stopped him. What's the meaning of this? Fatty Ye Chen frowned at the chubby guard, clearly baffled. Did the guard dare to stop him after just 3 days? Mr. Yi, you've been fired from our company. Without a work ID, you cannot enter, the guard informed him. What? Ye Chen was taken aback, hardly believing what he heard. When was he fired, and why hadn't he known about it? Who made this decision? Does my senior sister know about this? Ye Chen asked coldly, suspecting that someone coveted his position as the head of security and had concocted a reason to fire him during his absence. You don't know it was President Shen's order, the guard said with a look of disbelief, finding Ye Chen's ignorance strange. What? Ye Chen was utterly bewildered now. He had been away for only 3 days, and his senior sister had fired him. Why would senior sister fire me? Ye Chen said, clearly upset. I don't know about that, the security guard replied. No, I must ask senior sister in person, Ye Chen insisted, attempting to walk inside. Ye boss, you're putting us in a difficult position, the chubby security guard said with a sad face. He didn't want to stop Ye Chen, but if he didn't, he'd lose his job. After all, the scene of him being beaten up by Ye Chen was still vivid in his mind. Every time he thought about it, chills ran down his spine. Why are you back again? Ye Chen, a woman's voice intervened, bringing relief to the guard. The woman was none other than Manager Lu, who approached Ye Chen with a frown. Ye Chen, whose resignation Lu had processed, asked her, Manager Lu, why did my senior sister fire me? How would I know why President Shen fired you? Shouldn't you reflect on your own actions? Lu replied. I need to see my senior sister, Ye Chen said, determined to get answers. Wait here, I'll notify her, Lu said, acknowledging Ye Chen's relationship with the president and thinking it wise to inform her. In her 16th floor office, Shen Qingqiu blushed under Jiang Che's treatment, finding it increasingly hard to stay calm under his hands. It's itchy, she whispered. It's normal during the treatment process. To fully solve your foot pain, don't mind the itchiness, Jiang Che reassured her, maintaining a serious demeanor. President, can I come in? Dong dong dong. With a knock on the door, Manager Lu's voice came from outside. Startled by Manager Lu's sudden knock, Shen Qingqiu quickly urged Jiang Che to stop the treatment. Brother Xiao Che, let go of me. After readjusting her attire and composing herself, she allowed Lu to enter. What's the matter? Shen Qingqiu asked coldly, regaining her usual demeanor. President, your junior brother has returned and is insisting on seeing you, Lu informed her. Again Shen Qingqiu responded impatiently. I don't want to see him. Shen Qingqiu's current disdain for Ye Chen was evident, showing no hint of the previous panic or warmth she felt during Jiang Che's treatment. "All right," Manager Lu replied, quickly turning to leave. She could sense Shen Qingqiu's impatience, sensing the president's dissatisfaction with her junior brother. "Wait, Qingqiu, you should see him," Jiang Che suddenly said, stopping Lu from leaving. He then turned to Shen Qingqiu with a smile. Why Shen Qingqiu looked puzzled, not understanding why he would suggest that. "If you don't clarify things with him now, he'll probably keep coming back." "Wouldn't that be more annoying?" Jiang Che explained. "That's true. I'll go see him then," Shen Qingqiu mused, agreeing with Jiang Che. Like he said, if she didn't set clear boundaries, Ye Chen would probably keep bothering her like an annoying dog. "I'll come with you," Jiang Che offered. At the entrance of Shen Corporation. "When will senior sister come down?" Ye Chen grew increasingly impatient, waiting when he finally spotted Shen Qingqiu. His face lit up with joy, and he started to walk towards her. However, his step halted, and his expression turned grim. Beside Shen Qingqiu was Jiang Che, the man he despised deeply. Ye Chen always trusted his intuition. He was certain that his recent misfortune was orchestrated by Jiang Che. "Why have you come back?" Shen Qingqiu asked Ye Chen with a cold demeanor. After the recent incident, she had lost all goodwill towards him. "Senior sister, why did you fire me?" Ye Chen asked, seemingly unable to grasp Shen Qingqiu's decision, his expression full of sorrow. "Hey," Shen Qingqiu looked at Ye Chen disdainfully. "Don't you know what you have done?" "But I was framed," Ye Chen replied, feeling wronged, failing to understand why even his senior sister wouldn't believe him. "No need to explain. I don't want to listen," Shen Qingqiu said impatiently. "Leave now. You have no relation with Shen Corporation anymore." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully framing Ye Chen, leading to his relationship breakdown with Shen Qingqiu, altering the plot. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding! Ye Chen's mentality has exploded, spirit broken, luck -1,000. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Jiang Che listened to the system's delightful notification, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His meticulous plan had worked perfectly, severing the relationship between Shen Qingqiu and Ye Chen. But senior sister Ye Chen tried to say more, but was interrupted by Shen Qingqiu. "Just go, or I'll start hitting," Shen Qingqiu warned. Ye Chen didn't say anything further, knowing her anger, and left with a dejected look. "Jiang Che, I won't let you get away with this," he thought bitterly, certain now that Jiang Che was behind everything. He couldn't confront Jiang Che with Shen Qingqiu present and had to find another opportunity. After Ye Chen left, Shen Qingqiu reverted back to a gentler tone, surprising Jiang Che with the change. They then left in a Maybach, heading to a nearby restaurant. Ye Chen, standing by the roadside, watched the departing car with clenched fists and a dark expression. He believed that it should have been him by Shen Qingqiu's side, not Jiang Che. "Jiang Che, just you wait." Ye Chen inhaled deeply, trying to calm his rage. He was determined to slowly build his network and take Shen Qingqiu back from Jiang Che. His immediate focus was to gather connections and funds, starting with an upcoming auction at the Crown Holiday Hotel in Linjiang City, which he saw as his first step to rise. After having dinner with Shen Qingqiu, Jiang Che drove to Linjiang City First People's Hospital. Inside a special care ward of the hospital, Jiang Che inquired about Along, who was seated on the bedside. Along's bandages had been removed, and he looked largely recovered. "Feeling better?" asked Jiang Che, noting Along's significant improvement, a benefit of his martial artist identity, which facilitated faster healing than an ordinary person would experience. "Much better. The doctor said I can be discharged this afternoon," replied Along, touching his head with a simple, honest smile. Along was surprised by Jiang Che's sudden visit, as it was unusual for a master to visit their bodyguard in the hospital so frequently. "I'll have someone handle your discharge procedures. You can go home this afternoon. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now," said Jiang Che. "Okay, see you off, young master," responded Along with a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. "System, I want to upgrade my cultivation," Jiang Che said deeply, back at his residence in Wolong Villa. He needed to enhance his cultivation urgently to confront Ye Chen, as there was a vast gap between the dark energy stage and the innate energy stage. Jiang Che was aware that only with significant personal strength could he face any adversary fearlessly. Ding, deducting 4,000 villain points, upgrading, limitless pure yang, the system announced. Soon after, Jiang Che's cultivation level reached the late phase and then the peak of dark energy. About half an hour later, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, now at the peak of dark energy. He curiously asked the system how many villain points were needed for each upgrade from the peak of dark energy to the peak of innate energy. The system informed him that it required 5,000 points for each upgrade. 5,000 per upgrade, quite a challenging task ahead, Jiang Che muttered with a wry smile. To dominate Ye Chen, who was at the early stage of innate energy, he needed to reach at least the late stage of innate energy himself. After all, a protagonist-like breakthrough during a battle, a typical main character's privilege, was not something Jiang Che could rule out for Ye Chen. After a night without words, the next day arrived. Jiang Che got up, ate breakfast, and as usual, went to Shen Qingqiu's company. In Shen Qingqiu's office, Jiang Che walked in directly without knocking, a habit unique to him. Shen Qingqiu, busy reviewing documents, didn't even raise her head at the sound. She knew without looking that it was Jiang Che. Do you never have proper business to attend to? Shen Qingqiu, glancing at Jiang Che sitting across from her, playfully rolled her eyes. She wasn't bothered by Jiang Che's behavior, but she worried that if word got out, it might impact his reputation. Isn't visiting my fiancée a serious matter? Jiang Che replied earnestly. Aren't you afraid people will say you neglect your duties, only entangling with a woman all day? Shen Qingqiu said with a light chuckle. I'd like to see who dares ill break their legs. Jiang Che scoffed coldly, unafraid of any rumors or gossip. Pretty fierce, Shen Qingqiu mumbled, not dwelling much on the matter. She casually took a bouquet of roses from behind and handed it to Jiang Che. What's this for? Jiang Che asked, puzzled. You dummy, of course, it's for you. Shen Qingqiu laughed softly, amused by Jiang Che's reaction. Seeing Shen Qingqiu smiling, Jiang Che was momentarily captivated. It was his first time seeing her smile. Though she had always been gentle in tone and demeanor, she had never really smiled before. Don't you like roses? Shen Qingqiu asked, seeing Jiang Che's stunned expression. Of course, I like them. I just didn't expect your smile to be so beautiful, befitting of my fiancé, Jiang Che teased. If you're this beautiful when you smile, why keep a cold face all the time? Then, should I smile more for you? Shen Qingqiu responded playfully, her usual icy demeanor replaced with a bit of coquettishness, reserved only for Jiang Che. That would be wonderful, Jiang Che replied, appreciating the glimpse of a side to Shen Qingqiu that most don't see. Oh, there's one more thing, Shen Qingqiu said as she took out a contract transfer agreement from her drawer and handed it to Jiang Che. What's this? Jiang Che asked, curious. Nothing much, considering you are my fiancé, mine is yours, right? Shen Qingqiu spoke in a slightly teasing tone. I own a total of 30% of Shen Corporation's shares. Consider these 15% as my dowry. After all, I am the only daughter of the Shen family. Eventually, Shen Corporation will be yours too, so you're getting a good deal here, she added with a chuckle and her tone then turned a bit playful. Perhaps due to her years spent in the mountains, her thinking was somewhat conservative. With the mindset of, wherever you go, I follow, she rationalized that everything would eventually belong to Jiang Che once they were married. It was just a matter of doing it sooner rather than later. Jiang Che looked at Shen Qingqiu with an odd expression, seemingly discovering another side of her personality. Could it be that she was overly romantic? She seemed too eager to give everything to him just after establishing their relationship. Does your father know about this? Jiang Che curiously asked. Of course he doesn't. He would never allow me to do this. Shen Qingqiu shook her head. Aren't you afraid I'm deceiving your feelings? Jiang Che asked teasingly. The 15% shares of Shen Corporation were significant. Signing this contract would mean he'd receive a substantial dividend from the company each year. I trust you. You won't deceive me, Shen Qingqiu said, looking at Jiang Che for a long while before firmly shaking her head. But if you dare betray me, Shen Qingqiu's voice trailed off with a cold laugh, a chilling aura briefly emanating from her. Jiang Che touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty. The fleeting intensity from Shen Qingqiu had unnerved him. He realized that he had to be careful with his future actions, especially around other women, until he surpassed her in strength. How could I will definitely not let you down. You're so good to me, Jiang Che said cheerfully, picking up a pen and signing the contract. I hope so, Shen Qingqiu mumbled. She had thoughtfully decided to transfer the shares to Jiang Che. After all, he had waited for her for years and didn't indulge in the reckless behaviors of other wealthy heirs. Shen Qingqiu intended to secure Jiang Che's heart, envisioning a future where they could happily live together after marriage. If she knew that Jiang Che would eventually charm all of her fellow disciples, she might regret her decision today. 3 days later, at the Crown Holiday Hotel in Linjiang City, Ye Chen used the 10 million that he earned from treating old Master Wang last time to buy himself a new outfit. After the previous few incidents, he also understood a principle. Clothes make the man, just as horses make the saddle. If he wore ordinary clothes, he would definitely be looked down upon by the rich and powerful. Therefore, he spent hundreds of thousands on an expensive custom-made suit. "Sir, our hotel is not open to the public today. Do you have an invitation?" Ye Chen was stopped by the security guard as soon as he walked to the entrance of the hotel. However, the security guard's tone was very polite and he was not as rude as before. Of course. Ye Chen smiled lightly and took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. He knew that the security guard did not mock him because he had changed his outfit today. Ye Chen secretly praised himself for being quick-witted. He had saved himself a lot of unnecessary trouble. "Sir, please come in." After the security guard checked Ye Chen's invitation and confirmed that it was correct, he gestured for him to enter. Ye Chen walked in directly with a swagger. On the 6th floor of the hotel. This was the venue of the auction. When Ye Chen arrived, there were already many elites. They sat on the sofa in the hall in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other. Ye Chen glanced around quietly and found a random seat to sit down. "Young master, that Ye guy is here." Along stood behind Jiang Che and said respectfully in the heaven-class VIP box. Jiang Che responded calmly. He had been waiting here for a long time. He was waiting for Ye Chen to come and steal his opportunity. According to the development of the plot, Ye Chen had 3 opportunities in the auction today. They were an ancient medical book called Ghost Gate 13 Needles, an incomplete Great Restoration Pill, and an external technique called Azure Dragon Body Tempering Technique. Just as the name suggested, the Ghost Gate 13 Needles could help Ye Chen improve his medical skills. After consuming the Great Restoration Pill, it could be converted into internal energy, saving years of bitter cultivation without any side effects. As for the Azure Dragon Body Tempering Technique, there was nothing special about it, but it could be used to increase the cultivation of his bodyguards. "Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen, I'll gladly accept all of your opportunities." Jiang Che took a sip of the hot tea on the table and sneered. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction. On behalf of the Azure Dragon Trading Company, I would like to extend my highest respect to all of you." After a beautiful woman in a cheongsam gave an official speech, the auction officially began. "This is our first auction item. It's a ceramic from the Song dynasty. It has a long history and is worth collecting. The starting price is 1 million. The highest bidder wins. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. After a fierce bidding war, the porcelain was finally bought by a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Jiang Che looked at it for a while, then looked away in boredom. He had plenty of similar things in the Crouching Dragon Villa. He really had no interest in it. After a few more items were auctioned consecutively, it was finally the turn of today's main character. This is an ancient medical book called Ghost Gate 13 Needles. It's said to have been passed down during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. An expert who knows ancient languages has studied this medical book. He said that if this book can be fully translated, it can bring Zhou's traditional Chinese medicine to a new height. The starting price is 500,000. The beautiful woman in the cheongsam was exaggerating about the ancient book. However, the rich and powerful people who were present lost interest when they heard that it was a medical book. They were not medical students, so why would they buy such a thing? Moreover, they were not short of money. They could just seek treatment if they were sick. Therefore, many people were not interested in this book. Ghost Gate 13 Needles. Ye Chen, who was sitting in the corner, was excited when he saw the auction item on the stage. Others might not know about the Ghost 13 Needles, but Ye Chen knew how powerful this ancient book was. The Ghost Gate 13 Needles came from the acupuncture section of the #1 book in JoJo, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. However, it was not very famous, so not many people knew about it. As the Yellow Emperor's internal classic disappeared in the river of history, the Ghost Gate 13 Needles became a book that countless traditional Chinese medicine practitioners dreamed of since ancient times. Never had he thought that he would come across it here today. How could he not be overjoyed as long as he learned the Ghost Gate 13 Needles, Then his medical skills would definitely reach a level that no one had ever reached before. As for the ancient language on it, it was nothing to him. I'll pay 5 million. Ye Chen took a deep breath and gave a price. No matter what, he had to get this book. As soon as Ye Chen was done speaking, the rich and powerful people around looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Although they were rich, they were not idiots. What was the use of spending 5 million on a stupid book? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Ye Chen's eyes were filled with disdain when he noticed the strange looks that the people around him were giving him. What would a bunch of ordinary people know? If this book was sold at a Chinese medicine association, it might not be bought even with billions of yuan. He was lucky to have come across it today. This gentleman has bid 5 million. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The pretty lady in the cheongsam said excitedly, her body trembling. 5 million, that's 10 times more than the starting price. If this auction item was sold, she would get at least hundreds of thousands in commission. How could she not be excited? 10 million. Jiang Che glanced at Ye Chen with disdain flashing through his eyes. Was he trying to compete with him in terms of wealth? He was overestimating himself. A bid of 10 million from the distinguished guest in the heaven private room. Any higher offers? The cheongsam-clad beauty announced excitedly, her face flushed with disbelief. She never imagined that this ancient book could fetch the sky-high price of 10 million. This was far beyond the book's intrinsic value. Ye Chen, with a sullen face, watched the direction of the heaven private room, his thoughts racing. Could it be that the other party also saw the unique value of this ancient book? 10 million once, 10 million twice, 20 million. Ye Chen gritted his teeth and called out, directly offering 20 million. Although he didn't have that much money on him right now, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. He really is a clown jumping on the beam. Jiang Che looked on with disdain, for he had something that no one else did, wealth. 1 billion. As Jiang Che's voice fell, the room fell into a stunned silence. Nobody expected that an ancient book with a starting price of only 500,000 would be bid up to a billion. Who on earth is in that heaven private room? I don't know, but anyone who can offer a billion must be no ordinary person. The crowd began to discuss amongst themselves, speculating about the identity of the big shot in the heaven private room. Ye Chen looked darkly towards the heaven private room, not expecting the other party to offer such a high price. Forget it, I won't raise the bid anymore. I'll snatch it back after the auction ends. In the midst of his rapid thoughts, Ye Chen gave up on continuing to bid. He would never give up on the Ghost Gate 13 needles, but without enough money, he had to find another way. 1 billion twice. 1 billion 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in the heaven private room for obtaining this item. Soon, the Ghost Gate 13 needles was delivered to Jiang Che. After swiping his card, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Ding, congratulations to the host for snatching Ye Chen's opportunity, changing the plot, reward, 2,000 villain points. System, can you help me infuse this Ghost Gate 13 needles? Jiang Che asked curiously, as he couldn't understand the messy ancient text. Yes, but the host needs to use 5,000 villain points to infuse it, the system replied coldly. 5,000 villain points. Jiang Che's lips twitched, his face darkening. 5,000 villain points were enough to elevate his cultivation to the innate level. Forget it, let's save it for now. It might come in handy later. Following were some less important auction items, and then it was time for the Great Restoration Pill. This is an ancient medicinal pill, but it's incomplete. Currently, no one can analyze its components, nor do we know its use. But this pill, with its historical origins, also has a certain collectible value. The starting price is 300,000. It's the Great Restoration Pill. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the auction item. He had read about the pill in some ancient texts. It was a side effect-free pill made by ancient alchemists to enhance cultivation, lost for hundreds of years. He hadn't expected it to appear here today. Ye Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked inconspicuously towards the heaven private room. He didn't immediately raise his bid, wanting to gauge the reaction of the person inside and see if they truly recognized the value of the item. Noticing Ye Chen's gaze, Jiang Che wore a playful smile and instructed along beside him, raise the bid, go straight to 50 million. Although Jiang Che was unsure of Ye Chen's current net worth, he believed 50 million should be the limit for him. All right, young master, responded along. As the bid from the heaven private room was announced, Ye Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He was now completely certain that the person inside, like himself, had a significant understanding of ancient medicine. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen took out his phone and called Lin Xuan. "What's the matter?" Lin Xuan's sweet voice came through the phone, sounding somewhat puzzled and confused. "Sister, I want to make a deal with you," Ye Chen said after taking a deep breath. He knew that if he directly asked for money, she would definitely refuse. Although he was Lin Xuan's junior, matters involving personal interests required clear accounts, even between close siblings, let alone with Lin Xuan, whom he wasn't that familiar with. "What kind of deal do you want to make?" Lin Xuan asked curiously, wondering what her junior brother was up to. "I want to exchange the secret formula of the beauty pill for 3 billion in cash," Ye Chen said firmly, though feeling somewhat pained. The value of the beauty pill was much more than just 3 billion, but he had no choice as the allure of the big restorative pill was even more tempting. After all, the beauty pill could only beautify, but the big restorative pill could enhance his cultivation, and he was an alchemist himself. "Are you serious?" Lin Xuan's voice became hurried upon hearing Ye Chen's proposition. Others might not know the effectiveness of the beauty pill, but she did. It was a creation of the elders in their sect, with almost miraculous effects. However, their master favored Ye Chen and gave him the pill formula. If she could buy the formula from Ye Chen for 3 billion, it would be a huge win. If the product was introduced to the market, it could rapidly become famous not only in Zhou country but worldwide, potentially elevating the Lin family to a top-level entity in Lijiang. "Of course, it's true. Give me a card number. I'll transfer 3 billion to you right now. Where are you? I'll come to you so we can discuss the beauty pill in person." "My card number is." After Ye Chen provided his card number, he hung up the phone. Lin Xuan acted swiftly, and in a short while, Ye Chen received a transfer of 3 billion from her. Seeing the receipt notification on his phone, Ye Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and started to raise his bid. "I bid 1 billion." With Ye Chen's words, the previously somewhat noisy venue instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Ye Chen with puzzled expressions, not understanding why he was challenging the tycoon in the private room. Ye Chen ignored the gazes of those around him. He was determined to obtain the Great Restoration pill. Interesting, it seems he borrowed money from Lin Xuan. Jiang Che thoughtfully looked in Ye Chen's direction, having noticed his phone call earlier. He deduced that Ye Chen must have borrowed the money from Lin Xuan since Shen Qingqiu had already blacklisted Ye Chen's number. Why Lin Xuan would lend money to Ye Chen was beyond Jiang Che's knowledge. Jiang Che checked the balance on his bank card. His mother, Su Shanshan, gave him 1 billion in pocket money every month. Since his 18th birthday, this had been the case, and his predecessor didn't know how to enjoy life and hardly spent any money, so now he had a balance of 20 billion. Continue to raise the bid, 5 billion, Jiang Che said with a cold laugh. Although it felt a bit like being a sucker, the value of the Great Restoration pill was not as simple as 5 billion. Besides, what he least lacked was money. 5 billion. The cheongsam-clad woman took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her excitement, and looked towards Ye Chen's direction. He was the only one competing with the private room guest, and she naturally hoped for a higher price. After this auction, she could receive millions in commission, resign, and enjoy life. Ye Chen, hearing the bid from the private room, was completely stunned. How wealthy must this person be to casually offer 5 billion? 5 billion twice. 5 billion 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in the private room for winning this item. Inside the private room, Jiang Che received the Great Restoration pill handed over by the waiter. "System, can you scan the properties of this pill?" Jiang Che asked curiously, looking at the pill that was now black and purple and in a state of disrepair. "Yes. Scan it for me." Ding, scanning in progress. The Great Restoration pill incomplete, unusable, an ancient alchemical pill made by alchemists to enhance cultivation. Each martial artist can only take it once in their lifetime, instantly gaining 10 years of internal strength. It can be used during a breakthrough. Ding, congratulations to the host for sniping the protagonist's opportunity, changing the plot, reward, 3,000 villain points. Can you restore it to its original state? Jiang Che took a deep breath, visibly moved by the description of the Great Restoration pill's effects. No wonder Ye Chen could break through his limits so quickly after descending the mountain. This pill was indispensable. The 5 billion spent was worth it. Yes, it requires the host to pay 3,000 villain points for restoration. Pay. Ding, villain points deducted successfully, restoration in progress. Restoration successful. Soon, Jiang Che held a longan-sized, golden pill exuding a fragrant aroma. Is this the restored Great Restoration pill? Jiang Che examined the pill curiously, but then remembered something. Damn, I don't know how to make pills. System, can you help me with pill refining? Sure, each pill refinement will cost the host 1000 villain points. Refine 2 pills for me, Jiang Che decided, feeling the pinch as he looked at his dwindling villain points. 2000 villain points deducted, refining Great Restoration pills. Before long, Jiang Che had 2 identical pills in his hand. He kept one and gave the other to Along. Young master, what is this? Along asked, puzzled. This is a Great Restoration pill. It can help you break through to the innate realm. You've been stuck at the peak of dark energy for several years, right? Jiang Che explained. Along, of average talent, had barely reached the peak of dark energy after decades of training. With his service to Jiang Che, he hardly had time to practice, so this pill was indeed necessary for him. This young master, this pill is too precious. I can't accept it. What merit do I have to deserve such a pill? Along was initially moved but quickly refused Jiang Che's offer. He didn't doubt Jiang Che's words, he simply felt unworthy, though his eyes betrayed his eagerness. What are you being so pretentious for? If I tell you to eat it, just eat it, Jiang Che chided with a laugh. He wasn't so selfless as to give away such precious pills casually, but if Along took the pill, he would temporarily have the strength to contend with Ye Chen. All right, no more dawdling. I'll protect you while you take it right here. Without further refusal, Along sat down cross-legged and swallowed the pill, beginning his breakthrough. Meanwhile, the auction continued unabated, featuring various items like porcelain and landscape ink paintings. Jiang Che, however, had no interest in such things. About half an hour later, Along, who had been sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Young master, I've broken through to the innate realm, he exclaimed gratefully. Thank you, young master. You are like my second parents. Along, will surely follow you to the death. Overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimmed with tears. All right, if you can't speak properly, just keep quiet, Jiang Che responded somewhat exasperatedly, finding Along's way of expressing gratitude a bit over the top, considering their age difference. Hehe. Along scratched his head awkwardly, realizing the awkwardness in his words. The next item for auction is our finale piece, the Azure Dragon Body Tempering Technique, announced the cheongsam-clad woman. I believe many of you here are somewhat familiar with the concept of ancient martial arts. This, Azure Dragon Body Tempering Technique, is an external practice method from the outer sect of the ancient Azure Dragon sect. It effectively enhances physical fitness. If practiced according to the method for 3 to 5 years, you might even cultivate the legendary internal energy. Starting bid, 5 million. As her voice trailed off, a flurry of bids resounded through the venue. I bid 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. Along, do you understand this kind of external cultivation system? Jiang Che asked curiously, being new to this world and not quite familiar with such things. I understand a bit, I've been practicing body refining techniques since I was young, Along replied earnestly. Such techniques are good for strengthening the body, but they become less useful after reaching the innate realm. Hearing this, Jiang Che immediately lost interest. He was about to break through to the innate realm himself, so such a technique was of no use to him. Let's go then, it's not interesting, he said, shaking his head, and left the private room with Along. The auction continued fervently. Ye Chen had initially wanted to participate, but as the bidding by the elites became increasingly exorbitant, he quickly dismissed the idea. Seeing the person from the private room leave, he hurriedly followed. His main purpose was to retrieve the Ghost Gate 13 needles, and the Great Restoration pill. Outside the Crown Holiday Hotel, Ye Chen quickly caught up with Jiang Che and Along. Hold on, I would like to buy the pill and the ancient medical text from you, and we can negotiate the price, Ye Chen called out loudly to the 2 figures ahead. Hearing Ye Chen's shout, Jiang Che stopped and turned around, looking at Ye Chen with a somewhat mocking smile. Oh, it's you, Ye Chen. It's you. Ye Chen was stunned, staring at Jiang Che in disbelief. He could have accepted anyone else having those items, but not Jiang Che. Surprised, are you? Jiang Che's lips curled up in amusement. Since it's you, that makes things easier. I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over the ancient book and the pill directly. Second, get beaten up by me and then I'll take them myself. Ye Chen said coldly, harboring no good feelings towards Jiang Che. Now that he knew Jiang Che had purchased the items, it seemed easier to deal with. Being too arrogant as a youngster isn't a good thing. Jiang Che shook his head, looking at Ye Chen as if he were a fool. He didn't believe Ye Chen would dare to make a move in broad daylight. Young master, why waste time talking with him if he's so arrogant? Let me teach him a lesson. Don't be reckless, we are law-abiding citizens and can't cause trouble on the street. Jiang Che glanced at Along and gave him a look before turning to get into his Maybach. Understanding the cue, Along also got into the car, and they drove off, ignoring Ye Chen's shouts behind them. This infuriated Ye Chen, who felt powerless since he wasn't foolish enough to start a fight in public. Follow that Maybach. Ye Chen quickly hailed a taxi and pursued Jiang Che. The Ghost Gate 13 needles and the Great Restoration pill were too important for him to give up. The Maybach sped along the wide road. Young master, are we going home now? Along, driving, looked back at Jiang Che with some confusion. Jiang Che opened the car window, lit a cigarette, and glanced at the taxi, doggedly following them. A playful smile appeared on his lips. No rush, head towards the forest in the eastern outskirts of Linjiang City. All right, young master. Although Along was puzzled, he didn't ask further questions. He pressed the accelerator and headed towards the forest on the eastern outskirts of Linjiang City. At the outskirts of Linjiang City's forest, Along stopped the car and asked with some confusion, "Young master, we've arrived. Should we get out of the car now?" Jiang Che put out his cigarette and, seeing Ye Chen persistently following them, smiled slyly. "You get out and stop him." "All right, young master." Along replied and stepped out of the car, his demeanor a mix of excitement and anticipation. Having just broken through to the innate realm, he was eager to test his skills against an equal, and Ye Chen was the perfect candidate. "You finally showed up, I've been waiting for you for a long time," Along taunted as he saw Ye Chen arriving late. "HMPH, a defeated lackey dares to be so arrogant." Ye Chen scoffed disdainfully at Along. It seemed that he hadn't taught him enough of a lesson last time for him to be this brazen. "Hurry up and hand over the Ghost Gate 13 needles and the Great Restoration pill, or I can't guarantee what will happen to you later," Ye Chen threatened. "Enough talk, take this." Along didn't bother with more words, concentrating his internal energy in his palm and striking swiftly at Ye Chen. Ye Chen was startled and quickly evaded, leaving a large crater where he had been standing. "You've broken through to the innate realm?" he asked, now on high alert. "Heh, too late for you to realize, take this." Along chuckled and launched another attack. The two exchanged blows mid-air, causing many surrounding trees to be snapped in half due to their fight. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, sitting in the car, watched with interest, recording a small video of the fight, which he then sent to Shen Qingqiu, along with Ye Chen's earlier threat at the hotel. He also sent Shen Qingqiu the location, turned off his phone, and awaited the upcoming drama with anticipation. He wanted to see how Ye Chen would explain himself this time. In the president's office of the Shen Corporation, Shen Qingqiu was reviewing documents when her phone chimed. Ding, a message from hubby. She quickly picked up her phone, curious to see what Jiang Che had sent her. She had set a special ringtone for messages from Jiang Che. "What's this?" Shen Qingqiu opened the audio and video Jiang Che had sent. The audio was Ye Chen giving Jiang Che an ultimatum, and the video showed Ye Chen and Along fighting in the forest. The message was clear. Ye Chen. Shen Qingqiu's face turned cold with anger after watching the video. The air around her seemed to chill. Anyone present would have felt suffocated by the atmosphere. She was truly furious, unable to believe Ye Chen's audacity. She had let past incidents slide, considering Ye Chen was her junior brother. But her leniency seemed to have only emboldened him. "Someone, get the car ready. We're heading to the outskirts," she commanded, determined to confront the situation. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled," Along said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and eyeing Ye Chen warily. He had thought that his breakthrough to the innate realm would easily overpower Ye Chen, but it turned out Ye Chen was no easy opponent. Along's practiced martial techniques were not enough to defeat him. Hey, Ye Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Having reached the early stage of the innate realm some time ago, he was naturally not on the same level as someone like Along who had just broken through. "Take this." Ye Chen concentrated his internal energy in his palm, forming a sword energy that shot directly towards Along. Reaching the innate realm allowed for the external projection of true qi, making this technique effortless for Ye Chen. "Bring it on." Along didn't back down and countered with his own sword energy. The two sword energies collided in midair, causing an explosion that whipped up a storm of dust and debris. Taking advantage of Along's momentary distraction, Ye Chen swiftly moved forward and struck him in the abdomen. Along was sent flying by Ye Chen's palm strike, crashing into a tree some meters away before finally coming to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He had underestimated Ye Chen, not expecting to be overpowered even after his own breakthrough. HMPH, do you yield? Ye Chen coldly hummed, walking up to Along and looking down at him. Although he was also in pain, he had to bear the internal injuries and maintain the posture of a victor. Why bother? Jiang Che then stepped out of his Maibach, shaking his head and sighing as he looked at Ye Chen. He had already sent a message to Shen Qingqiu, and she should be arriving soon. Jiang Che knew that Ye Chen was in for serious trouble today. HMPH, the turtle finally comes out of its shell. Ye Chen gasped, suppressing the urge to vomit blood, and threatened fiercely, hand over the secret book and the pill now, or you'll regret it. You're retarded, Jiang Che retorted. What did you say? Ye Chen was taken aback, almost thinking he had misheard. I said you're a retard, Jiang Che repeated. You're asking for it. Ye Chen's face turned red with rage, and he recklessly attacked Jiang Che. Stop. Senior sister, why are you here? Ye Chen's words were cut off abruptly as he turned around, annoyed and ready to confront, only to be stunned. Shen Qingqiu, how did she get here? Ye Chen, you really have some nerve. Did you take everything I said as wind past your ears? Shen Qingqiu's eyes were cold as she looked at Ye Chen, her expression icy. Ye Chen started to say something but couldn't find the words. The situation was evident, and any excuse seemed futile. Daring to threaten my people, you really are tired of living? Shen Qingqiu scoffed coldly. Her Hua Jin level cultivation was evident, and her formidable aura directly pressed down on Ye Chen. Intimidated by Shen Qingqiu's aura, Ye Chen was too scared to move, his forehead covered in sweat, his teeth chattering. Senior sister, I. Before Ye Chen could finish his sentence, Shen Qingqiu sent him flying with a palm strike from afar. The difference between the innate realm and the transformation realm was like a chasm. Ye Chen offered no resistance, knowing it would be in vain. Ye Chen was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, creating a crater about a meter deep. This was Shen Qingqiu holding back, otherwise, her slap could have killed him. Coughing, Ye Chen struggled out of the crater, his face covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. He hadn't expected Shen Qingqiu to strike so mercilessly. The slap might not have been lethal, but it caused him severe internal injuries, compounded by the damage from his fight with Along. He couldn't help but resent Shen Qingqiu. Wasn't he her junior brother? How could she strike him so ruthlessly? And that Jiang Che, calling for help because he couldn't beat him himself. Are you okay? Shen Qingqiu turned to Jiang Che, asking with concern. I'm fine. He couldn't do anything to me, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head. Despite being at the peak of the dark energy realm, he believed he could handle Ye Chen, especially after Ye Chen's fight with Along. Bragging, Shen Qingqiu rolled her eyes at him, thinking he was just boasting, unaware of Jiang Che's cultivation. I'm sorry. I didn't expect Ye Chen to be so bold, Shen Qingqiu apologized to Jiang Che. If Jiang Che had been seriously injured, it would have been a lifelong regret for her. Fortunately, she arrived in time. What are you talking about, silly girl? This has nothing to do with you. Jiang Che shook his head and pulled Shen Qingqiu into his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Let go, there are people here. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks reddened as she struggled a bit. Seeing that Jiang Che wouldn't let go, she stopped, not wanting to hurt him. Although she didn't resist being affectionate with Jiang Che, she was still shy, especially in front of others. Just as Ye Chen climbed out of the pit, he saw Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu's intimate interaction, which nearly made him explode with rage. His goddess, his unattainable senior sister, was being so close with another man right in front of him. Unable to hold back, Ye Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Brother Xiao Che, let me go. I need to teach this guy a lesson, Shen Qingqiu said gently to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, with a mocking glance at Ye Chen, released her. Shen Qingqiu stepped out of his embrace, her gaze immediately turning icy as she approached Ye Chen. Senior sister, I know I was wrong. Please spare me, Ye Chen pleaded, his face a picture of misery and fear. He didn't want to experience the helplessness of being beaten without the ability to fight back ever again. No, you were wrong, Ha. Shen Qingqiu's voice was cold. I gave you 2 chances, and yet you dared to act so recklessly. This time, you need a lesson. She concentrated her internal energy in her palm and struck Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his expression instantly wilted, and his aura weakened significantly. Without some miraculous medicine, it would take him at least 2 or 3 months to recover from Shen Qingqiu's merciless strike. This slap is for ignoring my words. From now on, there's nothing between us anymore. If I hear of you threatening Jiang Che again, I will kill you. Shen Qingqiu's eyes were cold as she looked at the defeated Ye Chen, her words crushing any hope he had left. Ye Chen realized that there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation with his senior sister. If there was another incident, she might indeed kill him. But why did Jiang Che have to appear without him? He might have been happily together with his senior sister by now. The more Ye Chen thought about it, the angrier he got, until he passed out from sheer frustration and anger. Ding! The host has completely broken Ye Chen's relationship with Shen Qingqiu, eliminating any chance of repairing their relationship, changing the plot. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding! Ye Chen's mentality has exploded, his spirit crushed. Luck 2,000, reward, 4,000 villain points. How are you? Jiang Che asked Along, turning to look at him. I'm not too badly hurt, Along replied, shaking his head. Despite being struck by Ye Chen, he wasn't seriously injured. Brother Xiao Che, let's go back, Shen Qingqiu suggested, her smile returning as she approached Jiang Che. Alright, let's head home. Jiang Che glanced at the unconscious Ye Chen, then took Shen Qingqiu's hand and headed to his Maibach. His immediate goal was to return home and elevate his cultivation to the innate level. Only by reaching the innate realm could he have the strength to confront Ye Chen directly. At Crouching Dragon Villa, in the backyard, Jiang Che sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and swallowed the Great Restoration Pill. Immediately, he felt a surge of immense medicinal power coursing through his body, rejuvenating his limbs and bones. He quickly circulated his internal energy to assimilate the medicinal power, which turned into pure energy flowing in his dantian. An hour later, Jiang Che opened his eyes, which now glinted with a golden light. Finally, the early stage of the innate realm. The most noticeable change upon reaching the innate realm was a newfound understanding of the world. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword energy burst from his fingers, shattering a rock several meters away. System, how many villain points do I have left? Ding, the host currently has 6,000 villain points remaining. Continue the upgrade. Ding, deducting 5,000 villain points, upgrading, limitless pure yang. 2 more hours passed, and Jiang Che opened his eyes again, having reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. He stood up, dusting off his clothes, and returned to the front yard. In the living room, Qing was cleaning. Seeing Jiang Che's return, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over, throwing herself into his arms. Young master. Jiang Che chuckled and gently patted Qing's head, noting how clingy she had become since their relationship progressed. Young master, you seem even more handsome. Qing looked up at him adoringly from his arms. Do I? Jiang Che touched his face, feeling unchanged but guessed that his breakthrough in cultivation might have enhanced his aura, leading to Qing's impression. Have you been practicing diligently recently? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Che pulled the maid into his embrace, beginning to treat her cold ailment. I've been practicing well recently. Young master, it tickles. Qing squirmed under his touch, her cheeks flushing and her voice becoming hesitant. Every time Jiang Che treated her cold ailment, she felt a strange sensation she feared he would notice. Qing, what's this? Jiang Che noticed the change in her body, looking at her with a puzzled gaze. Young master. Qing blushed, too embarrassed to look up, not expecting Jiang Che to discover her secret. In the forest outskirts of Linjiang, the night had fallen, enveloping the area in darkness, with scarce moonlight and stars. Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing blankly into the black sky, his mind a whirlpool of confusion and despair. As memories of the day's events flooded back, his expression twisted into one of rage. Jiang Che. Ye Chen's low roar echoed through the forest, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He tried to move his body slightly, only to be met with searing pain that made him gasp sharply. Remembering that his injuries were inflicted by Shen Qingqiu, despair filled his eyes. The realization that his years of pursuit had been for naught, watching the woman he loved being intimate with another man, the same man responsible for his imprisonment, plunged him into an abyss of hopelessness. His life seemed colorless and bleak. Just then, his phone rang, breaking his reverie. With great effort, Ye Chen pulled out his battered Yali brand phone from his pocket and answered the call. Yi Chen, what the hell are you doing? Weren't you supposed to wait for me at the hotel? Lin Xian's voice, tinged with anger, came through the phone. She felt stood up by Yi Chen, having called him numerous times throughout the afternoon with no response. Got into a small accident, Yi Chen replied with a bitter smile, his voice weak and resigned. What happened to you? Lin Xian could sense something was seriously wrong from his tone. Let's talk about it when we meet. Are you free to pick me up? Yi Chen asked, desperation seeping into his voice. Where are you? I'm in a forest in the outskirts. I'll send you the location. After the call, Yi Chen sent Lin Xian his location and then tossed his phone aside, overwhelmed by exhaustion. The events of the day had taken a significant toll on him, both physically and emotionally. By the time Lin Xian arrived at the forest outskirts, Yi Chen's condition had slightly improved, enough for him to stand up with some effort. What happened to you? Lin Xian asked, frowning at Yi Chen, who looked like a beaten dog, covered in injuries and exuding a weak aura. It's a long story. Can you help me find a place to stay first? Yi Chen's voice was weak, speaking each word with evident difficulty, clearly in a bad state. All right. Lin Xian didn't press further, considering Yi Chen's condition. She felt it was inappropriate to bring up the matter of the beauty pill at this time. You guys, help him into the car and take him to my apartment in Jiaxin Garden, she instructed the bodyguards who accompanied her. Understood, miss, the bodyguards responded and carefully lifted Yi Chen into the vehicle. Senior sister, there's one more thing I need to ask of you, Yi Chen said as he was being helped into the car. What is it? I'll help if I can, Lin Xian replied, willing to assist her junior brother within reason. Could you send someone to get some medicinal herbs for me? Snake gall, fragrant grass, donkey, cuttlefish flower, Yi Chen listed, each word followed by labored breathing. I'll take care of it, Lin Xian assured, understanding that Yi Chen needed these herbs for his recovery. Without them, it could take months for him to heal. Thus, Yi Chen was taken to Jiaxin Garden by Lin Xian's bodyguards, while she returned to the Lin family home. She planned to ask for the beauty pill formula from Yi Chen once he recovered, not wanting to waste the 3 billion she had invested. The next day, around noon, Jiang Che leisurely opened his eyes and yawned. Sleeping until midday was an indulgence he thoroughly enjoyed. Not having to wake up early for work and having a diligent maid to prepare lunch was a luxury he appreciated, feeling as if he must have saved a galaxy in his past life to deserve such a life after his transmigration. Young master, lunch is ready. Would you like to eat now? Ah Ching entered the room, her gaze tender as she looked at Jiang Che. Her movements were a bit awkward, understandably so after the previous night's events. Let's eat, Jiang Che said with a smile, unbothered as he began to dress in front of Ah Ching. Ah Ching's cheeks flushed at his boldness, covering her eyes with her hands, though she couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. Young master is such a bad boy, she muttered under her breath, admiring his physique. After lunch, Jiang Che lay beside his home swimming pool, soaking up the sun, while Ah Ching massaged his shoulders. With Yi Chen severely injured and likely taking days to recover, Jiang Che found himself somewhat bored. His main source of entertainment had been suppressing the hapless protagonist, and now, having achieved the mid-stage innate level, he was eager for another encounter with Yi Chen. Does it feel good? Young master Ah Ching asked sweetly while massaging him. Very comfortable, a bit harder please, Jiang Che responded, enjoying the moment. Life was good without any work or worries, just enjoying each day. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his relaxation. Picking it up, he saw it was from Li Chengfeng. Hello, what's up? Jiang Che answered, curious as to why Li would contact him without a specific reason. Boss, I heard there's a high society party on a yacht in Linjiang tonight. Are you interested? Li Chengfeng asked, sounding hopeful. Another party? Not really interested, Jiang Che replied, finding the idea less appealing than spending time at home with his maid. But I heard Lin Xian, the school beauty, will be there, Li Chengfeng added with a sly chuckle. Lin Xian will be there. Jiang Che's interest was piqued, as this wasn't a scenario from the original story. His actions must have altered the plot. Yeah, really no interest, Li prodded. Alright, tell me the time, Jiang Che said, somewhat reluctantly. 8 o'clock tonight, Linjiang Pier. Don't miss it. Fine, Jiang Che agreed and hung up. Turning around, he noticed Ah Ching's face was filled with unease, her eyes almost teary. What's wrong, are you jealous? He teased, pulling her into his arms and playfully nudging her nose. Who is Lin Xian? Young master Ah Ching asked, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. Just a friend. Does Miss Shen know about her? Ah Ching knew about Jiang Che's engagement to Shen Qingqiu. Of course, she knows. Lin Xian is her junior sister, Jiang Che said, stroking Ah Ching's hair with a white lie. He had come to understand Ah Ching's sensitive and sentimental nature over the past few days. That's good then, Ah Ching murmured, a smile returning to her face. She didn't resent Jiang Che's potential interest in other women, considering his status. What she feared was being forgotten by him, now deeply attached to her young master. You won't leave me, right, young master? I'll always be your maid, by your side, Ah Ching pleaded softly. Don't worry, I won't, Jiang Che reassured her, recognizing the depth of her feelings and her fear of being abandoned. At 8 p.m., Jiang Che arrived at Linjiang Pier in his sports car. Parking his Bugatti casually by the roadside, he headed towards a yacht moored at the pier, only to be stopped by the security. Sir, do you have an invitation? The security guard asked politely, aware that tonight's attendees were all influential people. Jiang Che was about to show his invitation when Li Chengfeng descended from the yacht, berating the guards. Are you blind, not recognizing Jiang Che, the young master of the Jiang family? Apologizing, the guards quickly cleared the way for Jiang Che, who didn't bother to make a fuss over such trivial matters. It was normal for these guards not to recognize him since he rarely mingled in social circles. Li Chengfeng chided the guards further before joining Jiang Che. Hey, you're here, boss. What's with this sudden party? Whose yacht is this? Jiang Che asked, looking at the luxurious vessel. It's hosted by Bai Chengyan, the new head of the Bai family. He's organizing this party to consolidate his power and influence, Li Chengfeng explained. He added that Bai Chengyan's brothers were also eyeing the family leadership, making internal competition fierce. Jiang Che was slightly surprised at Li Chengfeng's insight. He realized that Li was more perceptive than he appeared. Just like the last party hosted by Wang Xiao, this was another networking opportunity for the influential. As they boarded the yacht, Jiang Che noted that this party had a broader invite list than the previous one, including many notable figures from Linjiang City. Let's head in, Jiang Che said, leading the way onto the yacht, with Li Chengfeng following. Once on board, they found many elites and socialites, all exchanging pleasantries and toasts. Li Chengfeng informed Jiang Che about the various activities planned, including singing, dancing, and even a poetry exchange session. A poetry exchange? That sounds interesting, Jiang Che remarked, his interest piqued. He had read some ancient poetry since arriving in this world and noticed many differences from his previous world. Yes, many daughters of reputable families will be participating. Are you interested in poetry? Boss Li Chengfeng asked, knowing Jiang Che's academic prowess but never hearing of his poetry skills. I have a bit of knowledge, Jiang Che replied modestly, actually just not wanting to delve too deep into the topic with Li Chengfeng. Welcome everyone to the party Bai Chengyan, have hosted. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. After a few formal words, Bai Chengyan stepped off the central stage, making way for a dance performance. A group of young girls in white dresses, likely fresh college graduates, gracefully took to the stage and began dancing. Jiang Che watched for a while but soon lost interest. Accustomed to Shen Qingqiu's stunning beauty, he found these ordinary girls unimpressive. Li Chengfeng, however, seemed utterly fascinated by the performance. Jiang Che found a seat and gazed out at the night view, sipping his red wine. His attention was soon caught by a familiar figure. Lin Xuan, wearing an elegant fur-trimmed cheongsam, was engaged in a lively conversation with a group of rich young ladies in a corner. Smirking, Jiang Che took his wine and approached Lin Xuan. May I have the pleasure of sharing a drink with you, Miss? Jiang Che asked as he approached Lin Xuan, who had been discussing ancient poetry with her companions. Initially annoyed by the interruption, her irritation only grew upon recognizing Jiang Che. Oh, if it isn't Jiang Che, Lin Xuan remarked sarcastically. Should I address you as Senior Jiang, or brother-in-law? Jiang Che, slightly amused and irritated by her tone, replied, I don't understand what you're talking about, Miss Lin. Don't mistakenly call me your brother-in-law, I'm certainly not that. His response, feigning ignorance, it seemed that Ye Chen had told Lin Xuan about his relationship with Shen Qingqiu. Hehe, Jiang Che, you're quite the actor, aren't you? So, what's your relationship with my senior sister Shen Qingqiu? Lin Xian asked with a hint of sarcasm. You're Qingqiu's junior sister? Jiang Che feigned complete surprise as if he was totally unaware of this fact. Yes. Hasn't she mentioned it to you? Lin Xian was now puzzled. Could it be that Shen Qingqiu had never discussed these matters with Jiang Che? She really hasn't mentioned this to me. What are you all doing here? Jiang Che quickly changed the subject, not keen on delving deeper into the topic with Lin Xian. We were discussing poetry. Are you interested in that as well? Jiang Che Lin Xian asked, somewhat mockingly. For some reason, she felt an urge to tease Jiang Che, possibly because of her resentment towards him for taking her first kiss, though she couldn't muster any real hatred towards him. I am quite interested, actually. Do you write poetry? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, surprised. The original story hadn't mentioned this particular talent of Lin Xian's. You think too highly of me. I can't write poetry, Lin Xian admitted, shaking her head. She could recite poetry, but composing it was beyond her skills. I thought you ladies were poets. If you're not into writing poetry, then what's the fun in discussing it? Jiang Che said somewhat dismissively, thinking he was among real talents. His comment made the other young ladies in the group feel slightly ashamed, bowing their heads in embarrassment. What, you think you can write poetry? Lin Xian retorted, doubting Jiang Che's abilities, despite knowing him as a top student. Sorry, but I actually can, Jiang Che replied with a smile, exuding confidence. Really? Lin Xian looked at him skeptically, finding it hard to believe. When have I ever lied to you? Jiang Che replied, gazing tenderly at Lin Xian, beginning his charm offensive with sweet talk. You just lied to me last time. Lin Xian's eyes flickered away, flustered and unable to meet Jiang Che's gaze, fearing she might get swayed by his charm. Ah, there were reasons for that, things I couldn't help, Jiang Che said, shaking his head and taking a sip of his wine, his eyes filled with a melancholic expression. His demeanor exuded a sense of sorrow, adding depth to his character. Qingqiu, I'm sorry. Jiang Che silently apologized to Shen Qingqiu in his heart before continuing his conversation with Lin Xian. Actually, I was forced into this situation. In a family like mine, who really has control over their marriage, my relationship with Shen Qingqiu is nothing more than an arranged marriage by our families, Jiang Che said with a smile that seemed somewhat pitiable. Your family, the Jiangs, need an arranged marriage? Lin Xian asked in surprise, aware of the Jiang family's top-tier status in Jiangzhou. It's just a facade of strength, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head. He quickly shifted from his previous despondent state to a more liberated demeanor, as if he had come to terms with his situation. Lin Xian fell silent, understanding Jiang Che's predicament as a fellow scion of a prominent family. She too might one day have to marry someone she didn't love for her family's sake. Do you like my senior sister? Lin Xian asked, almost regretting the question as soon as she voiced it. Jiang Che looked at her curiously, sensing that he had successfully piqued her interest. She's always so cold and aloof. Not my type at all, he replied, though his words contradicted his true feelings. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully, knowing her senior sister's icy demeanor all too well. Why are you asking all these questions? Don't tell me you're interested in me, Jiang Che teased. You're so full of yourself. Why would I like someone like you? Lin Xian retorted. While acknowledging Jiang Che's good looks, she found herself more attracted to men of talent and substance. Her curiosity about Jiang Che stemmed from their previous encounter, where he had stolen her first kiss. Jiang Che smiled, aware that his words had resonated with Lin Xian. His mention of an arranged marriage was merely a ruse. The Jiang family was at its peak and had no need for such alliances. Can you really compose poetry? Lin Xuan looked at Jiang Che, her eyes filled with skepticism. Of course, I can. If you want to see, I can write a poem for you right now, Jiang Che replied with a somewhat shameless smile. He had no actual skill in poetry, but since this world lacked poets like Du Fu and Li Bai, he could easily replicate poems from his memory. What type of poem would you like? He asked. Something about love, Lin Xuan replied after some thought, harboring her own romantic ideals. About love? Jiang Che chuckled. It was as if Lin Xuan had walked right into his trap. He might struggle with other themes, but writing about love was simple for him. Without further ado, Jiang Che went to a desk nearby, picked up a brush, and started recalling romantic poems he knew. Soon, he began to write. Delicate clouds create skillful shapes, shooting stars carry sorrow, the Milky Way silently flows far away. A single meeting during the golden autumn dew surpasses countless others in this human world. Tenderness like water, a dream of a promised time, hard to look back at the Magpie Bridge. If two hearts are forever in love, why lament about the endlessness of day and night? Jiang Che's movements were fluid and confident, and the poem flowed effortlessly from his brush. Lin Xuan approached to read the poem, surprised by Jiang Che's unrestrained and bold handwriting. The last 2 lines of the poem left her particularly impressed, feeling like they could rival the classics. As she murmured the lines, Lin Xuan was visibly moved. She hadn't expected such poetic talent from Jiang Che. The poem seemed to reveal a deeply romantic nature, sparking curiosity about him in her heart. Ding! Lin Xuan experiences a significant emotional impact and becomes curious about the host, awarding 1000 villain points. Do you also have someone you love but can't have? Lin Xuan asked Jiang Che, surprised at her own forwardness. It's not exactly unrequited love, as I never truly confessed, Jiang Che shrugged, appearing somewhat resigned. Why not boldly try if you like her? Lin Xuan inquired, intrigued by his admission. Because it's a relationship destined to have no future, Jiang Che sighed, shaking his head with a sense of helplessness. Is it because of your senior sister? Lin Xuan looked thoughtful, realizing that Jiang Che was a hopeless romantic. Sort of. After all, she is technically my fiancée. I can't betray her, Jiang Che replied, his face showing a struggle as if reluctant to talk about it. Can you tell me who this girl is? Lin Xuan asked, now fully led astray by Jiang Che's narrative. She loves poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. She's gentle and generous, kind and brave. The most perfect girl in my heart. Jiang Che spoke with a touch of melancholy and resignation. Sadly, we're destined not to be together in this lifetime. Likes poetry and songs. Lin Xian frowned in thought, sensing something off. This guy couldn't be talking about her, could he? That seemed unlikely. After all, they had only met 3 times, including the time at Wang Xiao's party. Could there really be such a thing as love at first sight in this world? All right, I've said too much. I shouldn't have. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be going, said Jiang Che, about to turn and leave, but Lin Xian stopped him. Wait, what's the matter? Jiang Che turned back, looking puzzled at Lin Xian. Jiang Che, are you talking about me just now? Lin Xian asked, trying to calm her racing heart. Miss Lin, when did I realize you're so narcissistic? Jiang Che asked teasingly, though he had been making up everything. He needed to wrap up the story neatly. Lin Xian's face turned red with anger. This scoundrel, claiming not to like her yet had kissed her in front of so many people last time. Her reputation was ruined because of him. Have you forgotten what you did to me last time? Lin Xian questioned, visibly annoyed. As she spoke, the expressions of the surrounding wealthy young ladies instantly became animated. Their eyes flitted between Jiang Che and Lin Xian, wondering if there was some juicy gossip. Miss Lin, please don't make up stories. I haven't done anything to you, Jiang Che responded. I don't want to talk to you. Lin Xian huffed, returning to her seat to drink sullenly, no longer paying Jiang Che any attention. She felt played by him. Jiang Che didn't pursue the matter further, knowing that Lin Xian had indeed been momentarily moved. After all, who can clearly define matters of the heart? But he refused to admit anything, keeping Lin Xian on the hook. This was his game, a classic case of leading on without commitment. Lin's sister, do you and this young Master Jiang have an enviable past? Sister Lin, I'm so envious of you. Young Master Jiang is so handsome. After Jiang Che left, several wealthy young ladies began to gossip eagerly. Listening to their bold and enthusiastic words, Lin Xian felt a bit embarrassed. What past could she have with that scoundrel? It was nothing more than that forced kiss last time. Boss, where did you go just now? Li Chengfeng asked Jiang Che curiously as he returned. I didn't go anywhere special. Who's this? Jiang Che replied, his attention shifting to a young man standing next to Li Chengfeng. This is my friend, Zhang Jiao, Li Chengfeng introduced. Jiao, this is my boss, Jiang Che, the young master of the Jiang family. Pleased to meet you, young Master Jiang, greeted Zhang Jiao, his face wearing a sycophantic smile. For the scions of smaller families like his, it was rare to get acquainted with someone from a top-tier family like Jiang Che's. Nice to meet you, Jiang Che responded with a smile, appearing approachable and down to earth. What were you two talking about? Jiang Che inquired. Nothing much, just discussing which internet celebrity looks better, Li Chengfeng replied with a lecherous grin. They, the rich second generation, enjoyed chasing after the goddesses, idolized by ordinary people, finding a sense of fulfillment in this. Jiang Che, however, was slightly skeptical, knowing all too well the deceptive nature of the internet. With filters and makeup off, the internet goddess might turn out to be just an ordinary person. After chatting a bit more with Li Chengfeng, Jiang Che sat down on a sofa, feeling somewhat bored. He always found these kinds of parties uninteresting. Meanwhile, in a room in Jiayan Garden, Ye Chen was meticulously preparing a medicinal concoction sent by Lin Xian's messenger. Upon completion, as he attempted to get up, a sharp pain from his injuries made him wince. Jiang Che, I swear I'll kill you, Ye Chen growled hoarsely, full of hatred for Jiang Che. Although his injuries were inflicted by Shen Qingqiu, he didn't blame her. After all, in his eyes, she could do no wrong. His only wish was to heal quickly and then kill Jiang Che, the despicable villain, to win back his senior sister. He was convinced that by killing Jiang Che, he could gradually melt Shen Qingqiu's icy exterior with his sincere love. After much struggle, Ye Chen finally managed to pour the brewed medicine into a bowl and drank it down. Although it brought some relief, the healing was frustratingly slow. This won't do. At this rate, it'll take 2 months to return to my peak condition, Ye Chen muttered, retrieving a small porcelain bottle from his person. He took out a snow-white pill, the heavenly fragrance Jade pill given by his master. A rare and highly effective healing medicine, of which his master had crafted only 5 during his travels across the land. Grudgingly, Ye Chen swallowed the pill and began meditating to harness its healing powers. Beside the river in Linjiang, at 10 o'clock in the evening, the wharf finally docked. Jiang Che and Li Chengfeng disembarked from the cruise ship. I'm heading back if there's nothing else, Jiang Che said, glancing at his watch and addressing Li Chengfeng. He didn't want to linger with Li Chengfeng, his little maid was waiting for him at home. Then you go ahead, boss. I'm heading home too, Li Chengfeng replied, shaking his head. He didn't have any other plans either. Okay, Jiang Che responded and drove his Bugatti straight to Crouching Dragon Villa. Once there, Jiang Che headed straight for his bedroom upon arriving home. System, how many villain points do I have left, he asked. The host currently has 2,000 villain points remaining. Give me 2 primary lucky draws. Ding, the lucky draw is in progress. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the skill, God-level disguise technique. Congratulations, host. You've acquired a 10,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus ×1. A 10,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus. Jiang Che's face lit up with excitement at the rewards he received. He felt incredibly lucky. He had previously seen the price of the ice mountain snow lotus in the system store. 1 lotus was exchangeable for 10,000 villain points, and he had just managed to draw 1. His excitement was palpable. Moreover, he remembered that Shen Qingqiu had a hidden illness that would flare up after a while. When it did, Ye Chen, her so-called junior brother known as the Little Medical Immortal, from the capital, would come to Linjiang City to treat her condition. Shen Qingqiu had suffered a mishap while practicing martial arts in her youth, causing a recurrent hidden illness. Whenever it flared up, she would be in unbearable pain, emitting a coldness so intense that anyone near her would get frostbitten. To cure her illness completely, his newly acquired 10,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus was indispensable. Disguise technique. Looking at the other reward from the system, Jiang Che's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his mind already filled with various unscrupulous ideas. 3 days later, at a cafe near Jiaxin Garden, Ye Chen and Lin Xian sat facing each other. You've recovered so quickly, Lin Xian asked, somewhat stunned, looking at Ye Chen sitting opposite her. She couldn't detect the faintness in him anymore. Although he hadn't fully regained his strength, he seemed mostly restored. Did he possess some special constitution? It had only been 3 days, and Ye Chen had seemingly been resurrected from near death. It's all thanks to the heavenly fragrance Jade pill master gave me, Ye Chen said with a wry smile, not hiding anything. Lin Xian was smart. Even if he didn't say it, she would have guessed it soon enough. Master is really partial, Lin Xian mused with a hint of jealousy in her voice. All 7 sisters had joined the sect earlier than Ye Chen, but in the end, the master gave the heavenly fragrance Jade pill to Ye Chen. They hadn't even seen it. She knew of the miraculous healing effects of the pill, no wonder Ye Chen recovered so quickly. So, are you here to give me the formula for the beauty pill? Lin Xian asked with anticipation. Ye Chen nodded. Despite reluctance in his heart, he pulled out an ancient formula and handed it to Lin Xian. After all, he had promised her and couldn't go back on his word. Lin Xian's hands trembled as she held the formula, her heart pounding with excitement. With the formula for the beauty pill, her Lin family might ascend to the top echelons of Jiang City. She didn't doubt whether Ye Chen would give her a fake formula. Despite their average relationship, she was his senior sister, and she believed he wouldn't deceive her. In 3 days, it will be my grandfather's 70th birthday. I know you want to make a name for yourself, and I will help you make connections then, Lin Xian said, deeply inhaling and trying to calm her excitement. She had principles. The value of the beauty pill formula in her hands far exceeded the 3 billion she gave Ye Chen. Since he wanted to make a splash in the upper circles of Jiang City, she might as well help him out. Then, thank you, senior sister, Ye Chen finally smiled, relieved. He was worried about not having someone to introduce him to that circle, and now Lin Xian was voluntarily offering help. Having completely offended Shen Qingqiu, he really didn't know how to contact these elites. Now, Ye Chen felt much more balanced. After all, the beauty pill wouldn't be much useful in his hands. Alright, I'll leave first if there's nothing else, Lin Xian smiled and then stood up to leave in her domestic sedan. Her priority was to discuss the production of the beauty pill with her father. Watching Lin Xian drive away, Ye Chen began to ponder. As far as he knew, except for his second and fifth senior sisters, the others were all in Jiang City. To establish himself quickly in Jiang City, he certainly needed the help of a few senior sisters. Though their family backgrounds were not as prominent as the eldest sisters, they were more than capable of helping him rise. With only 3 days left until Elder Lin's grand celebration, I should visit my third senior sister first. Ye Chen pondered for a moment and then headed towards the exit. His sixth senior sister, an icy character, was likely with Shen Qingqiu, as they shared a similar cold demeanor and got along well, especially considering that the former was an orphan. As for his seventh senior sister, just the thought of the white-haired Lolita made Ye Chen's heart skip a beat. She might look deceivingly young and cute, with her petite stature of only 1.5 meters, but she was notoriously crafty and merciless when it came to pranks. Moreover, Ye Chen had heard that his third senior sister, Jiu Yunqi, wielded considerable influence in the underground world of Linjiang City. If Jiu Yunqi was willing to help him, it would be the fastest way for his rise to power. He was determined to dominate both the legitimate and underground sectors. One day I will stand at the pinnacle of this city, Ye Chen vowed as he stepped out of the cafe, gazing at the surrounding skyscrapers. In the vast city of Linjiang, he had no place to call his own. He must succeed, if not for anything else, then for himself. Mister, I'm heading to the Blues Bar. Ye Chen hailed a taxi and directed it towards his destination. Arriving outside the Blues Bar, Ye Chen paid the taxi fare and got out. He had learned from Lin Xian that his third senior sister often spent her time drinking in her bar. Sorry, sir, our bar is not open during the day. The security guard at the entrance politely stopped Ye Chen, looking at him as if he were a fool. Doesn't he know bars don't operate during the day? What was he doing at a bar in broad daylight? I'm not here to drink. I'm looking for your boss, Jiu Yunqi, Ye Chen replied with a smile, not offended by the guard's actions. Having been humbled by past experiences, he now respected basic human decency. And what do you need our boss for? The guard asked suspiciously, knowing that if the boss had an appointment, they would usually be informed in advance. Moreover, Jiu Yunqi had a slight aversion to men, so most visitors were women. Those who fancied themselves as charming and tried to approach her usually ended up disappearing. I'm her junior brother. Please let her know I'm here. She'll see me, Ye Chen assured. Alright, wait here then. The guard hesitated but decided to inform her, aware of Jiu Yunqi's unpredictable nature. If this guy really was her junior brother and he didn't let him in, he'd be in trouble. He also knew about Jiu Yunqi's history of apprenticeship and that she had only recently taken over the family business. In the supreme private room on the second floor of the Blues Bar, Jiu Yunqi lay on a sofa, sipping wine. Dressed in a cheongsam and with her feet clad in black stockings swaying in midair, her cheeks flushed with the intoxication of too much wine, she hummed a nursery rhyme, lost in her own world. The knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Jiu Yunqi frowned, climbed off the sofa, and slipped into the high heels tossed aside. Come in, she said, allowing entry. The guard entered cautiously, keeping his head low and not daring to look up. What is it? Jiu Yunqi asked lazily, setting her wine glass on the coffee table, her voice sultry and soft. There's someone claiming to be your junior brother wanting to see you. Oh, my junior brother? Jiu Yunqi raised an eyebrow playfully. Yes, he appears to be around 20 years old. Let him in. All right, I'll call him. The guard, relieved, quickly exited the room, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ji Yunqi's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Back at the entrance, the guard respectfully informed Ye Chen, "Sir, our boss invites you in. She's in the number 9 private room on the 2nd floor." "Thank you," Ye Chen replied with a smile and made his way upstairs to the private room. Knocking on the door of room 9, Ye Chen entered upon Ji Yunqi's permission. "Senior sister," he greeted, slightly taken aback. Ji Yunqi looked different from his memories of her in the mountains. Her hair was styled in wavy curls, and her face was lightly made up, less innocent and more enchanting. "When did you come down from the mountain?" Ji Yunqi asked curiously, indicating that Ye Chen must have reached the innate realm, as per their sect's unspoken rule that only disciples who attained the innate realm could leave the mountain. The world was far more complex than it seemed. Higher cultivation meant greater survival chances. "About 10 days ago. Why are you looking for me instead of your senior sister?" Ji Yunqi queried, aware of Ye Chen's special feelings for Shen Qingqiu that everyone but Shen Qingqiu herself knew. Shen Qingqiu, always engrossed in her training, never noticed Ye Chen's affections, and their sect strictly prohibited such relationships, so Ye Chen had never confessed his feelings. "This is a complicated matter," Ye Chen said with a bitter smile, deciding not to disclose how he was beaten by his senior sister. "I need your help with something, senior sister." "What do you need?" Ji Yunqi asked, sipping her wine. Despite not being close to Ye Chen, she was willing to hear him out as his senior sister. "Do you know Jiang Che?" Ye Chen inquired, taking a deep breath. "The young master of the Jiang family, of course, I've heard of him." "What about him?" Ji Yunqi was puzzled, not understanding why Ye Chen suddenly brought up Jiang Che. "I've had some conflicts with him. I want you to help me deal with him," Ye Chen said, his eyes flickering with an intense hatred towards Jiang Che. "What did you say?" Ji Yunqi was shocked, nearly unable to believe her ears. "You want to take on Jiang Che?" Ye Chen confirmed, "Yes, I want to take down Jiang Che and the entire Jiang family." His eyes were filled with a fierce resolve, indicating deep-seated animosity. "Do you have a personal vendetta against him?" Ji Yunqi furrowed her brows, sensing the undeniable murderous intent in Ye Chen's eyes. Ye Chen nodded but didn't elaborate further, knowing Ji Yunqi wouldn't help him if she knew Jiang Che was his senior sister's fiancé. "Do you even realize what kind of power the Jiang family holds?" Ji Yunqi asked with a hint of self-mockery. She would have liked to eliminate Jiang Che herself but was restrained by her responsibilities towards her family. "The Jiang family is just one of the 4 major families in Linjiang City, right?" "Did they have some other background?" Ye Chen asked, confused, not aware of any other rumors. "It's not as simple as you think," Ji Yunqi shook her head. "The Jiang family has a significant influence in the entire Jiangzhou region. You can't afford to provoke them, just give up." She bluntly discouraged Ye Chen, not to undermine his confidence but because his plan was utterly unrealistic. She herself had never even considered retaliating against Jiang Che. In the entire Jiangzhou region, they have a notable background. Ye Chen was genuinely baffled, never having heard such information before. "You'd better stay away from him, he's beyond your reach," Ji Yunqi advised. "I also have some unresolved issues with him, but I can't act against him. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for the Jiyu family. I can't help you with this matter." Ji Yunqi shook her head, bluntly refusing Ye Chen's request. Ye Chen sighed deeply, understanding her position. With an entire family behind her, openly confronting Jiang Che would invite inevitable retribution from the Jiang family. From another perspective, Ye Chen realized he would have made the same decision since Ji Yunqi was not alone like him. "I have another request, senior sister," Ye Chen said. "Tell me. As long as it's not against Jiang Che, I'm open to it. I want you to help me investigate the truth behind the extermination of my Yi family," Ye Chen requested, his face filled with anger and barely suppressed rage. This matter was a thorn in his heart. Despite his efforts, he had gained no leads. Ji Yunqi, being the queen of Linjiang City's underground world, might uncover some clues. "I can help you with that," Ji Yunqi agreed without hesitation, aware of the vengeance burdening Ye Chen. "Thank you, senior sister. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now," Ye Chen said, trying to compose himself. He needed to prepare for the upcoming celebration of Elder Lin's 70th birthday, where he intended to make a grand entrance. Ji Yunqi watched Ye Chen leave the private room and then lay back on the sofa to continue drinking, humming a nursery rhyme to herself. At the Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che lay beside the swimming pool under the sun, feeling somewhat bored. He had instructed his men to closely monitor Ye Chen, awaiting updates from his bodyguards. Young master, there's news. Along approached Jiang Che respectfully. Go on. Ye Chen has somehow fully recovered from his injuries. He met with Lin Xian and Ji Yunqi today. So soon. Jiang Che was surprised, having thought Ye Chen would need at least 10 days to recover. It had only been 3 days, and Ye Chen was already up and about. Were we discovered? No, our men are ex-military with strong counter-surveillance skills. Ye Chen didn't notice them. Good. Continue the surveillance. Tell the 6 brothers monitoring Ye Chen that their salaries are raised to 30,000 a month. Thank you. Young master Along expressed his gratitude, genuinely happy for his colleagues. Indeed, working for Jiang Che had its rewards. All right, you can go. Jiang Che dismissed Along, who respectfully left. Jiang Che continued to lie in the sun, contemplating his next move. So, Ye Chen is up to something big lately. After Along left, Jiang Che squinted, recalling the plot in his mind. According to the storyline, the upcoming birthday celebration of Lin Xian's grandfather was the turning point for Ye Chen's rise. It was during this event that Ye Chen gained significant attention, making connections with various influential figures, rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of Linjiang City's hierarchy. And it's at this time that Ye Chen gifts the beautifying pill to Lin Xian, using the opportunity to curry favor. Jiang Che mused. If I'm not wrong, the formula for the beautifying pill includes a herb called winterling grass. This rare herb, a crucial component in many high-end skincare products, grows only in the bitterly cold northern regions. And, coincidentally, the Jiang family cultivates it, reaping substantial profits annually. If the Lin family plans to mass-produce the beautifying pill, they will inevitably seek a partnership with us. This is an excellent opportunity for me to intervene. With a cunning smile, Jiang Che pondered his next move. He wanted to oblige Ye Chen's intention to win favor, but with a twist. System, do you have something that can sabotage the efficacy of a herb without being detected? Searching as per the host's request, the system responded, and a faint blue screen appeared in front of Jiang Che, visible only to him. Sky poison liquid, destroys the efficacy of plants and herbs without altering their appearance. Price, 1000 villain points per bottle. Noticing the sky poison liquid's description, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. It seemed tailor-made for his needs and was surprisingly affordable. System, I'd like to make a purchase. After spending 1000 villain points, Jiang Che held a bottle containing about 500 milliliters of green liquid. Only this much. Jiang Che was initially disappointed, considering the small quantity. With Lin Xian planning to produce the beautifying pill on a large scale, this amount seemed insufficient. A gentle reminder, host. You can dilute the sky poison liquid with water and spray it on the herbs for the same effect. Now that makes things easier. With the system's clarification, Jiang Che wasted no time and called his mother, Su Shanshan. Hey, what's up, son? Susan's sweet voice answered promptly. Mom, do we still have winterling grass in Linjiang City? Yes, we cultivate it in the cold storage at our East City factory. Why do you ask? No reason. The Lin family might buy some winterling grass from us soon. Just sell them what we have in cold storage. All right, got it, Su Shanshan agreed without question, not probing into Jiang Che's motives. Her beloved son's wishes were her command. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Remember to visit home when you have time. After ending the call, Su Shanshan returned to her busy day. Jiang Che, with his plans set in motion, lay back by the pool, basking in the sun and the satisfaction of his impending scheme. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che, accompanied by Along, headed straight to the cold storage in the eastern part of the city. An hour later, they arrived. The security guard, recognizing the young master's car, allowed them entry without question. What are we doing here? Young master Along asked, puzzled. You'll see soon enough. Get a water hose first, Jiang Che replied with a mysterious smile. All right. Without further questioning, Along fetched a hose and followed Jiang Che into the cold storage. Given the harsh requirements for winterling grass growth and the summer heat, the storage was maintained at a bone-chilling -20 degrees Celsius. Jiang Che immediately felt a piercing cold upon entering and quickly circulated his internal energy to ward off the chill. Young master, the temperature here is too low, the hose is frozen, Along reported, smiling wryly. Use your head. Can't you use your internal energy to melt the ice in the hose? Jiang Che looked at Along, somewhat exasperated by his lack of initiative. Embarrassed, Oolong turned red and scolded himself for his stupidity. He then went to the hose and used his internal energy to thaw the ice within. Young master, we have water now. What should we do next? Just start watering the winter ling grass with the hose, Jiang Che instructed. Oolong didn't hesitate and began to water the grass. Meanwhile, Jiang Che took out the sky poison liquid from his system space, poured it into the air, and skillfully mixed it with the water using his internal energy before applying it to the winter ling grass. Hey, mission accomplished, Ye Chen, you better appreciate this gift, Jiang Che chuckled sinisterly. He hadn't poisoned all the winter ling grass, as Lin Xian would undoubtedly need some unadulterated grass for initial tests and wouldn't mass-produce the beautifying pills without confirming their efficacy. Keeping some grass untouched, he planned to collude with insiders from the Lin Corporation, ensuring that the poisoned grass would end up in the final product. Even if Ye Chen had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain his way out of this. Jiang Che had already confirmed with the system, without the efficacy of winter ling grass, the beautifying pills would be utterly ineffective. In the Lin family's living room, Lin Xian sat across from the family patriarch, Lin Zhenshan. Is this beautifying pill really as miraculous as you say? Lin Zhenshan asked skeptically, his brows furrowed as he recalled Lin Xian's description of the pill's effects. He found it hard to believe such a miraculous medicine could exist. Of course, it's all true, Lin Xian patiently explained. Dad, haven't you noticed how much smoother my skin is compared to others? Lin Zhenshan observed his daughter for a moment and nodded in agreement. As the head of the Lin family, he had seen many high-profile ladies, but few had skin as delicate as his daughter's. This is because I've been taking the beautifying pill since my time at the sect, which is why my skin is so good, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Convinced by her words, Lin Zhenshan, who had been managing a cosmetics business for years, began to see potential. If the beautifying pill was as effective as Lin Xian claimed, it could become a global sensation. Alright, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we won't produce it. It's not like we have anything to lose, he decided. That's great. I'll go to the Jiang family this afternoon to buy some winter ling grass and test the effects, Lin Zhenshan said, making plans to move forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, having completed his task at the cold storage, was heading towards a luxurious residential area in the city center with Oolong. Sky Garden District, 8 p.m. Lin Jiahao, after a long day at Lin Corporation, returned home. As he parked his car and walked to his apartment building, he was suddenly pulled into a Maybach by a man in black. Don't scream, or I'll shoot you, Oolong threatened, pressing a gun against Lin Jiahao's forehead. Terrified, Lin Jiahao swallowed hard and nervously complied. Oolong, put the gun away. Let's not scare our guest, Jiang Che casually ordered from the passenger seat, puffing out a ring of smoke. Oolong reluctantly put the gun away but kept a vigilant eye on Lin Jiahao, ready to react at any sign of trouble. May I ask who are you? Lin Jiahao stammered, his forehead dripping with sweat and his legs trembling in fear. Don't be afraid. Let me introduce myself first. I am Jiang Che, the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Che turned around to face Lin Jiahao, smiling amiably. However, to Lin Jiahao, this smile seemed menacing. You're the director in charge of supervising the production quality of cosmetics at Lin's corporation, right? Yes. May I ask what business young master Jiang has with me? Lin Jiahao asked nervously, clueless as to why the significant Jiang Che would suddenly seek him out. He couldn't recall any grudge or connection with Jiang Che. It's nothing serious, just need a little favor from you. How can I assist young master Jiang? Lin Jiahao asked, puzzled. He was just a modest production director, impressive to ordinary folks but nothing compared to Jiang Che. Your Lin's corporation will soon be purchasing a batch of winter ling grass from our Jiang corporation to produce a cosmetic product called Beauty Pill. However, I've tampered with that batch of winter ling grass. It's lost its medicinal effect. If mass-produced, the outcome will be mere duds. Before Lin's corporation starts production, there will undoubtedly be a quality check. You just need to use these altered herbs to pass the inspection. Hearing Jiang Che's plan, Lin Jiahao was utterly dumbfounded. He understood Jiang Che's intention, to use him to severely swindle Lin's corporation. He had been a diligent employee at Lin's corporation for over a decade, climbing to his current position. If he did this and got caught, prison would be the least of his worries. There's a chance he might even be hunted down by the Lin family. You don't have to rush to refuse. Upon successful completion, I'll pay you 10 million. You could take the money and start anew in another city. Otherwise, if you don't agree, there's no need for you to continue living in this world. Jiang Che finished and glanced at Along. Along got the hint and pulled out his gun, pressing it against Lin Jiahao's forehead. Jiang Che had no time to waste with this man. Using both threat and temptation, he was confident Lin Jiahao would agree. Based on his investigation, Lin Jiahao, being an old member of Lin's corporation, wouldn't agree easily. But in the face of death, so-called loyalty becomes laughable. With the gun to his head, Lin Jiahao's face turned pale, his forehead beaded with sweat. He was torn, weighing his years at Lin's corporation against his own life. You have 1 minute to decide. Jiang Che turned away, certain of Lin Jiahao's compliance, as human nature is inherently self-preserving. Frantically weighing his options, Lin Jiahao knew he had to make a decision. Otherwise, Jiang Che would kill him here, and no one would notice. Ordinary people can never outfight capitalists. I agree, Lin Jiahao finally capitulated. Lin Jiahao, pale-faced, slumped in his seat, drained of all energy after agreeing to Jiang Che's plan. He didn't want to betray Lin's corporation, which had nurtured him for over a decade, but he felt he had no choice. You'll be grateful for today's decision, Jiang Che assured with a smile. He handed over winterling grass stored in a refrigerated box to Lin Jiahao. Use these herbs when Lin Xian tests the beauty pill at your factory. Once mass production begins and Lin Xian discovers the pills are ineffective, blame it all on Ye Chen. Jiang Che handed a photo of Ye Chen to Lin Jiahao. Lin Jiahao understood Jiang Che's intention to frame Ye Chen. By claiming that Ye Chen had threatened him, Lin Xian would never suspect Jiang Che. Don't worry, Lin Xian tends to believe such accusations easily. Just insist it was Ye Chen, and she won't trouble you. Once the task is done, I'll give you 10 million and arrange a flight abroad for you, so you won't fear Ye Chen's retaliation. I hope you keep your word, Lin Jiahao said after a long silence. He knew refusing Jiang Che meant death, as Jiang Che wouldn't leave a loose end like him alive. You better not try any tricks, or your family will suffer too. Don't doubt my words. I mean them, Jiang Che warned. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I know what to do, Lin Jiahao replied bitterly, too afraid to betray Jiang Che and risk his family's safety. Convinced of Lin Jiahao's compliance, Jiang Che let him leave. After Lin Jiahao's departure, Along questioned why they didn't simply kill Ye Chen instead of going through such an elaborate scheme to defame him. You wouldn't understand. Drive us home, Jiang Che replied without further explanation, already plotting how to disgrace Ye Chen at Lin's grandfather's upcoming birthday celebration. Along, still puzzled, complied and drove back to Crouching Dragon Villa. Elsewhere, Lin Zhenshan first purchased a small batch of winterling grass from Jiang Corporation, then prepared other herbs needed for the beauty pill and brought Lin Xian to their own cosmetics production factory. Knowing that their chairman was coming, the factory's leaders were already waiting early at the entrance, including Lin Jiahao. Let's first see how effective this beauty pill is, then decide whether to produce it in bulk, Lin Zhenshan said, entering the office with Lin Xian and a group of factory leaders, sharing his thoughts with them. If the beauty pill is really that magical, then Lin Corporation will really hit the jackpot. The stock market will skyrocket too. The crowd was visibly moved by Lin Zhenshan's words. They all had stakes in the cosmetics factory, and if the beauty pill truly was that miraculous, their net worth would skyrocket. A lively discussion ensued among those present, except Lin Jiahao, who silently sipped water. However, the cost of producing the beauty pill is high, so if we decide to mass produce, the quality must be impeccable, Lin Zhenshan continued, turning to Lin Jiahao, this task is yours. Chairman, rest assured, I will strictly monitor the quality to prevent any defective products from entering the market, Lin Jiahao assured. I have brought all the formulas for the beauty pill, now go and let the relevant technicians produce some to see the effect, Lin Zhenshan instructed. Understood, Chairman, Lin Jiahao acknowledged, proceeding to instruct the technicians using the method Lin Xian mentioned. How much should we price each beauty pill? Lin Zhenshan then asked the gathered shareholders, already having an answer in mind but still wanting their suggestions. One shareholder suggested, I think it should be priced at 2,500 yuan each. We can initially have some popular celebrities endorse it, then raise the price once people are aware of the beauty pill's effectiveness, and limit the production to create a demand. Lin Zhenshan nodded in agreement with this idea. This strategy would multiply Lin Corporation's earnings. As such, Lin Zhenchen and Lin Xian discussed the beauty pills-related affairs with the shareholders in the office. Meanwhile, Lin Jiahao, using the winter ling grass provided by Jiang Che, had the technicians start producing the beauty pill according to the formula. These technicians were industry elites hired by Lin Corporation, known for their efficiency. 2 hours later, Lin Jiahao returned to the office with the newly made beauty pills. Is this the beauty pill? Lin Zhenchen curiously asked, looking at the lychee-sized, golden pills in Lin Jiahao's hand. Yes, this is the beauty pill. Dad, we can find a few people to test its effectiveness, Lin Xian said with a smile. She immediately called in several female employees. Handing them the beauty pills, Lin Xian explained, these are called beauty pills. They have miraculous effects in beautifying the skin and removing acne and spots. I've brought you here to try them for free. Although Lin Xian spoke diplomatically, the employees weren't naive. They understood the implied meaning of being test subjects. They knew well enough that their company hadn't produced beauty pills before. The women hesitated, unsure about trying the pills, concerned about potential side effects. Lin Xian reassured them, don't worry, with so many of us here, we wouldn't risk harming you. After some hesitation, the employees swallowed the pills, trusting that the presence of the chairman meant they wouldn't be harmed. You can go wash your faces now, Lin Xian suggested, noticing an immediate effect. Black, sticky substances began to emerge from their skin soon after taking the pills. The employees glanced at each other, noticing the changes, and quickly left to wash their faces. Amazing, Lin Zhenchen expressed his shock as the women returned. Their skin had become much fairer, transforming from ugly ducklings into swans. Even their acne had disappeared. Dad, I didn't deceive you, did I? The beauty pill is truly miraculous, Lin Xian proudly stated. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my daughter, Lin Zhenchen, he laughed heartily. With this beauty pill, our Lin family's rise to the top echelons of Linjiang City is just a matter of time. The meeting room was filled with joy and laughter, except for Lin Jiahao, who sat silently with a furrowed brow. 3 days later, at 8 p.m., as the evening lights began to brighten the city, Jiang Che drove his Bugatti straight to Shen Qingqiu's villa area. It was Lin Lao's birthday celebration tonight, and he was to accompany Shen Qingqiu to the event. Not long after Jiang Che arrived at Shen Qingqiu's villa, she emerged from the house. Brother Xiao Che, you're here. Seeing Jiang Che, her usually cold demeanor brightened with a smile. Dressed in a pristine white floral dress, she looked like a proud swan. We should get going, it's getting late, Jiang Che suggested, glancing at his watch with a smile. He then led Shen Qingqiu towards the Lin residence. The Lin family estate was brightly lit and bustling with activity. The event was graced by notable figures usually seen only in newspapers, industry elites, genteel ladies, unruly heirs, and jovial middle-aged men engaged in business talks. Upon Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu's arrival, they immediately attracted attention. Known as Linjiang's top bachelor and beauty president, their appearance together was a surprise to many, as only a few were aware of their relationship. This was Jiang Che's first time bringing Shen Qingqiu to such an event, sending a message that she was no longer available. Look, it's young Master Jiang and President Shen. I never expected young Master Jiang and President Shen to end up together. You two are truly a match made in heaven. A golden couple indeed. They were quickly surrounded by a group offering flattery, and Jiang Che amiably engaged in conversation with them. I'll go check on my junior sister, Shen Qingqiu excused herself, not fond of such superficial interactions. As she left, one of the young heirs, looking up to Jiang Che, asked in awe, there's a rumor that President Shen has no interest in men. How did you manage to win her over? It's something that can be understood, but not described, Jiang Che replied, shaking his head. His relationship with Shen Qingqiu had developed naturally over time, a process so smooth and uneventful that even he found it somewhat baffling. Senior sister, you're here. Lin Xian, busy instructing servants in tidying up the dining utensils in the Lin family's hall, beamed as she saw Shen Qingqiu approaching. She eagerly ran over. Shen Qingqiu responded with a brief nod, maintaining her usual icy demeanor. Lin Xian wasn't offended by Shen Qingqiu's coldness, she was well aware of her personality. Isn't our sixth junior sister coming? Lin Xian looked past Shen Qingqiu, searching for their other junior sister but found no sign of her. She expressed slight disappointment. I told her, but she doesn't want to come, replied Shen Qingqiu, shaking her head. You know her temperament. Lin Xian understood and didn't press the matter. Third senior sister and our little junior sister are already here, in that corner. I'll take you to them, she offered warmly, gently grabbing Shen Qingqiu's hand and leading her towards a corner of the room. In a corner of the Lin family living room, Ji Yunqi and Zhang Yuner were engaged in a conversation. Upon noticing Shen Qingqiu's arrival, Zhang Yuner's eyes lit up. She joyfully jumped from her chair and flung herself at Shen Qingqiu, hugging her tightly. Despite her small stature, she managed to wrap her arms around Shen Qingqiu's neck, appearing somewhat comical. Wah wah wah. Senior sister, I missed you so much. You haven't come to see me for such a long time, Zhang Yuner whined childishly, her voice tinged with feigned tears. Despite her words, her eyes were dry, filled more with mischief than sadness. Get down, Shen Qingqiu ordered coolly, a frown forming on her face. She knew all too well her junior sister's playful nature. No, I really like senior sister, Zhang Yuner protested, shaking her head and nuzzling against Shen Qingqiu. Lin Xian and Ji Yunqi couldn't help but smile at the scene. Only Zhang Yuner dared to jest with the normally aloof Shen Qingqiu like this. They knew Shen Qingqiu commanded considerable respect among her junior sisters. If you don't get down now, I'll have to discipline you according to our sect's rules, Shen Qingqiu said, her voice laced with a cold laugh. This threat seemed to have the desired effect on her junior. Ah, senior sister is so fierce. No wonder no one likes senior sister, Zhang Yuner grumbled as she reluctantly climbed down from Shen Qingqiu, clearly not happy about the situation. She wasn't eager to experience the sect's discipline again, recalling the pain it had caused her in the past. What did you say? Shen Qingqiu glanced at Zhang Yuner, her look alone sending a chill down Zhang Yuner's spine. He nothing, I was just saying how beautiful you are, senior sister, Zhang Yuner replied, somewhat sheepishly. Alright, stop it now. Senior sister, third senior sister, little junior sister, you rest here for a while. I'll go and attend to the guests, Lin Xian said with a smile, flicking Zhang Yuner's forehead. So disrespectful. Humph humph, Zhang Yuner hummed twice in dissatisfaction, but she didn't say anything more. Senior sister, what's your cultivation level now? Ji Yunqi approached Shen Qingqiu, curious. Still in the initial stage of transformation. I've been so busy handling company affairs recently that I've had no time to cultivate, Shen Qingqiu replied with a shake of her head, expressing her regret. If she could choose, she wouldn't want to be the president of Shen Corporation, she'd rather stay home and cultivate with her sixth junior sister every day. Ji Yunqi nodded thoughtfully, understanding Shen Qingqiu's predicament. Upon finishing with the crowd of flatterers, Jiang Che went into the living room to look for Shen Qingqiu. After a quick scan of the room, he found her in a corner on a sofa, sitting with Ji Yunqi and a young girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old. You're back. Seeing Jiang Che approaching, Shen Qingqiu's face brightened, and she quickly went to meet him. Yeah, I've dealt with them, Jiang Che said with a smile, then turned to Ji Yunqi and the young girl. Aren't you going to introduce us? This is my third junior sister, you can call her Ji Yunqi. And this is my little junior sister, call her Zhang Yuner. This gentleman is my fiancé, and your brother-in-law, Shen Qingqiu introduced, glancing back at the two. Upon hearing Shen Qingqiu's introduction, both Ji Yunqi and Zhang Yuner were stunned. Ji Yunqi, in particular, was completely taken aback. The man before her was none other than Jiang Che, the same person who had threatened her not long ago. And now he was her senior sister's fiancé. Ji Yunqi found it hard to comprehend. She knew any of her sisters dating wouldn't be surprising, but Shen Qingqiu having a boyfriend was a shock. Given Shen Qingqiu's personality and their mutual vow of remaining single, this turn of events was unexpected. Miss Ji Yu, we meet again. Jiang Che looked at Ji Yunqi with a hint of amusement. He hadn't expected to meet her here. Yes, young Master Jiang, I've missed you in this time apart, Ji Yunqi replied coquettishly, her voice seductive and alluring. Listening to her, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel his ears tingle, thinking to himself that she was indeed a siren. He could tell she was deliberately trying to embarrass him in front of Shen Qingqiu. Do you two know each other? Shen Qingqiu asked, her brows furrowed as she looked between Jiang Che and Ji Yunqi. We met at a social gathering once, Jiang Che replied, touching his nose and feeling a bit uneasy. Ji Yunqi's presence was unexpected. Unlike Lin Xian, she was bold and outspoken, which made Jiang Che wary of her potentially tarnishing his reputation. Yes, senior sister, we met at a social gathering, Jiu Yunqi confirmed with a charming laugh. I didn't expect that he would become your boyfriend. Realizing why Ye Chen had asked her to deal with Jiang Che, Jiu Yunqi couldn't help but find the situation amusing. It seemed her beloved senior sister had been stolen by someone else, which must have infuriated Ye Chen. Are you the senior sister's boyfriend? Jiang Yuner curiously sized up the man before her, noting his good looks. Jiang Che looked down at her. He was about 185 centimeters tall, while she was barely 150 centimeters. At first glance, Jiang Yuner seemed like a junior high student, though Che knew she was already 19, just petite in stature. Jiang Che suddenly remembered a game ID from his past life, lolly pick up. Indeed, I am your senior sister's boyfriend. How old are you, and which grade are you in? Jiang Che squatted down and gently patted Jiang Yuner's head, treating her as if she were a primary school student. Let go, I'm not a primary school student, I'm already an adult. Jiang Yuner looked at Jiang Che, somewhat annoyed. She had initially had a decent impression of this man, but him treating her like a child was unacceptable. Sorry about that. Jiang Che withdrew his hand, his apology sounding insincere. HMPH. Jiang Yuner huffed, deciding not to argue with Jiang Che for now, but her shifting eyes indicated she was plotting some kind of retaliation. Ye Chen, standing alone in another corner, watched Jiang Che's interaction, feeling a surge of anger. How dare this man treat his junior sister like that? His gaze filled with murderous intent, and he clenched his wine glass so tightly it shattered. Noticing someone staring at him, Jiang Che frowned and turned around, only to see Ye Chen glaring at him with intense hostility. Smirking at the sight of Ye Chen's fury, Jiang Che thought to himself about making Ye Chen even more infuriated. Qingqiu, I'm hungry, Jiang Che said. There's food right here. If you're hungry, eat, Shen Qingqiu replied nonchalantly, not understanding his antics. I want you to feed me, Jiang Che grinned mischievously. In front of all these people, are you serious? Shen Qingqiu asked, a bit exasperated. While she was often intimate with Jiang Che in private, public displays of affection were another matter. What's wrong with that? It's normal for my wife to feed me, Jiang Che replied, feeling it was time to assert some dominance, lest Shen Qingqiu become too unrestrained. If you don't feed me, I'll have to resort to our special therapy right here, Jiang Che warned playfully. You're shameless. Shen Qingqiu's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She knew exactly what kind of treatment Jiang Che was referring to and was not prepared to let it happen in front of her junior sisters. So, will you feed me? Jiang Che pressed. I will, all right, Shen Qingqiu conceded, picking up some food with chopsticks and feeding Jiang Che. Jiang Che turned to look at Ye Chen provocatively, his gaze full of disdain. Witnessing Shen Qingqiu feeding him, Ye Chen felt on the verge of exploding with anger. Watching the woman he loved feeding another man was a torture Ye Chen had never imagined he would endure. Jiang Che, I will kill you. Ye Chen's face turned livid with anger, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. He longed to rush over and kill Jiang Che on the spot. How about it? Are you satisfied now? Shen Qingqiu asked Jiang Che somewhat helplessly. He satisfied. Jiang Che chuckled, having achieved his goal of infuriating Ye Chen to his core. Jiang Yuner and Jiu Yunqi looked at Shen Qingqiu with odd expressions, finding it unusual to see her so gentle. When Shen Qingqiu was feeding Jiang Che, the tenderness in her eyes was unmistakable. I didn't expect you to be so gentle, senior sister, Jiang Yuner teased Shen Qingqiu, her tone full of mockery. Shen Qingqiu glared at Jiang Yuner but didn't respond. The group was chatting when Lin Xian approached. Initially, she wore a warm smile, but it dropped upon seeing Jiang Che next to Shen Qingqiu. Oh, Jiang Che is here too. Lin Xian's tone was sarcastic, causing Jiang Che to frown, feeling an urge to react violently to her voice. Old Lin's birthday is an important occasion. I should be here by all means, Jiang Che replied. You two know each other? Shen Qingqiu asked coolly, sensing something more complex in the situation. Of course, I've heard of Lin Xian, the famous campus beauty, Jiang Che explained, to which Shen Qingqiu nodded, aware of Lin Xian's university connections with Jiang Che. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my 70th birthday celebration. Lin Kanghai thanked the guests gathered in the living room. It's our honor to be here, the guests replied, wishing Lin Kanghai good health and a long life. Hearing the flattery, Lin Kanghai nodded in satisfaction. Please take your seats. The gift-giving ceremony will now begin, the butler announced. Various distinguished guests presented their gifts, including precious jade, longevity pills, and imperial jade bracelets, all aiming to gain favor with the Lin family for potential future collaborations. "What gift have you prepared?" Shen Qingqiu looked curiously at Jiang Che beside her. Gift-giving at such banquets was often a subtle competition. The value of the gift represented one's wealth and status. Shen Qingqiu was eager to know what gift Jiang Che had prepared, as it would reflect the prestige of the Jiang family. A cheap gift would be inappropriate and lose face. "Wait and see," Jiang Che replied with a mysterious smile. He had prepared a gift for Lin Kanghai, as such gestures were customary in their circles. Jiang family's young master Jiang Che presents the picture of the heavenly king granting sons, announced the butler, his voice betraying his shock. Jiang Che's generosity was apparent, a legendary painting like the picture of the heavenly king granting sons was incomparable to ordinary gifts. Such art was rare and not easily acquired, even with wealth. Jiang family's young master Lin Kanghai furrowed his brow upon hearing the announcement. He knew of Jiang Che but couldn't recall any significant interactions with him. The presentation of such a painting made him wonder about Jiang Che's intentions. Was he seeking a closer relationship with the Lin family? Considering their usual business relations, this gesture seemed excessive. Lin Kanghai suspected it might be related to Jiang Che taking over Yang's business interests. Despite understanding Jiang Che's motive, Lin Kanghai felt obliged to respond formally. He spotted Jiang Che and said, "You shouldn't have, young Master Jiang. Such a valuable painting, I cannot accept. Old Lin, you worry too much. Today is your 70th birthday, and since I'm friends with Lin Xian and our families have business relations, you should accept this painting," Jiang Che responded with a smile. "But, the picture of the heavenly king granting sons is too precious." Lin Kanghai hesitated, finding it difficult to accept such an expensive gift. "I've long heard of your love for paintings, old Lin. This is a small token of my respect. I hope you won't refuse," Jiang Che insisted, internally dismissing the painting's value. His study was filled with such art, all collected by his father. The painting he gifted was one of the least valuable in his collection. He also felt it was a small compensation for selling fake winter Ling grass to the Lin family, which would cost them billions in losses. "All right, thank you, young Master Jiang," Lin Kanghai finally accepted, realizing he couldn't refuse without offending Jiang Che. He truly admired such art, which wasn't easily bought with money. Lin Xian looked at Jiang Che, surprised by his generosity. "Do I have something on my face, Miss Lin?" "No, I just didn't expect you to be so generous," Lin Xian replied seriously. "If I said I did it all for you, would you believe me?" Jiang Che whispered in her ear, making sure Shen Qingqiu and others didn't notice or hear. Lin Xian blushed, feeling overwhelmed by his words. This scene, although unseen by Shen Qingqiu, was noticed by Ye Chen from a corner. "HMPH, saying one thing but meaning another," Lin Xian muttered under her breath as she hurriedly left the area. She hadn't forgotten her promise to Ye Chen to help him network, and she didn't want Shen Qingqiu and others to see her in a flustered state. Watching Lin Xian's retreating figure, Jiang Che smirked playfully. He found her quite interesting. Clearly flustered by his remark, she still approached him to be further teased. And to tease her, in front of her senior sister Shen Qingqiu herself, was indeed thrilling. "Sister, what did Jiang Che say to you just now?" Watching Lin Xian come over, Ye Chen tried to suppress his inner fury and calm himself down. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Lin Xian glanced at Ye Chen. She couldn't possibly admit that she had been swayed by Jiang Che's words. "Ye Chen, I came to find you to help you network. You wanted to show your face in front of these influential people in Linjiang, right? Are you ready?" Lin Xian asked Ye Chen, as this opportunity was a rare one, and it was up to him to seize it. "I'm ready." Ye Chen took a deep breath, pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. For now, his own matters were more pressing. Lin Xian didn't say much more and led Ye Chen directly to her grandfather. "Grandpa, let me introduce someone to you. This is my junior brother, his name is Ye Chen." Lin Xian smiled as she introduced Ye Chen to Lin Kanghai. Ye Chen Lin Kanghai looked at Ye Chen, waiting silently for Lin Xian to continue. He knew his granddaughter wouldn't bring someone just for introductions. "He is my master's prized disciple and has achieved a high level of medical skill." Oh, hearing this, Lin Kanghai immediately became interested. "How high exactly?" he asked curiously, his eyes filled with skepticism as he looked at Ye Chen. It wasn't that he doubted Ye Chen, but he was just too young for such claims. Lin Xian glanced at Ye Chen, signaling him to take over the conversation. She wasn't aware of the extent of his medical skills. Lin Grandpa, I notice some hollowness in your face. Have you been suffering from frequent insomnia, poor appetite, and occasional sudden abdominal pain? Ye Chen observed Lin Kanghai's face and confidently stated his diagnosis. In Chinese medicine, practitioners often diagnose by observing a patient's appearance, and at his level, he could generally identify someone's illness just by looking at their face. This Lin Kanghai looked at Ye Chen in a daze, because what Ye Chen described matched his symptoms exactly. It was unbelievable that Ye Chen could diagnose him with just a glance. He knew about the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine and how renowned doctors could diagnose illnesses with just a look. But he hadn't expected Ye Chen, so young, to achieve such a feat. What's causing it? He asked out of curiosity. That's because you, Lin Grandpa, always take on everything yourself, leading to mental and physical exhaustion, Ye Chen explained. At your age, you should avoid such stress. In the long run, it's not good for your health. Ye Chen shook his head and said to Lin Kanghai, you don't have any specific disease. It's just a series of reactions caused by overworking yourself. Grandfather Lin, at your age, you should be enjoying a peaceful life. You can let Uncle Lin and my senior sister handle the affairs. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. Lin Kanghai, looking at Ye Chen, asked directly, tell me, what do you want from me? You surely didn't just come here to diagnose me, especially not at my birthday banquet. Ye Chen scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed, as he didn't expect Lin Kanghai to be so straightforward. Grandpa, I asked him to come, Lin Xian stepped in to explain. Remember the beauty pill I told you about that was given to me by Ye Chen? He's ambitious and has extraordinary medical skills, so I brought him to your birthday party to introduce him to the influential people of Linjiang City. Lin Kanghai looked at Ye Chen and inquired, so, that beauty pill came from him? Lin Xian nodded, confirming, yes. Lin Kanghai then smiled and said, since you brought such significant business to the Lin family, it's only right for us to help you. Ye Chen, visibly pleased, thanked Lin Kanghai profusely. Later, Lin Kanghai stood in the center of the living room and announced, today, I want to introduce someone special to all of you. This person has unparalleled medical skills, a rare talent who is the future national medical doctor of Linjiang City. The announcement sparked a buzz among the guests, with many expressing surprise and curiosity about this new figure in their city. Lin Kanghai then gestured towards Ye Chen, indicating him as the person he was referring to. Lin Lao, are you sure this is no joke? As Lin Kanghai's voice fell, the crowd burst into skeptical chatter, given Ye Chen's young age. A man in his early 20s with such a high level of medical skill seemed unlikely to many. Why would I joke about something like this? Lin Kanghai replied with a shake of his head and a smile. I know you all doubt Ye Chen. How about letting him diagnose some of you? I'll go first, said a middle-aged, slightly overweight man in his 40s, stepping forward to stand before Ye Chen. It was just a medical consultation, so he figured he had nothing to lose and perhaps this young man might indeed be skilled. You often suffer from chest pain, insomnia, poor appetite, and sometimes back pain, Ye Chen observed after a glance. The middle-aged man was taken aback, as Ye Chen's description matched his symptoms perfectly. So, young doctor, what should I do? He asked, now genuinely curious. Maintain a regular diet, exercise more, and avoid staying up late, Ye Chen advised with a smile. You're showing early signs of hepatitis, it's important to take this seriously. The man thanked Ye Chen, and soon others approached Ye Chen, seeking medical advice. Ye Chen calmly attended to each person, while internally feeling triumphant about the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqiu noticed Ye Chen and sneered. She had no good feelings towards him, but since Lin Xian had invited him, she refrained from commenting. Ji Yu Yunqi, noticing Shen Qingqiu's reaction, suspected something had happened between her and Ye Chen that she wasn't aware of. Jiang Che watched Ye Chen with interest, already plotting how to prank him. He thought to himself that if Ye Chen insisted on showing off by treating people in public, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. An elderly man with white hair, appearing to be in his 70s, approached Ye Chen with the help of his servant. He looked frail and spoke shakily. I need to take your pulse, Ye Chen told the old man, indicating that he couldn't diagnose the issue from his appearance alone. The man extended his arm, and Ye Chen quickly made his diagnosis after checking the pulse. You're suffering from post-stroke sequelae? Ye Chen asked with a frown. He explained that the condition was a result of a stroke, known as cerebral apoplexy in modern medicine. It led to various complications, including paralysis, emotional, intellectual, and language impairments. The damage to the brain's central nervous cells led to these issues, requiring attentive care to prevent recurring episodes which could worsen the nerve damage, eventually leading to severe paralysis and complications, often resulting in death from secondary infections. This disease usually affects older people, and sometimes it becomes post-stroke sequelae if not treated in time. The old man, weakened and with a pale complexion, confirmed Ye Chen's diagnosis. His condition had been tormenting him for years, making simple tasks like eating difficult and causing frequent insomnia. Frustrated and exhausted, he was desperate for relief. "Divine Doctor, can you cure my illness?" the old man asked, full of hope. He had sought medical advice everywhere without success, spending a lot of money in the process. "Of course, I can treat you. I am known as a divine doctor, after all," Ye Chen confidently asserted. He had learned about such diseases in ancient medical texts and knew the treatment, though complex, was feasible. Really, the old man's eyes lit up with excitement. "Absolutely. If you agree, I can start treating you right now," Ye Chen offered with a light smile. "Then please, I'm entrusting you with this," the old man replied, earnest and grateful for any chance of recovery. Without further conversation, Ye Chen took out several rows of silver needles from his canvas bag and began preparing for acupuncture. The old man, although surprised, let Ye Chen proceed. "Are you going to treat him here?" an old man asked, bewildered. "Yes, right here," Ye Chen responded, smiling. He was planning to demonstrate his medical prowess to the crowd, especially for conditions considered incurable in modern medicine. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, watching Ye Chen's confident treatment, smirked mischievously and excused himself to the restroom. Unnoticed, he secretly used his internal qi to block the old man's danjiang acupoint. Chest center area. His plan was to ensure the old man's sudden death during the final step of Ye Chen's acupuncture, undermining Ye Chen's efforts and reputation. Unaware of Jiang Che's actions, Ye Chen continued his treatment, while Jiang Che relished in his cunning plan. "Ah, Ye Chen, don't blame me for being ruthless. To quickly increase my power, I have to use you for my ends," he thought with a sinister chuckle. Ye Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking somewhat pale. The acupuncture treatment he was administering was indeed draining, requiring intense focus and allowing no room for error. Just one last step. Holding a silver needle, Ye Chen targeted the white-haired elder's danjiang acupoint and swiftly inserted the needle. While as Ye Chen performed the procedure, the elder vomited a large amount of black blood and visibly looked much better. "It's done, the toxins have been expelled. He just needs to follow up with some herbal treatment," Ye Chen said with a light smile. "Thank you, divine doctor, thank you." The elder, feeling the changes in his body, thanked Ye Chen excitedly. He could clearly sense the improvement in his condition. "It's nothing." Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of a transcendent being, impressing those around him. "Truly a divine doctor, a Hua Tuo reborn," someone in the crowd remarked. "He will definitely be a sought-after figure in Linjiang City." The flattery and admiration from the crowd left Ye Chen somewhat ecstatic. He couldn't help feeling a sense of gratification. "No wonder many people enjoy showing off," he thought, "it feels fantastic." However, Ye Chen's smile soon faded as he noticed the elder's deteriorating condition. "Elder, what's wrong?" he asked with concern. "I feel." The elder started to say something but suddenly collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe. What Ye Chen was stunned, realizing the elder had no pulse. Despite following his medical knowledge precisely, the treatment had gone horribly wrong. He stepped back quietly, planning to slip away from the chaotic scene. Treating someone to death in front of so many witnesses, he knew he couldn't explain his way out of it. The servant beside the elder checked for a pulse and screamed, "Ah, he's dead." The commotion attracted everyone's attention. As the chaos unfolded, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to escape the scene, planning to explain the situation to Lin Xian later. Seeing the dead elder, Lin Xian was completely baffled. She looked around, but Ye Chen was nowhere to be found. "Lin family head, what kind of quack did you bring here? How dare he harm someone in public?" one of the guests exclaimed. "Lin family head, you must give us an explanation for today's incident," another demanded. Lin Kanghai frowned deeply, equally surprised by the turn of events. He had overestimated Ye Chen's abilities. Now, with the doctor gone, Lin Kanghai was left to deal with the aftermath of this disaster. Everyone, please calm down, he implored the agitated crowd. I'll give everyone an explanation for what happened today. I'll send someone to track down Ye Chen. Please give me some time. Lin Kanghai said loudly. I'm also heartbroken that something like this has happened. I was wrong to trust Ye Chen. I'll give old brother Lu's family an explanation. Let's end today's banquet here. Everyone, please go back. Lin Kanghai waved his hand and ordered the guests to leave. After what had happened, the banquet could not continue, and hearing Lin Kanghai's words, the guests stood up and left one after another. Only the old man's family stayed behind. Old Lin, I don't blame you for what happened. After all, Ye Chen's deception skills are superb. He deceived us all. But you must tell me where this damn liar is hiding. I won't let him go. The white-haired old man's son, Lu Tian, said angrily. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. He never thought that Ye Chen would be so bold as to kill his father in broad daylight in front of so many people. He should not have trusted this quack. Lin Kanghai frowned and did not reply. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. How would he know where Ye Chen was? However, Lin Xian was his senior sister, so she should know where this guy lived. He just came to Linjiang City and has no fixed residence. I don't know where he is either. Lin Xian shook her head and said. She did not mean to lie. She just felt that this matter was a little strange. She planned to ask Ye Chen face to face. After all, she had taken Ye Chen to treat old Master Wang's cancer last time. The sequelae of a stroke were not as difficult to treat as cancer, right? Ye Chen could even cure cancer, but he could not cure the sequelae of a stroke. She felt that this matter was not that simple. Nephew Lu, you heard it too. We don't know where Ye Chen is either. Lin Kanghai said with a bitter smile. But don't worry. This happened to my Lin family. I won't ignore it. Lin Kanghai promised. He was also very resentful of Ye Chen. What the FCK, a good birthday banquet was ruined by this guy. Alright, Lu Tian didn't make things too difficult for Lin Kanghai. He ordered people to carry his father's corpse and left without bothering him too much. He couldn't afford to offend the Lin clan. It wouldn't do him any good if he continued to be entangled with them. Moreover, his father was already dead, and he still had a bunch of funeral matters to deal with, so he didn't have time to grieve. Ding, the host schemed against Ye Chen, stopping his rise and changing the plot. Reward: 3,000 villain points. Ding, Ye Chen's luck minus 1,000. Reward: 2,000 villain points. How much luck value does Ye Chen have left? Jiang Che asked curiously. Ye Chen currently has 6,000 luck left. There's still so much. Jiang Che was a little stunned. Looks like I didn't trick this guy hard enough. As for why the system rewarded him with so many villain points, it should be because old Master Lin's banquet was considered a turning point in the early stages of the story. It was the starting point of Ye Chen's rise, but he had already messed it up. This fellow actually failed. Ji Yunqi frowned as she watched old Master Lu being carried away. She was quite confident in Ye Chen's medical skills. She did not expect that this guy would fail one day. Moreover, Ye Chen had killed old Master Lu. If he wanted to climb up the ranks by treating others, it was basically impossible. What's so strange about that? Who knows if such a person with ulterior motives did it on purpose, Shen Qingqiu said coldly from the side. She did not seem to be surprised that Ye Chen would kill someone. Ji Yunqi looked at Shen Qingqiu with a strange expression. She was basically certain now that there must be some conflict between Ye Chen and eldest senior sister that could not be resolved. Although Shen Qingqiu was not very close to Ye Chen in the past, she still had basic trust in him. Eldest senior sister, is there any conflict between you and youngest junior brother? Zhang Yuner looked at Shen Qingqiu curiously and asked. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. She did not mean anything else. She just wanted to know what was going on between eldest senior sister and youngest junior brother. She also knew that youngest junior brother loved eldest senior sister very much. Back when they were on the mountain, they had discussed this matter countless times with their senior and junior sisters. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Zhang Yun, coldly. She could not be bothered to explain anything to her. In her heart, Zhang Yuner had always been a brat. HMPH, eldest senior sister is so fierce. Zhang Yuner snorted unhappily. She had seen Shen Qingqiu's gentle attitude towards Jiang Che earlier. She was so sweet to a wild man and so fierce to her cute youngest junior sister, right? If there's nothing else, let's go. Jiang Che looked at Shen Qingqiu and smiled. Since Ye Chen had already run away, there was no point for him to stay here. He might as well go home and play house with his little maid. Okay, Shen Qingqiu responded. After saying her goodbyes to the two junior sisters and Lin Xian, she took the initiative to take Jiang Che's hand and walked out of the door. Senior sister, do you think first senior sister has changed? After Shen Qingqiu and Jiang Che disappeared outside the door, Zhang Yuner looked at Ji Yunqi and asked in a childish voice. She has indeed changed. She has a boyfriend and has become more feminine. She is no longer always cold-looking. Ji Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. Shen Qingqiu's change was obvious to all. In the past, she had stayed with first senior sister for 5 or 6 years. The number of times she had seen first senior sister smile could be counted on one hand. She didn't know how many times she had smiled today. She was always smiling when facing Jiang Che, but still had that cold attitude towards them. Can finding a boyfriend change a person's personality? Zhang Yuner said strangely. She had never been in a relationship before and did not know what magic love had. However, she could feel that Shen Qingqiu had become like this because she was in a relationship. Why do you want to know then? Why don't you just find a boyfriend? Ji Yunqi smiled teasingly. Anyway, so far, she had not met a man who could move her heart. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. There are no good men. Zhang Yuner snorted coldly. What are you guys talking about? Lin Xian walked over after dealing with the matters at hand. She looked at the two of them curiously and asked. Nothing. Junior sister, why don't you find a man to play with? Ji Yunqi smiled coquettishly. Without Shen Qingqiu around, she became bolder in her speech. Hearing Ji Yunqi's question, Lin Xian was slightly stunned. For some reason, the first person she thought of was Jiang Che, that damn man who had repeatedly molested her. I haven't thought about these things for the time being. Lin Xian shook her head and abandoned the distracting thoughts in her heart. I'm going to see Ye Chen now. Do you two want to come with me? Forget it, I might as well go back and drink instead of looking for him. I'll head back first. Ji Yunqi yawned and said with some boredom. After that, she left the living room and walked towards the door, not giving Lin Xian time to react at all. Lin Xian glanced at her senior sister speechlessly. Her third senior sister apprentice was a drunkard. All she thought about was drinking every day. What about you? Lin Xian turned to look at Zhang Yun. I'm not going either. The anime that I've been following is about to start broadcasting. I want to go home and watch it. Hee, goodbye, senior sister. Zhang Yun raised her little hand and waved at Lin Xian, then skipped away. Lin Xian shook her head and drove her car to Jiaxin Garden with her bodyguards. In a room in Jiaxin Villa, Ye Chen had been hiding in his room ever since he left the Lin residence. He knew that there were people looking for him all over the street. He frowned and smoked one cigarette after another, which was something he learned after he left the mountain. He did not understand why some people were so addicted to smoking before, but now he understood that smoking could really soothe people's emotions. He really could not understand why he made a mistake at such a critical time. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, the sound of the doorbell interrupted Ye Chen's thoughts. Ye Chen walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. He found that it was Lin Xian who opened the door. Tell me, what happened to you this time? Lin Xian walked in with her bodyguards. She frowned and looked at the slightly dispirited Ye Chen. She did not look good and her signature gentle smile was gone. I don't know either, Ye Chen said with a bitter smile. He knew that Lin Xian would definitely come to denounce him. After all, he went to treat the patient through Lin Xian's recommendation. This matter had a great impact on the Lin family. He just did not expect that she would come so soon. How did you suddenly fail? Lin Xian asked, feeling a little speechless. She was quite confident in Ye Chen's medical skills, but no one expected that he would fail this time. Could it be that someone set me up at the scene while I was treating the old man? Ye Chen thought for a moment and said slowly. He was focused on the patient at that time. If someone took the opportunity to make trouble for him, he wouldn't have noticed. Then who do you suspect? Jiang Che, Ye Chen said through gritted teeth. He was furious when he thought of Jiang Che's playful smile. Moreover, he did not know why, but he felt that Jiang Che was not as simple as he seemed. He's just an ordinary person. How could he frame you? He's not an ordinary person, Ye Chen said with a serious expression. Last time in the woods in the suburbs of Linjiang, he felt the fluctuation of internal energy from Jiang Che. Although he did not know how high Jiang Che's cultivation base was, he definitely had a cultivation base. He was just good at hiding it. If Jiang Che had not accidentally leaked a trace of his aura, he would not have sensed it. So you're saying that he also knows martial arts, Lin Xian said with a frown. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense if Jiang Che had cultivation. After all, the other party was the young master of the most mysterious Jiang family in Linjiang City. For the Jiang family to be able to stand in Linjiang City for 100 years without falling, there must be something that ordinary people didn't know. Ye Chen nodded heavily. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Xian shook her head. Now is not the time to care about these things. I received a call from your 5th senior sister. She will be back in a few days. When the time comes, let her take you to live in another city, don't stay in Linjiang City. Among the senior and junior sisters, only Ji Menglin had a slightly better relationship with Ye Chen and he had not offended her yet. 5th senior sister is coming back, joy filled Ye Chen's face as he got up from the sofa directly. He looked excited. That's right, she called me yesterday. She should be back in these few days. Lin Xian nodded as she spoke. Is she not carrying out missions anymore after the initial excitement? Ye Chen asked with some doubt. He knew that his 5th senior sister had always been a hitwoman abroad. She's done enough and made enough money, Lin Xian continued. I came to tell you that it's best not to go out these days. Both our Lin family and the Lu family are looking for you. I have to go now. You and our 5th sister should just move to another city and don't come back to Linjiang City. With that, Lin Xian left with her bodyguard. After this incident, Ye Chen's reputation as a quack doctor was ruined, and no one would likely seek his medical services anymore. If Ye Chen wanted to climb up the ladder using his medical skills, he would have to move to another city. Lin Xian then left with her bodyguard. Ye Chen sat back down on the sofa in silence. Leave? How could he leave with his deep grudge unavenged? Even if he really had to leave Linjiang City, he would only do so after seeking his revenge. Since he couldn't climb up using his medical skills anymore, he had to think of other ways. Meanwhile, at the Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che lay on a sun lounger by the pool. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Cultivation, mid-stage innate. Identity, Jiang family's young master. Villain points, 5,000. Owned items, human infant burp bag times 9, 1000-year ice mountain snow lotus times 1. Skills, God-level disguise technique. Young master, there's news. Jiang Che was enjoying a shoulder massage from Ah Ching when Ah Long rushed over, breathless. Is it news from Lin Zhaohai? Jiang Che asked lazily. Yes. According to Lin Zhaohai, the first batch of counterfeit beautifying pills has been produced. Due to his manipulations, the Lin family hasn't noticed anything amiss. This batch of 20,000 beautifying pills, including the cost of raw materials and labor, is expected to cause the Lin family a direct loss of several billion yuan. The Lin family has already started looking for celebrities for endorsements, and it's estimated that these pills will be sold out soon. Very good, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect Lin Zhaohai to be so efficient. In just 4 to 5 days, the matter was settled. Once people bought these pills and found them useless, Lin family would face a lot of trouble. What about Ye Chen? Has he made any moves recently? Jiang Che asked curiously. Our people have been monitoring Ye Chen these past few days. He has been staying in Lin Xian's Jiaxin garden and rarely goes out. Occasionally, he visits Blue's bar to meet Ji Yunqi. To meet Ji Yunqi, Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that after the previous incident, Ye Chen had become more cautious. He probably wanted Ji Yunqi to help investigate the truth behind the Yi family's annihilation. Jiang Che remembered that the Jiang family played a significant role in that event, even being the mastermind. From the beginning, he and Ye Chen were on opposite sides, in a life-and-death struggle. Back then, the Jiang family coveted a piece of land that was the most prosperous area in Linjiang City today, Yutian International Plaza. This land was owned by the Yi family, who knew its value and refused to sell it. Jiang Che's grandfather had orchestrated an accidental fire through several smaller families, after which the land fell into the Jiang family's hands. Everyone thought it was an accidental fire, and few knew the truth. But no one expected that Ye Chen from the Yi family would survive by chance. Has Ji Yunqi found anything? Jiang Che asked, not worried about Ye Chen's revenge. His cultivation was still higher than Ye Chen's, and he would welcome Ye Chen's attempt at revenge. Ji Yunqi, relying on the Ji family's underground forces, has found some clues, but nothing leading to us yet, Ah Long replied. The situation is getting more interesting. Jiang Che's lips curled into a mischievous smile. In the entire Linjiang city, the Jiang family had the most accurate intelligence network. Anything Jiang Che wanted to know could be unearthed by him. Keep monitoring Ye Chen and tell my mother to transfer 10 million yuan to Lin Haohai's overseas account. Understood, young master. Along bowed and left. Jiang Che leaned back, looking forward to seeing Ye Chen's reaction when he learned that it was Jiang Che's grandfather who had destroyed his family. The thought of Ye Chen's furious and helpless expression brought a sense of anticipation to Jiang Che. Scared by what was said just now, Jiang Che noticed that Ah Qing suddenly stopped massaging and turned to see her pale face, clearly frightened by his and Ah Long's conversation. No number. Ah Qing nodded and then shook her head, appearing somewhat conflicted. Say what you want to say. Jiang Che pulled Ah Qing into his arms and looked at her with a bit of amusement. Young master, did the old family head really do those things? Ah Qing buried her head in Jiang Che's chest and murmured softly. She remembered being bought by the old Jiang family head to serve as Jiang Che's maid when she was 13. In her memory, he had always been a kind and approachable old man. Yes, grandfather really did those things, Jiang Che nodded and admitted. This was not a secret in the Jiang family, many of the servants knew about it. But why did the old family head do that? Remember, this is a dog-eat-dog world. It's either you eat others, or others eat you. The business world is a battlefield where the strong prey on the weak. The value of that piece of land was too high. The Yi family, a small family, simply couldn't hold on to it. Even if grandfather hadn't done it back then, someone else would have. Jiang Che explained, touching the maid's soft hair. He spoke gently, but the reality was much crueler than what he described. Capital accumulation often involved bloodshed. Few could ascend the social ladder with clean hands. Jiang Che didn't want Ah Qing to understand too much. Sometimes knowing too much wasn't a good thing. How many people who saw through the essence of life actually lived contentedly? Ah Qing nodded thoughtfully. She didn't understand much and didn't want to. She was just inherently kind-hearted and was shocked by the sudden conversation she overheard between Jiang Che and Ah Long. Young master, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Jiang Che looked at the tearful Ah Qing and smiled, playfully tapping her nose. I crossed the line. I'm just a maid to the young master. I have no right to inquire about these matters. Jiang Che sighed and did not say anything more, just pulling the girl back into his embrace. He had never seen her as just a maid, but Ah Qing always confined herself to that role. He knew she was sensitive and in no hurry. As they spent more time together, Ah Qing would change. But it might take a long time. She was still too self-effacing. Ah Qing lay quietly in Jiang Che's arms. Both remained silent, enjoying the moment of tranquility. At Lin Group's chairman's office, Chairman Lin Zhenshan, Lin Xian, and various shareholders were discussing something, all smiling and appearing in very good spirits. We've got the popular star Zhao Yaqi to endorse our beautifying pills. I believe in 3 days, our beautifying pills will be sold out. Then, Lin's will make a clean profit of 5 billion yuan. Lin Zhenshan laughed heartily, feeling very excited. 5 billion yuan in just about a week. Earning 5 billion yuan was something many could only dream of. Very few in the entire Zhou nation could achieve this. With these beautifying pills, the Lin family could soar to the top, becoming the first family in Linjiang, even in Jiangzhou. Xian, this is all thanks to you. Lin Zhenshan looked at Lin Xian beside him, his eyes full of affection. He felt proud of having a daughter for the first time. This is what a daughter should do, Lin Xian said with a smile, not taking too much credit. She hadn't initially thought about mass-producing the beautifying pills. It was her junior brother, Ye Chen, who had given them to her. So, to repay Ye Chen's kindness, she had been trying to help him climb the ladder. You don't have to be modest. Once the first batch of beautifying pills is sold, I'll directly allocate you 10% of the company's shares, Lin Zhenshan said, laughing heartily. It had been many years since he had felt this happy. But in a couple of days, probably even he wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. The product launch was progressing smoothly, with the beauty pill being sold out immediately under the influence of the popular celebrity Zhao Yaqi. The Lin family was harmonious, and the event even made it to the hot searches. Jiang Che, watching the hot search news on his phone, smirked sinisterly. I hope the Lin family won't be crying in a couple of days. Putting down his phone, he went to the backyard of Wolong Villa. System, I want to upgrade my cultivation, Jiang Che commanded. Ding, deducting 5,000 villain points. Upgrading, limitless pure yang. The upgrade took a bit longer than before, around 3 hours. Jiang Che exhaled deeply, opening his eyes that shone with a golden light, having reached the late stage of the innate level. Now, he felt no fear towards Ye Chen, who was only at the early stage of the innate level. 3 days later, a sensational hot search appeared in the media. Shocking Lin Corporation is a fraudulent drug merchant. Shocking Lin Corporation's beauty pill, priced at 2,500 yuan per pill, is fake. Shocking Lin Corporation's stock market value evaporates by 10 billion overnight. Inside the office of Lin Corporation's chairman, Lin Zhenchen looked at the hot searches on his phone with a dark, angry expression, a stark contrast to his earlier cheerfulness. What exactly is happening here? Asked Lin Xian, who had rushed over immediately after seeing the hot searches. Her expression was equally troubled. In the past 2 days, Lin Corporation had received thousands of complaints and was subjected to official inspections. The customers who had bought the beauty pill demanded refunds. Faced with public pressure, Lin Corporation had no choice but to return the 5 billion yuan they had earned. Including the cost of production, as well as the manufacturing and processing fees, the company had lost nearly 10 billion yuan. It must be someone plotting against our Lin family, or perhaps there's something wrong with the pill formula your junior brother gave us. Lin Zhenchen sighed deeply, looking utterly defeated, as if he had aged a decade in a moment. That's impossible. The formula for the beauty pill should be correct. Haven't we been conducting random tests all along? Lin Xian shook her head, disagreeing with her father. She didn't believe Ye Chen would sabotage her like this, as there was no need for it. After all, she had no deep grudges against him and had been helping him in every way possible. Could it be an internal issue? Maybe someone intentionally produced substandard pills, Lin Xian suggested uncertainly. That's also a possibility, Lin Zhenchen nodded in agreement. Let's go to the factory and see what exactly happened. He then led Lin Xian directly to their cosmetic factory that produced the beauty pill. Speak up, everyone, where do you think the problem lies? Lin Zhenchen, in the office of the cosmetic factory, frowned at several silent minor shareholders. From their expressions, it was hard to tell who was at fault, as these veterans were adept at hiding their emotions. The shareholders looked at each other in confusion, genuinely unaware of where the error occurred. None of you admit it, huh? Then all of you can get out. Lin Zhenchen, typically a deep and calculated person, rarely lost his temper. But today's events had infuriated him, especially seeing these people refusing to speak. The entire meeting room fell into utter silence, with no one speaking up. You all may leave for now, Lin Xian intervened, seeing the situation getting tense. Dad, don't be too angry. I have a way to probe them. After all the minor shareholders had left, Lin Xian comforted Lin Zhenchen in a soft voice. Oh, what's your plan? Lin Zhenchen looked at his daughter, puzzled. We can question them one by one. If there's really a mole among them, they'll definitely slip up under high pressure. Let's do it your way, Lin Zhenchen agreed after a moment of contemplation. Thus, a questioning session of the cosmetic factory's minor shareholders began. Jiahao, do you have anything to say? Lin Zhenchen's tone softened considerably when addressing Lin Jiahao. The other party was also an old man in the cosmetics factory. In order to inherit the Lin family from the old man, he opened this cosmetics factory with 50 million yuan of startup capital. Lin Jiahao had been with him since then. From a small worker to a minority shareholder, Lin Jiahao could be said to have witnessed the development of this cosmetics factory. Therefore, Lin Zhenchen's attitude towards him was different from that of others. It was said that businessmen valued profits more than parting, but Lin Zhenchen was the opposite. As long as the brothers who had fought alongside him did not betray him, Lin Zhenchen would make proper arrangements for them. Even though they were old and had already retired, Lin Zhenchen would still give them a large retirement fund every year. He would even visit them personally. Lin Zhenchen's personality naturally attracted a large number of ambitious young people. Therefore, Lin's group had increased in value by tens of billions in Lin Zhenchen's hands over the years. This was all due to him alone. Chairman, listening to Lin Zhenchen's tone and attitude, which was obviously different from the others, Lin Jiahao felt that he could not hold it in any longer. He had originally wanted to play around, but now he might as well lay all his cards on the table. Chairman, I was foolish when I first started producing the beautifying pill. A young man came to me and asked me to add a kind of potion to the beautifying pill. As long as you add this potion, the beautifying pill will lose its original effect. He kidnapped my wife and child. I couldn't do anything about it. I was confused, I apologize, Chairman Lin Jiahao said with snot and tears. He directly poured all the blame on Ye Chen as he spoke. He began to slap his big mouth, looking extremely regretful. Therefore, you used the convenience of your position to start producing fake beauty pills, Lin Zhenchen sternly asked Lin Jiahao, glaring at him intensely. Yes, Lin Jiahao admitted, looking defeated and remorseful. You can call the police, or even kill me. I have no complaints. Lin Jiahao said as if he was facing death with equanimity. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. A 40-year-old man suddenly shed tears, not because of anything else, but because he felt that he had let down Lin Zhenchen's trust. However, he was forced to do so. If he did not agree to Jiang Che's request, he would be the one who would end up going 6 feet under. Human nature was selfish. In the face of life, loyalty becomes a little ridiculous. Do you remember what that young man looked like? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat and she quickly asked. She already had a bad feeling in her heart. The Lin Group's production of the beautifying pill was absolutely confidential. Other than the company's upper management, not many people knew about it. I don't know his appearance, but I can recognize his voice. He was wearing a mask when he came to me, Lin Jiahao said after some thought, knowing he needed to make his lie convincing. Then listen to this. Is this the voice? Lin Xian played a video on her phone with Ye Chen's recording for Lin Jiahao. After listening for a while, Lin Jiahao nodded affirmatively, recognizing the voice from the video as the same one he had heard from Jiang Che. Show me the medicine he gave you, Lin Xian said after a deep breath, her suspicions almost confirmed. It's in my office. I have to go and get it. Go ahead. After receiving Lin Xian's affirmation, Lin Jiahao directly left the meeting room and went to fetch the medicine from his office. Is it Ye Chen? Lin Zhenchen asked uncertainly after Lin Jiahao left the room. We can't be sure yet, Lin Xian replied, shaking her head. The truth would be known once Lin Jiahao returned. About 10 minutes later, Lin Jiahao came back with a bottle of medicine in his hand. This was the medicine Jiang Che gave him before. He said that as long as he gave this to Lin Xian, she would not ask any more questions. Although Lin Jiahao did not understand what he meant, he still did as Jiang Che said because he had no other choice. Miss, this is the medicine he gave me. Lin Jiahao put the medicine on the table and stood aside with some trepidation. Although Jiang Che said that he would arrange a special plane to send him abroad, it was unknown whether he could get out of here alive today. He also came from that era. He knew that although Lin Zhenchen was very good to his own people, he was also known for being cruel and merciless. Lin Xian opened the bottle and sniffed it, her expression turning complex. This scent, she knew it all too well. She remembered the time on the mountain when her master called together her and the 7 fellow disciples to prepare a potion called melting herb liquid. The potion's effect was simple. It could corrode the medicinal properties of the herbs but still maintain their original form. The master did this as a test to see if they had the talent for learning ancient Chinese medicine. After all, ancient Chinese medicine is fundamentally different from modern medicine. Lin Xian put down the medicine bottle in her hand and remained silent. There was no longer any need to discuss who the real culprit was. However, she couldn't understand why Ye Chen would go to such lengths to frame her, as she didn't recall having any feud with him. Lin Jiahao, seeing Lin Xian suddenly become silent, panicked inside. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not even daring to breathe heavily. Dad, I already know who it is. Lin Xian took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fury within her. Lin Zhenchen nodded, not asking further. In fact, he knew who it was without Lin Xian having to say it. After all, the voice in the audio from Lin Xian's phone was Ye Chen's. I'm going to find him now to demand an explanation. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked out of the cosmetics factory's gate. After Lin Xian left, only Lin Jiahao and Lin Zhenchen remained in the meeting room. Chairman confronted with Lin Zhenchen's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Jiahao bowed his head in shame. Lin Zhenchen's expression was a mixture of anger, confusion, suspicion, and sadness, which ultimately turned into a long sigh. Sigh, go as far away as you can, and never let me see you again. Ultimately, Lin Zhenchen did not act against Lin Jiahao, still choosing to believe his side of the story. Though he was known to be ruthless and merciless, that was only towards outsiders. He couldn't bring himself to be so harsh with his own people. Lin Jiahao had been with him for over a decade, and his actions today were born of desperation. Thank you, Chairman. Lin Jiahao knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Zhenchen, holding back the tears in his eyes, and left without looking back. This farewell was forever. After Lin Jiahao left, Lin Zhenshan stared blankly at the conference room's ceiling, unable to return to his senses for a long time. After leaving the Lin Cosmetics factory, Lin Jiahao headed straight for the nearby road. He had already arranged with Jiang Che that, once everything was over, Jiang would organize for him to go abroad. Jiang Che had arranged a black A8 to meet him near the factory. After walking on the road for over half an hour, Lin Jiahao indeed saw a black A8 parked by the roadside. A large man in black clothes was smiling at him. This man was the one who had followed Jiang Che to threaten him, pointing a gun at him. "You did well, the young master is very pleased." As Lin Jiahao approached, Along patted his shoulder, giving him a suitable compliment. He had come following Jiang Che's instructions to send Lin Jiahao and his family abroad. "Get in the car, your wife and child are waiting for you inside." "Thank you." Lin Jiahao thanked Along and then got into the back seat of the A8. Upon opening the car door, he saw the two figures he had been longing for, his wife gently coaxing their child to sleep. When she saw him enter, his wife gestured for him to be silent. Seeing this, Lin Jiahao suddenly cried, feeling that all his recent fears and worries had been worth it. As long as his wife and child were safe, what did it matter if he really lost his life? "Husband, why are you crying?" "It's nothing, just blinded by the wind and sand." Such is the sorrow of the insignificant, unable to control their own destiny. On the other side, Ye Chen paced back and forth in Lin Xian's house in Jiaxin Garden. He was chain-smoking, his brows knitted into a frown, feeling extremely agitated. Several days had passed since the Lin family's birthday banquet, and he still had no clue how to establish a firm footing in Linjiang City. Moreover, there were no leads from Jiyu Yunqi about the murderer who annihilated his Yi family, just instructions to wait for news. This deepened Ye Chen's frustration. Ring just then, a message notification on his phone interrupted his thoughts. Ye Chen picked up his phone to see a message from Lin Xian. "Come over, I have something to discuss with you," accompanied by an address of an unfinished building in the east of the city. Ye Chen furrowed his brows, though it was odd for Lin Xian to meet there. He didn't think much and, grabbing his jacket, hailed a cab to the location. In the unfinished building in the east of the city, Lin Xian parked her car and waited silently for Ye Chen's arrival. About 40 minutes later, Ye Chen finally arrived. "Sister, why have you asked me to meet in such a place?" Ye Chen asked in confusion, overlooking her somber expression and assuming she was just in a bad mood. "Don't you know why I asked you to meet here?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, her eyes filled with chill, devoid of her usual warm smile. "Sister, what do you mean?" Ye Chen frowned, sensing that today's meeting was not simple. "Hey, I didn't think you'd dare to come. We've reached this point, and you're still pretending," she retorted. "Just look at the trending news on your phone." Doubtful, Ye Chen took out his phone and opened a social media app. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of advancement and had little time for his phone, genuinely unaware of recent events. Shock Lin Corporation is a fraudulent drug dealer. Shock Lin Corporation's beauty pills, priced at 2,500 yuan each, are fakes. Shock Lin Corporation's stock market value evaporated by tens of billions overnight. What? Seeing the trending news, Ye Chen was stunned. The beauty pills were fake. How could this be? He then realized why Lin Xian summoned him. Clearly, it was an accusation. But the formula he gave Lin Xian was real. How could it be fake? "Sister, there must be some misunderstanding. The pill formula I gave you is absolutely genuine," Ye Chen assured her, having no reason to betray Lin Xian after all her help. "Hey, the formula is indeed real," Lin Xian conceded, relieving Ye Chen briefly until her next words baffled him. "But you first gave me the real beauty pill formula for production, then colluded with my Lin employees to mix in melting herb liquid with the raw materials. This caused direct losses of billions to Lin, yet no one would suspect you. Ye Chen, what a calculation you've played." "Sister, I don't understand what you're talking about." Ye Chen was genuinely confused. He knew what melting herb liquid was but had been home recently. How could he have colluded with Lin employees? "At this point, you're still pretending," Lin Xian sneered, pulling out her phone to show him a video. Before leaving her office, she had copied the surveillance footage to her phone and threw the melting herb liquid to Ye Chen. "This I didn't do this, sister, you have to believe me." Seeing the video, Ye Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't recognize the middle-aged man in the video at all. When did he threaten him? Still denying it, Lin Xian laughed coldly, her smile chilling to Ye Chen, who realized she was genuinely angry. "Fine, Then I will discipline you on behalf of our master, so you learn to respect your seniors." With that, Lin Xian gathered her internal strength in her palm, leapt up, and struck towards Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen, unprepared, mustered his internal strength to defend against her attack. Lin Xian's palm strike sent Ye Chen flying against a tree, which broke from the impact. Ye Chen vomited blood and turned pale. Still recovering from a previous beating by Shen Qingqiu, he couldn't withstand Lin Xian's attack despite being at the same cultivation level. "Sister," he pleaded weakly, "I really didn't do these things." Lin Xian's then sent her second strike that worsened his already severe injuries. "At this point, what more excuses do you have?" Lin Xian said with a cold laugh, then instructed the bodyguards who accompanied her, "He's already injured. You guys, beat him up severely." "Understood, young lady," the bodyguards responded, eagerly moving towards Ye Chen. "Don't come over here," Ye Chen said in panic, powerless to defend himself against even these ordinary men due to his severe injuries. "You brat, daring to deceive our young lady, you're asking for death." "Brothers, beat him up in an instant." Several black-clad men swarmed up, raining punches and kicks on Ye Chen. Soon, Ye Chen's agonized screams, resembling a pig being slaughtered, echoed. Lin Xian frowned slightly but said nothing. Ye Chen, the B*****, dared to deceive her like this. She couldn't swallow her anger without teaching him a lesson. "Okay, stop. Don't beat him to death." Noticing Ye Chen's increasingly weak screams, Lin Xian called off the bodyguards. After all, Ye Chen was her junior brother, and if he died by her hand, she couldn't explain it to their master. "Ye Chen, from now on, our ties are severed. I'm no longer your senior sister. Better not let me see you again." With these words, Lin Xian walked away without looking back. Ye Chen watched Lin Xian's retreating figure, heartbroken, and finally broke down crying. He truly couldn't understand why he was being framed and why the world was so malicious towards him. Ding, the host has set up Ye Chen, altering the storyline. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding, Ye Chen's luck decreased by 2,000, rewarding the host with 4,000 villain points. Elsewhere, Jiang Che was leisurely sunbathing at home when he heard the system's notification. It seems Lin Xian has already settled accounts with Ye Chen, Jiang Che thought to himself. Ye Chen was finally almost ruined by his machinations, probably still unaware of who was framing him. Even if he confronted Lin Jiahao later, the latter would have long since fled. "System, would I get a reward if I killed Ye Chen now?" Jiang Che asked curiously, recalling a hunting mission from the first time he met Ye Chen, promising a mysterious reward for killing him. Of course. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully but wasn't in a rush to kill Ye Chen. After all, Ye Chen still had 4,000 luck points on him, so it was better to keep him hanging. Does killing Ye Chen mean the next child of luck will appear? Not necessarily. This world is a fusion of countless novels, and the host may encounter protagonists just by going out daily. Jiang Che nodded, not delving deeper into this matter. With the system by his side, he wasn't afraid even if 100 protagonists appeared. On the other side, Ye Chen, dragging his heavily injured body, found a cheap hotel to stay in. He was in his room, treating his injuries, beaten black and blue by the bodyguards, looking utterly miserable. Ye Chen applied ointment to a wound on his arm, wincing in pain. "If I find out who's secretly harming me, I will make sure they suffer." Ding ling ling. Just then, Ye Chen's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hesitating, he still answered. "Hello, who is this?" "Little junior brother, I'm back in the country. I heard from fourth sister that you also left the mountain. Where are you now?" A lazy voice of a mature woman came from the other end. "Are you fifth sister?" Ye Chen asked somewhat dully. "Yes, where are you now?" "I'm coming to find you. I'm at Yijia Hotel on Xinghua South Street." Ye Chen's tone was complex, honestly not wanting her to see him in this embarrassing state. Speaking of his several sisters, he had offended almost all of them, except for Ji Menglin. Ji Menglin, who became an assassin after breaking through to the innate realm, he hadn't seen her for 3 years. "Wait for me, I'll be right there." After saying this, Ji Menglin hung up the phone. At Linjiang City International Airport, a tall, stunningly beautiful long-legged sister with a suitcase walked out of the terminal. Her appearance immediately attracted countless admiring glances from men. Beautiful women were common, but such a breathtakingly gorgeous long-legged sister was rare. Ji Menglin, aware of the attention, was indifferent. She had grown used to being watched during her years abroad. After all, being beautiful meant being the center of attention wherever she went. Driver, take me to Yijia Hotel on Xinghua South Street, Ji Menglin instructed a taxi driver, heading straight to the hotel where Ye Chen was staying. After 3 years, she was curious about any changes in her junior brother. As for her other sisters, she wasn't in a hurry and planned to surprise them. Having no other friends in Linjiang City besides her sisters, she decided to visit Ye Chen first. In room 105 of Yijia Hotel on Xinghua South Street, Ji Menglin rang the doorbell. Soon, Ye Chen opened the door. "You're my junior brother, Ye Chen." Ji Menglin frowned upon seeing the young man with a bruised face, his appearance far from the sunny and handsome junior brother she remembered. "Sister, it's me, Ye Chen," Ye Chen replied with a bitter smile, embarrassed by his current state. "How did you end up like this?" Ji Menglin asked, puzzled by the drastic change in his appearance. "It's a long story, sister. Please come in, and I'll explain everything to you." Thus, Ji Menglin entered the room. "You're staying in a place like this?" She frowned even more deeply upon looking around the room. Over the years, she had stayed in 5-star hotels and presidential suites and had never lived in such a poor hotel. "I don't have much money, so I can only stay here temporarily," Ye Chen said with a bitter tone. He joked internally, who would want to stay in a 30 yuan a night hotel if they had the money? Last night, he was startled by a rat jumping onto his bed while he was sleeping. "Why don't you go to the eldest sisters? Aren't they all rich ladies of Linjiang City?" Ji Menglin asked, puzzled by his actions. "That's what I wanted to talk to you about." Ye Chen sighed deeply and began to ramble, exaggerating the grudges between him, Jiang Che, and Shen Qingqiu, with himself as the victim and Jiang Che as the despicable villain. "That's outrageous. This Jiang family's young master is really bullying others with his background, huh? And the eldest sister too, how can she not see right from wrong? I'll go teach Jiang Che a lesson for you right now," Ji Menglin said indignantly, getting up to confront Jiang Che. "Sister, wait!" Ye Chen hurriedly stopped her, guessing that Jiang Che, at least, was at the same early innate stage as him. Ji Menglin going there was like sending herself to her doom. "What's wrong?" Ji Menglin looked at Ye Chen, not understanding why he stopped her. "Jiang Che is also an early innate stage expert, and his cultivation is deep. You probably can't defeat him." "Don't worry, I've already broken through to the mid-innate stage," Ji Menglin said proudly, her achievements giving her a sense of pride. "When did you break through?" Ye Chen looked at her in surprise. "Last year," she replied. "I often took assassination missions at that time, each one fraught with danger. After each mission, I could feel my cultivation growing bit by bit. Over time, I naturally broke through," Ji Menglin said, finding her own story somewhat unbelievable since she never practiced cultivation in those 3 years. Ye Chen nodded, having heard of people breaking through in battle, but was amazed his sister was one of those geniuses. "You can rest easy now, sister will take care of this revenge for you," Ji Menglin said cheerfully, then leapt out of the window, disappearing into the night. Ye Chen, looking out at the night scene, didn't stop her, harboring his own selfish motives. Since Ji Menglin was already a mid-innate stage expert, teaching Jiang Che a lesson should be no problem, right? A good chance for his own revenge. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, sending Ji Menglin there was like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth, and she might not return. At 10 p.m., with the city lights beginning to shine, the night in Linjiang City became intoxicating, and countless disheartened youths started to drown their sorrows by the roadside. Ji Menglin, her figure ghost-like, moved rapidly towards Crouching Dragon Villa under the cover of night. Having reached the innate realm, she could achieve short-term levitation, moving between floors without much expenditure of internal qi. In Jiang Che's bedroom at Crouching Dragon Villa, he was treating a cold-related illness. Ever since discovering Ah Qing's special constitution, Jiang Che had been helping her every day with blood circulation to expel the cold. "Young master, it's a bit ticklish," Ah Qing blushed with each treatment, always feeling unbearably ticklish. "This is normal. The cold is being expelled from your body, it will be itchy. You have to endure it." "Okay." Ah Qing obediently nodded, shyly lowering her head. Despite repeated treatments by Jiang Che, she always felt embarrassed. "That's enough for today's treatment. You can go back to sleep," Jiang Che said with a smile as he withdrew his hand. Ah Qing nodded and left the bed, not even bothering with shoes, and hastily left on her bare feet. Jiang Che shook his head amusedly at her departure and was about to go to bed when he sensed something unusual. His perception had become extremely sensitive after reaching the late innate stage. In such a quiet environment, He could detect even the slightest movement within 100 meters. Jiang Che looked out the window and noticed a shadow moving around his estate. Situated in the suburbs of Linjiang City, Crouching Dragon Villa was almost deserted, with the nearest urban area a 10-minute drive away. He suspected the intruder had no good intentions. Jiang Che silently closed the window and lay down to sleep, curious to see who the intruder was. Ji Menglin carefully moved through the villa, having already observed its layout. The villa, covering 10,000 square meters, included several modern, retro, Western-style castles, and traditional Chinese courtyards, complete with gardens, rockeries, and pools. So extravagant, she muttered, comparing her own living conditions over the years, which paled in comparison to Jiang Che's luxury. She planned to sneak in during the security guard's hourly shift change. Moving swiftly under the cover of night, she soon reached the central modern villa and leapt up to the second-floor window, entering through it. In the second-floor corridor, she quietly searched room by room and soon found Jiang Che. Locking the door, she approached the window to observe him. "He's quite handsome," she whispered under the faint moonlight, recalling the photo of Jiang Che Chen had shown her. "He looked even more handsome than in the photo. Since he's asleep, he might as well die in his sleep," Ji Menglin thought, pulling out a dagger and stabbing towards Jiang Che's heart. Just as she was about to succeed, Jiang Che suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her wrist, halting the dagger. Ji Menglin was stunned to see Jiang Che awake. Surprised, Jiang Che smirked and turned on the bedside lamp, revealing the intruder's face. A stunningly beautiful woman, her expression a mix of shyness and anger. Jiang Che was surprised, he hadn't expected his assassin to be such a beautiful woman. "Let go," Ji Menglin said coldly, now furious. No man had ever touched her hand before, and now Jiang Che, whom she despised, had done so. "Such smooth skin, I don't want to let go," Jiang Che said shamelessly, admiring the feel of her hand. "You shameless scoundrel, I'll kill you." Ji Menglin's eyes filled with murderous intent, angered by Jiang Che's insolence. Without hesitation, she gathered her internal qi into her left palm and struck at Jiang Che. But Jiang Che, discerning her mid-innate stage cultivation, easily neutralized her attack and captured her. "You're not just an early innate stage practitioner." Ji Menglin looked at Jiang Che with fear in her eyes. Her palm strike, which she hadn't held back at all, was effortlessly neutralized by him, suggesting that Jiang Che was at least at the late innate stage. "Who told you that I'm just at the early innate stage?" Jiang Che looked at Ji Menglin as if she were a fool. Did she get scared silly by his formidable aura? "You let go, don't touch me." Ji Menglin's expression was a mix of anger and embarrassment. How dare this man touch her so casually? "Do you dislike men?" Jiang Che frowned, pondering. A woman as beautiful as her, with a slight aversion to men, leggy, and a skilled assassin. The more he thought, the more Jiang Che felt something was off. Could she be a woman from the plot of The Divine Doctor Descends the Mountain with My Seven Sisters? "Are you Ji Menglin?" Jiang Che's suspicions grew as he looked at her beautiful face. If beauty could be scored, this woman would easily get 95 points. She must be the female lead. "HMPH, take your dirty hands off me, otherwise, I will definitely kill you." Ji Menglin didn't answer his question but threatened him with a murderous look. "It seems you haven't realized the situation yet." Jiang Che shook his head and slapped her buttocks several times. Ji Menglin's face instantly turned red, shocked by his shameless behavior. How could he be so disrespectful? If Jiang Che knew what she was thinking, Jiang Che would scoff. "You came to assassinate me, and I should respect women. Tell me, are you Ji Menglin?" After several more slaps, Jiang Che asked, somewhat satisfied. Ji Menglin didn't answer, just glaring at him. "You're so fierce, you won't be able to get married in the future." Jiang Che shook his head helplessly and slapped her again. I am Ji Menglin," Ji Menglin finally admitted after enduring for about 15 minutes, completely shocked by Jiang Che's shamelessness. "It would have been better if you admitted earlier, then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much," Jiang Che said, shaking his head. Ji Menglin didn't reply, fearing that saying anything more would provoke him again. "So, you're Ye Chen's sister, aren't you? He sent you to assassinate me, right?" Jiang Che sat down across from her, sealing her cultivation, and looked at her playfully. He noticed her good figure and based on his earlier assessment, was sure she could bear children. "How do you know?" Ji Menglin was stunned, unable to understand how he could act so ungentlemanly towards a beautiful woman like her, leaving her a bit sore. "Don't worry about how I know, just say whether it is or not." HMPHG Menglin snorted coldly in response to his commanding tone, which she found displeasing. What, you don't want to say? Jiang Che frowned and gestured as if he was going to start again, and indeed he did. You're shameless. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Che chuckled, unbothered by her insults. Are you going to admit it? You shameless person. Still not admitting. I admit it, this matter is indeed related to Ye Chen, but he didn't send me. I came on my own to avenge him. Ji Menglin finally couldn't take it anymore and confessed. Jiang Che, a bit disappointed, withdrew his hand. I'll let you off for now. Can I go now? Ji Menglin asked coldly, avoiding looking at Jiang Che, fearing she might lose her temper again. Go? Jiang Che laughed. Did she really think she could just walk away after attempting to assassinate him? Are you really asking me to let you go? Maybe if you ask nicely, I might actually let you go. Please let me go. Ji Menglin bit her teeth, forcing out words that she found humiliating. Is that how you ask for a favor? Please, I beg you, let me go. She repeated her plea, her tone softer and her attitude much improved. Unfortunately, I cannot, Jiang Che said, seeming to enjoy her discomfort. **** Ji Menglin exploded in anger, cursing him. Jiang Che ignored her and went to his cupboard, rummaging through it. He soon pulled out a medical instrument, typically used as a prop in his play sessions with Ah Ching, but now it seemed to have another use. What are you doing with that? Ji Menglin asked, looking at the medical instrument in Jiang Che's hand, a hint of fear in her voice as she thought of unpleasant possibilities. I'm not going to do anything. You have androphobia, right? Well, it happens I'm an old Chinese doctor, I can treat you, Jiang Che said with a grin, revealing his white teeth. He possessed the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles, which fueled his desire to help others. I will kill you, Jiang Che. Ji Menglin glared at him coldly, thoroughly infuriated by his actions. You'd better kill me now, or I swear I'll kill you. Her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Why make such a fuss when you're sick? I'm just trying to help you, Jiang Che said, shaking his head in misunderstanding. He thought he was offering a free treatment, but she seemed ungrateful. He then tied her to a chair with a rope and lay down on his bed, preparing to sleep. Ji Menglin was left cursing silently, as Jiang Che had sealed her mute acupoint before falling asleep. The next morning, Ah Ching arrived to check if Jiang Che was awake, as was her daily routine. She was shocked to find another woman in his room, tied to a chair. Ji Menglin tried to shout, but no sound came out. Jiang Che woke up and yawned. Who is this sister, young master? Why is she tied up in your bedroom? Ah Ching asked curiously. She's an assassin who tried to kill me last night, but I subdued her, Jiang Che explained with a smile. Hearing this, Ah Ching became alert. Initially, she felt some sympathy for Ji Menglin but discarded the thought upon learning the truth. For her, nothing was more important than Jiang Che's safety. Master, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now? Yes, Jiang Che replied, getting up and dressing in front of both women. Ji Menglin was dumbstruck by his shamelessness. What are you looking at? Am I that good looking? Jiang Che teased, noticing Ji Menglin's stare. Remembering she was mute, he then unsealed her mute acupoint. You're shameless, Jiang Che. But Jiang Che ignored her and went downstairs with Ah Ching for breakfast. Ji Menglin watched his retreating figure, feeling utterly humiliated. She, a powerful innate realm expert, had never been so disgraced. In the living room, Ah Ching served Jiang Che a bowl of lotus seed porridge and asked curiously, what do you plan to do with her? Referring to Ji Menglin. I haven't decided yet. Just tie her up for now and remember to bring her some food every day, Jiang Che said, sipping his porridge. He then noticed something unusual in it. Did you put goji berries in this? He asked. Yes, Ah Ching replied shyly. I'm too young for this, Jiang Che joked, appreciating her thoughtfulness. But lately, you don't seem well. That's because of you, he said, causing her to blush and lower her head, too embarrassed to look at him. Meanwhile, at Yijia Motel, Ye Chen paced around his room, smoking and frowning in agitation. It had been a whole night since Ji Menglin went to assassinate Jiang Che, and she should have returned by now. Worried, he considered the possibility of an accident but soon dismissed it, convinced that Jiang Che, being only at the early innate stage, was no match for Ji Menglin. He then called Ji Yunqi to inquire about the mastermind behind the massacre of his family. Do you have any clues? He asked. I have some leads, but I haven't identified the mastermind yet, Ji Yunqi replied. The Chen and Wang families of Linjiang City are involved. Hearing this, Ye Chen's fists clenched, and a murderous aura enveloped him. His intent to seek revenge was palpable. "Thank you, sister. I'll go settle accounts with them now," he said, ready to end the call. "Wait," Jiang Yunqi interjected. "Is the Lin Corporation incident because of you? If I say it wasn't me, would you believe me?" Ye Chen asked bitterly. "I understand. You can go now," she said, hanging up. At this point, whether Ye Chen was responsible or not no longer mattered. Ye Chen pulled out a porcelain bottle from his canvas bag, containing heavenly fragrance jade pill. Looking at the 2 remaining pills inside, he didn't hesitate to swallow one and began meditating to refine the pill's power. 3 hours later, Ye Chen opened his eyes leisurely. "I've recovered most of my strength. This should be enough to deal with the Chen and Wang families." After acquainting himself with the strength in his body, Ye Chen left and took a taxi straight to the Chen family's residence. At the Chen family mansion, a family banquet was underway, with dozens of family members present. Chen Shang, the current patriarch, sat at the head of the table, basking in the adoration of his descendants. "Grandpa, how did our Chen family really make its fortune?" a curious teenage boy asked his grandfather. Chen Shang's smile faltered, and his face underwent several changes. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't," a middle-aged man scolded the boy, then turned to Chen Shang, trying to appease him. "Dad, Jao is just a child, don't take his words to heart." The middle-aged man was aware of the rumors about how the Chen family made their fortune. Whether they were true or not, he wasn't sure, but he knew their wealth was built on unrighteous gains. Chen Shang sighed deeply, his face no longer showing the cheerful demeanor from before. The truth about how the Chen family rose to power and the origin of their initial wealth was something only he knew. But he couldn't reveal it, for doing so might lead to the family's ruin. The atmosphere became somber, and no one spoke until a voice broke the silence. "Chen family head, you really know how to enjoy yourself." Ye Chen had appeared at the doorway, his face twisted into a cruel smile. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" The middle-aged man who had previously spoken stood up angrily, questioning Ye Chen. "Who am I?" Ye Chen's laugh, cruel and terrifying, sent chills through the Chen family members. Has the honorable family head forgotten what he did 7 years ago? "What do you mean?" Chen Shang asked, frowning. 7 years ago, you thought you destroyed the Yi family with a fire, leaving no evidence behind. But you didn't expect someone to survive, did you? You were Chen Shang's face paled, filled with fear. You were from the Yi family. Chen Shang's face was trembling with fear, looking at Yi Chen with dread. "It seems you're not senile yet," Yi Chen said with a cold smile. "I am Yi Changfeng's son, Yi Chen." "No, that's impossible, didn't you die in that fire years ago?" "Disappointing for you, I was lucky enough to survive. I'm here today to settle the score," Yi Chen said sinisterly, advancing towards Chen Shang step by step, his aura growing more terrifying with each step. "You don't come any closer." Terrified by Yi Chen's aura, Chen Shang fell off his chair, trembling in his voice. "Who are you? Get out of my Chen family." A young man in his 20s stood up, berating Yi Chen. Unaware of Yi Chen's cultivation, he dared to be so arrogant. Quite arrogant. With a cold chuckle, Yi Chen extended a finger, and a sword energy burst forth, instantly severing the young man, who fell motionless. Seeing this, the Chen family were terrified. As Yi Chen advanced, he killed one after another, leaving only a teenage boy by the time he reached Chen Shang. The boy had fainted from fear. "Chen family head, are you satisfied with the gift I've brought?" Yi Chen asked darkly. "You're a devil, you'll suffer retribution." Chen Shang looked at Yi Chen in terror, his lips quivering. "Retribution? What a joke. Did your Chen family ever think this day would come when you annihilated my family?" Yi Chen grabbed Chen Shang, his eyes bloodshot and voice loud, looking utterly sinister. "I please spare Jao, he's just a child," Chen Shang begged, knowing his own death was inevitable but hoping to save his grandson. "Tell me who's behind this, and I might spare him." "It was Jiang Jingwen of the Jiang family," Chen Shang confessed, hoping to save his grandson. "Jiang Jingwen? Who is he?" Yi Chen asked, trying to control his rage. "He's the current head of the Jiang family. It was him who wanted the Yutian International Plaza land. Your father, Yi Changfeng, refused to sell, so Jiang Jingwen hired me to burn down your house." Jiang family? Yi Chen was stunned, never expecting such a grudge with the Jiang family. "All right, you can die now." Yi Chen concentrated his internal energy into his palm and struck, ending Chen Shang's life. "Please spare." Chen Shang fell before finishing his sentence, his eyes wide open even in death. Yi Chen looked at Chen Jao, knowing the wisdom of eradicating the roots, and sent him to join Chen Shang. Afterwards, Ye Chen burned down the entire Chen family estate in memory of his deceased relatives. Mom, Dad, your son has avenged you. If you're aware in the afterlife, please rest in peace. The Jiang family, I won't let them go either. Once I've gathered enough strength, I'll seek revenge against the Jiang family. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen bowed 3 times towards his family's direction and then vanished into the night, heading next to settle accounts with the Wang family. The next day, shocking last night, the Chen family's house suddenly caught fire, and all 58 members of the Chen family perished. Shocking, the Wang family suspected to be wiped out by enemies, the whole family tragically killed. Jiang Che looked at the news on his phone, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to think to know it was Ye Chen's doing. It seemed Ji Yunqi had already told Ye Chen the truth. Now, this guy was probably thinking about how to increase his strength to seek revenge on him. Just as Jiang Che put down his phone, it rang again. The incoming call was from his nominal mother. Hello, what's up, Mom? Did you see today's trending news? Su Shanshan's voice was incredibly solemn. She guessed it must be the remnants of the Yi family coming for revenge. Ordinary business competition, no matter how fierce, wouldn't resort to annihilating an entire family. And Jiang Che was the sole heir of the Jiang family, any mishap would spell disaster for him. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing, Jiang Che said with a laugh, warmed by Su Shanshan's concern. I'll send a few dozen bodyguards over to ensure your safety. That's a bit over the top, Jiang Che said, half laughing, half crying. He was actually hoping Ye Chen would come to him. This is how it's going to be. Oh, and I heard from your Aunt Lin that Qingqiu's secret illness has relapsed these past few days. You should visit her. She's your fiancée, after all. Su Shanshan, busy with her own affairs, didn't know the current status of Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu's relationship. But by all accounts, he should go see her. Her illness relapsed, Jiang Che pondered. Counting the time, it was indeed time for Shen Qingqiu's secret illness to flare up. But why hadn't she told him? Okay, I got it. I'll come home to see you when I have time. Bye for now. After hanging up, Jiang Che instructed, Along, prepare the car. We're going to the Bayan Flower Villa. At the Bayan Flower Villa, Shen Qingqiu lay in her bedroom, looking extremely weak and pale. Senior sister, please drink this medicine. A stunningly beautiful woman handed a bowl of herbal medicine to Shen Qingqiu, spoon-feeding her. This woman was Zhou Lingxi, also Ye Chen's second senior sister. Having been in the capital, she flew to Linjiang City as soon as she learned of Shen Qingqiu's illness relapse. Cold, I'm so cold. Shen Qingqiu's voice was faint, her condition appearing very fragile. Zhou Lingxi sighed complicatedly. This was an old problem for Shen Qingqiu. A mishap during her young training days led her to stray into demonic paths, and her secret illness erupted at the end of each month, leaving her body icy and her mind unclear. Miss Zhou, can Qingqiu's illness be cured? A wealthy-looking lady asked, pained by the sight of Shen Qingqiu's suffering. The medicine I brewed for senior sister can only ease her pain, not cure her completely. To fully cure her, we would need the 1,000 years ice mountain snow lotus as a catalyst, Zhou Lingxi explained, shaking her head. Where can we buy such a snow lotus? The lady's eyes shone with hope. Aunt Lin, that herb grows only in the bitterly cold northern borderlands of Zhouzhou country. The last known sighting was during the Song dynasty, picked by a herbalist. Over the past few centuries, countless have sought it without success. Its existence is still a matter of debate, Zhou Lingxi said with a wry smile. Seeing Shen Qingqiu in such agony, her mother approached the bed, her heart aching, wishing she could bear the pain for her daughter. Don't be too sad, Aunt Lin. In a week or less, senior sister will recover on her own, Zhou Lingxi consoled her. Sixth junior sister, please bring the other bowl of medicine one brewed in the kitchen, Zhou Lingxi said to the silent Ji Qingwan standing at the foot of the bed. Ji Qingwan silently left the room to fetch the medicine. Madam, the young master of the Jiang family has come to see Miss Shen, a maid informed Shen Qingqiu's mother. He's here. The lady was surprised but then understood. Her daughter had told her about her progressing relationship with Jiang Che. He must have come to visit upon hearing of her illness. Please let him in. Jiang Che, sitting in the living room sipping tea, knew Shen Qingqiu's mother, Lin Wanyu, must be taking care of her. He thought it prudent to make a good impression on his future mother-in-law. So he didn't rush to see Shen Qingqiu but first had a maid inform her. Young Master Jiang, Madam invites you to the second floor, the maid returned after a while. All right. Jiang Che smiled lightly, instructed Along to wait in the living room, and headed straight to Shen Qingqiu's room. Jiang Che was visiting Shen Qingqiu's room for the first time. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Shen Qingqiu was lying on the bed, tended to by 3 women. Aunt Lin. Jiang Che greeted a dignified lady nearby with a smile. This woman, Lin Wanxi, was Shen Qingqiu's mother. Although she was in her 40s, she looked as young as a woman in her late 20s. Indeed, the wife of a wealthy family maintained her beauty exceptionally well. You've come. Lin Wangzai's face barely managed a smile. She had a favorable impression of Jiang Che. During Shen Qingqiu's absence over the years, Jiang Che would occasionally visit the Shen family. Moreover, unlike other wealthy heirs, Jiang Che hadn't been involved in any scandals, so she quite liked him. Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu ending up together was a result both families desired. What illness does Qingqiu have? Jiang Che asked knowingly. It's said that she had a mishap during her training in the mountains a few years ago. Every month, for a few days, her hidden ailment flares up. Can't it be cured? Jiang Che sat beside Shen Qingqiu's bed, tenderly touching her cheek. After nearly a month of getting to know each other, he realized he had genuinely fallen for this girl. It can be cured, but we need a 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus as a catalyst. Who are you? Stay away from my senior sister. Zhou Lingxi, witnessing Jiang Che's hand lingering on Shen Qingqiu's face, finally lost her patience. She was unaware of Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu's relationship and assumed they were just ordinary friends. I'm Qingqiu's fiancée. Jiang Che glanced at her, correctly guessing that this woman must be Zhou Lingxi. Zhou Lingxi turned her questioning gaze towards Lin Wanxi, having never heard of her master having a fiancé. Indeed, Xiao Che is Qingqiu's fiancé. Lin Wanxi nodded and smiled. Zhou Lingxi felt awkward. How embarrassing for an outsider like her to be concerned about another couple's relationship. But the idea of Shen Qingqiu having a boyfriend was incomprehensible to her. All their sisters knew how disinterested their eldest sister was in men. Qingqiu, are you in much pain? Jiang Che gently touched Shen Qingqiu's cheek, speaking softly. Xiao Che brother, you're here. Shen Qingqiu, hearing Jiang Che's voice, slowly opened her eyes, managing a feeble smile on her face. That smile was heartbreakingly fragile, like a wilting rose, eliciting deep sympathy. Lin Wanxi gave a signal to Ji Qingwan and Zhou Lingxi, then stepped out, leaving enough space for the couple. Why didn't you tell me about your ailment? Jiang Che asked sternly. He had been busy plotting against Ye Chen these past few days and wouldn't have known about this if not for Su Shanshan's mention. I just didn't want to worry you. Shen Qingqiu shook her head gently. Silly girl, not telling me makes me worry more, Jiang Che said, slightly annoyed. He hadn't expected Shen Qingqiu to be this strong. Most girls would cry about even a minor scratch to their boyfriends. Can the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus cure your illness? Yes. Shen Qingqiu nodded weakly, her pale complexion frightening. Then it's easy to deal with. Jiang Che took out the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus he had previously obtained from his system space. The temperature in the room noticeably dropped upon its appearance. Here, this is the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus. Where did you get this? Shen Qingqiu asked, bewildered. She never imagined Jiang Che would possess such an item. My grandfather gave it to me, saying it could enhance my cultivation. Jiang Che made up an excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal it was a system reward. How can this help you? Do you eat it directly? No. Xiao Che brother, keep the snow lotus for yourself. Shen Qingqiu refused, despite being tempted. After all, it was something that could help Jiang Che enhance his cultivation, and she knew he had cultivation skills. Jiang Che had already been upfront with her last time. What about you then? Jiang Che asked, a bit exasperated. Although the snow lotus could enhance cultivation, its effect wasn't great. He had kept it precisely for Shen Qingqiu, as its primary purpose was healing. I'll be fine in another 3 or 4 days, I'll recover on my own, Shen Qingqiu said weakly, followed by a severe cough. All right, no need to refuse anymore. I don't need this, Jiang Che insisted. Besides, is there anything between us that needs to be yours or mine? You could give me 15% of the Shen Corporation shares, so what's a small ice mountain snow lotus in comparison? But Shen Qingqiu was about to protest, but Jiang Che didn't give her the chance. Just listen and get well soon. Jiang Che kissed her forehead gently and then left the room. He didn't know how to use the snow lotus for medical purposes, so he decided to leave it to Zhou Lingxi. After all, the medical techniques he used on Ah Qing and Ji Menglin wouldn't work on Shen Qingqiu's illness. Shen Qingqiu watched Jiang Che's retreating figure, her heart filled with emotion, her eyes slightly moist. Aunt Lin, when did my sister get a boyfriend? Zhou Lingxi asked Lin Wanxi curiously in the living room. A month ago, when Shen Qingqiu's hidden ailment flared up, she didn't have a boyfriend. In just a month's absence, her sister suddenly had a boyfriend. Ji Qingwan also turned her head curiously upon hearing this. Living with Shen Qingqiu every day, she had no idea when Shen Qingqiu got a boyfriend. Qingqiu and Xiao Che grew up together as childhood sweethearts and have had a marriage arrangement since they were young, Lin Wanxi explained with a smile. But a few years ago, Qingqiu went to the mountains to learn martial arts and only returned a year ago. Initially, she didn't like going out and stayed at home practicing martial arts. Recently, her father pressured her to become the CEO of the company, so Xiao Che only then learned that she had returned. Zhou Lingxi nodded thoughtfully. Among their sisters, she had been the one who left the mountains the longest. According to their sect's rules, one could return to the secular world once reaching the innate realm. Although Shen Qingqiu was the first to reach innate realm, she wasn't the first to leave the mountains. Instead, she chose to stay 3 more years, breaking through to the transformation teal, before descending. After all, city life, unlike Phoenix Peak, is filled with distractions, making it hard to concentrate on cultivation. As the two talked, Jiang Che came down the stairs. You know medical skills? Jiang Che asked Zhou Lingxi, though he already knew the answer. I do, why? Zhou Lingxi replied, slightly puzzled. Jiang Che handed over the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus. This is for you. Use it to treat Qingqiu. This is the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus. Zhou Lingxi was astounded, holding the snow lotus in her hands. She had just told Lin Wanxi that the existence of such a thing was uncertain, and now Jiang Che had taken out one, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Was this a case of being instantaneously contradicted? What did you say? Lin Wanxi, upon hearing Zhou Lingxi's words, was initially stunned, then became extremely excited. I've seen descriptions in ancient texts. This should indeed be the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus, and a genuine one at that, aged a full 1,000 years. Zhou Lingxi trembled with excitement, never expecting to see a real 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus in her lifetime. Where did you get this? Zhou Lingxi asked, still puzzled. After all, the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus was no ordinary herb. My grandfather gave it to me, saying it could enhance my cultivation. Since it can help Qingqiu recover, it should be used for her. Jiang Che repeated the excuse he'd given Shen Qingqiu. Xiao Che, thank you. Lin Wanxi gratefully said to Jiang Che, surprised that he was willing to use such a precious item for Qingqiu's treatment. She may not practice martial arts, but she understood the significance of the snow lotus. You're exaggerating, Aunt Lin. Qingqiu is my fiancée after all. It's my duty, Jiang Che said with a smile, skillfully winning favor. All right, you should go and prepare the medicine for Qingqiu, Jiang Che urged Zhou Lingxi. Zhou Lingxi nodded and went into the kitchen, followed by Ji Qingwan. With all long outside smoking and the maids busy with their work, only Jiang Che and Lin Wanxi were left in the living room, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Have you been busy with your studies lately? Lin Wanxi initiated a conversation to break the ice. No, the semester is almost over, and I haven't been going to school recently. I'll be in my senior year in the second half of the year, and I've decided to intern at Jiang Corporation, Jiang Che replied. Has your father come back recently? Lin Wanxi curiously asked, aware of Jiang Che's father's special position, which hardly allowed him to return to Linjiang City. He hasn't come back yet. Jiang Che shook his head, mentioning he hadn't even met his nominal father yet. Jiang Che and Lin Wanxi were chatting intermittently when Zhou Lingxi came out of the kitchen with a bowl of medicinal soup and headed upstairs to Shen Qingqiu's bedroom. Jiang Che followed her up. Sister, after you drink this medicinal soup, your hidden ailment will be completely cured, Zhou Lingxi said, spoon-feeding Shen Qingqiu the soup. After drinking the soup made from the 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus, Shen Qingqiu's complexion visibly improved, and she spoke with less weakness. Truly, the 1,000-year variety was extraordinary. Sister, how do you feel? Zhou Lingxi asked expectantly after Shen Qingqiu finished the soup. I feel the chill in my body receding bit by bit, and I sense an imminent breakthrough, Shen Qingqiu said excitedly. It was the first time since descending the mountain over a year ago that she felt a chance for a breakthrough. She quickly used her cultivation to suppress the urge, as it wasn't the right time for a breakthrough. Qingqiu, are you really all right? Lin Wanxi approached her daughter, inspecting her with a loving gaze. Mom, I'm really fine. See, I'm doing well, Shen Qingqiu smiled. Ah, that's good. I was so worried, Lin Wanxi sighed in relief. Zhou Lingxi looked on with an odd expression. If she remembered correctly, she had never seen Shen Qingqiu smile. No matter who it was or what happened, Shen Qingqiu was always icy cold. It seemed she had changed quite a bit in a month. Enough talk for now, I'll go cook. Xiao Che, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Lin Wanxi said cheerfully before heading downstairs, evidently in a good mood. Jiang Che, right, how did you win over my ice-cold sister? Zhou Lingxi asked boldly, not caring that Shen Qingqiu was right beside her. Jiang Che's lips twitched, not expecting such bold words from Zhou Lingxi. Wasn't she afraid of Shen Qingqiu enforcing their sect's rules and punishing her? Sure enough, Shen Qingqiu's initially cheerful face darkened, her eyes filling with coldness. What did you just say? Nothing, I said you're the most beautiful in the world, Zhou Lingxi cheekily replied, walking over to the bed and grabbing Shen Qingqiu's arm, shaking it playfully. Sister, haven't you missed me in a month? Zhou Lingxi cooed, kissing Shen Qingqiu on the cheek. Jiang Che watched them with an odd expression. Was this a blossoming of a lily flower? What are you doing? Shen Qingqiu's face flushed red, pushing Zhou Lingxi away and addressing Jiang Che awkwardly. Brother Xiao Che, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not into that sort of thing. She's just not right in the head, ignore her. Sister, that's slander, Zhou Lingxi protested. She was just expressing her longing for Shen Qingqiu, that's all. It's fine, I don't mind, Jiang Che reassured with a smile, not wanting to interfere too much even in their intimate actions. Handsome guy, would you mind having one more girlfriend? Zhou Lingxi flirted, approaching Jiang Che. What do you mean? He asked. It's literal. Since you're my elder sister's boyfriend, and I'm so close to her, that naturally makes you my boyfriend too, Zhou Lingxi stated earnestly. Jiang Che's lips twitched at her boldness. Flirting in front of Shen Qingqiu. Stop talking nonsense, Shen Qingqiu said angrily, grabbing Zhou Lingxi's ear. Ow sister, let go, I won't do it again. After dining at Shen Qingqiu's villa, Jiang Che returned home with Along. In his bedroom, lighting a cigarette and gazing out the window, he inquired in his mind, System, how many villain points do I have left? Host currently has 6,000 villain points remaining. 6,000 villain points. Jiang Che narrowed his eyes. He could use these points to enhance his cultivation or for 6 lottery draws. Playing it safe would mean boosting his cultivation, but the lottery might yield something valuable. System, give me 6 basic lottery draws. After much contemplation, Jiang Che decided on the lottery, admitting his penchant for gambling. Ding, the lottery is in progress. Congratulations, host has obtained 100 human infant burp bags. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained 3 lucky charms. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained a kitchen knife. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained 5 marrow cleansing pills. Looking at the array of rewards from the system, Jiang Che was speechless. Apart from the lucky charms and marrow cleansing pills, there was nothing of value. What are these lucky charms? Jiang Che asked curiously about the charms. He knew what marrow cleansing pills were, but he had never encountered lucky charms before. Lucky charms, as the name suggests, will bring the host exceptional luck for the next 3 days. Finding money on the street, winning the lottery, and so forth. Truly inconsequential, Jiang Che muttered, unimpressed as he didn't lack money. Jiang Che extinguished his cigarette and turned to look at Ji Menglin, who was tied to a chair, appearing sleepy yet intermittently shaking her head to stay awake. Sleep if you want, I won't do anything to you. HMPH, do you think I'd believe your lies? Ji Menglin scoffed disdainfully at Jiang Che. She didn't trust him at all and found him utterly lacking in gentleness. It seems your condition hasn't improved, Jiang Che said, somewhat helplessly shaking his head. He picked up a medical instrument from the bedside, replaced its battery, and approached her. You stay away. Ji Menglin watched Jiang Che with fear, not wanting to experience the electrifying sensation again. Ah, Jiang Che, I will kill you. In the Yijia Hotel at 10 o'clock that night, Ye Chen, after wiping out the Chen and Wang families, returned here. His face showed confusion. Although he knew the Jiang family was behind the extermination of his family, he dared not trouble Jiang Che. With the Jiang family's position in the Linjiang Four Great Families, they must have numerous trump cards. With his mere initial stage of innate cultivation, confronting them would be suicidal. He was aware of his limits. What should he do now? Shen Qingqiu and Lin Xian were completely offended, and Ji Yunqi probably wouldn't help him. As for Zhou Lingxi and Ji Qingwan, the former always quarreled with him, and the latter stayed with Shen Qingqiu, so neither would likely assist. He couldn't even contact Ji Menglin. Perhaps only Zhang Yuner could help him. But their relationship was just average, and she probably wouldn't assist him. Realizing this, Ye Chen felt on the verge of collapse, as it seemed all his sisters were drifting away from him. I have to try anyway, Ye Chen sighed deeply, pulling out his phone to call Zhang Yuner, a number he got from Lin Xian last time. His sisters, except Ji Qingwan and Ji Menglin, all came from extraordinary backgrounds. In Zhang Yuner's bedroom at the Zhang residence, she was engrossed in an anime, hugging a character pillow, dressed in a cute lolita outfit, her feet wrapped in white stockings swinging back and forth. Wow, the brother in this is so handsome. When will I meet my Prince Charming? She mused wistfully, having never encountered her prince in her 19 years and doubting she ever would. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted her thoughts. Seeing an unknown number, she dismissed the call, annoyed at being disturbed during her anime. Seeing his call abruptly disconnected, Ye Chen was perplexed but dialed again. This time Zhang Yuner answered, albeit with a cold tone. Hello, I'm not buying houses or cars, thank you. Senior sister, it's not about selling houses, it's me, Ye Chen. Ye Chen, what do you want? Zhang Yuner asked, puzzled. She wasn't close to this junior brother and had heard about Lin Xian's incident with him, so she had no good feelings toward Ye Chen. I need you to do me a favor. Ye Chen sighed deeply, speaking in a very humble tone. If Zhang Yuner was unwilling to help him, he truly didn't know what to do next. Alone, he couldn't possibly stand against the entire Zhang family. Even with Zhang Yuner, it might not be much, but it's better than nothing. What favor? Zhang Yuner asked, frowning. She hadn't forgotten that Lin Shui had received benefits from Ye Chen to climb up, only to be duped by him in the end. Help me deal with someone. Who do you want to deal with? The young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Che. You want to deal with senior sister's fiancé? Zhang Yuner's face showed a strange expression. Was this guy now hating out of love? That's right, Ye Chen admitted straightforwardly. There was no need to hide anything at this point. Aren't you afraid I'll tell senior sister about this? Zhang Yuner's tone changed, sounding somewhat threatening. If you must do so, sister, I can't help it. Ye Chen gave a bitter smile. He had anticipated Zhang Yuner might say this, but he really had no other option. I can help you, but what's in it for me? Zhang Yuner's eyes twinkled mischievously as she asked Ye Chen over the phone. She wasn't used to helping others for free, and Jiang Che had once dared to call her a primary school student. She hadn't forgotten that slight. I have a heavenly fragrance jade. Dupe pill here, I can give it to you. After a moment of silence, Ye Chen reluctantly said, feeling a bit pained. Deal. Zhang Yuner quickly agreed, fearing Ye Chen might change his mind. The Tianxiang Yulu pill was a precious item, and she couldn't believe their master actually gave one to Ye Chen. Our master actually gave you such a precious thing, and we haven't even seen it. Zhang Yuner complained a bit, showing how biased their master was towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen gave an awkward smile without explaining much. All right, let's meet and talk in detail. Come to the meat coffee shop opposite Jingsheng Garden in Linjiang City. Zhang Yuner said and then hung up the phone. Ye Chen quickly got ready and took a cab straight to the coffee shop Zhang Yuner mentioned. At the meat coffee shop, Ye Chen ordered a coffee and quietly waited for Zhang Yuner's arrival. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Yuner, dressed in lolita fashion with her legs wrapped in white stockings, appeared in Ye Chen's view. Sister, it's been a few years, and you haven't changed a bit, Ye Chen joked, looking at Zhang Yuner, who looked like she was only 13 or 14. Ye Chen shouldn't have mentioned it. The moment he did, Zhang Yuner's smile instantly froze. She hated it when people commented on her looking young. Hand over the pill, then tell me how I can help you. Zhang Yuner sat opposite Ye Chen, not giving him any friendly looks. Ye Chen awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he had misspoken. Their relationship wasn't good to begin with, and he knew her character. If he had angered her with his comment, she definitely wouldn't help him now. Ye Chen took out the porcelain bottle containing the Tianxiang Yulu pill and handed it to Zhang Yuner. Once she confirmed it was the Tianxiang Yulu pill, her face lit up with a smile again. Tell me, how can I help you? I need you to help me find some medicinal herbs in the market. What herbs? Jiang Yuner asked, puzzled. She knew her junior brother was not only skilled in medicine but also in alchemy. Rhodiola, saffron, silkworm grass. Ye Chen listed several rare medicinal herbs. As he named each one, Jiang Yuner's expression grew more and more intrigued. By the end, her face was full of astonishment. You want to concoct the 7 mortal pill? That's right, I want to concoct the 7 mortal pill. Ye Chen firmly nodded. The Qi Dan was a forbidden pill of their sect, not to be concocted unless in a life or death situation. The pill could skyrocket one's cultivation in a short time but would also cause irreversible damage to the body. Once the effect of the Qi Dan wore off, the user would likely perish, and even if they survived, they would be crippled for life. Are you sure you want to do this? You could think of other ways, Jiang Yuner advised earnestly. Despite their ordinary relationship, she didn't want him to end up dead or crippled. I've made up my mind, sister, don't try to persuade me. Ye Chen sighed deeply, closing his eyes. If he had a choice, he certainly wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. But he had no other option. Without the Qi Dan, he couldn't contend against the entire Jiang family. Was he supposed to hide in the deep mountains for 10 years and then come back for revenge? Ye Chen couldn't wait that long. Every night, he would see Jiang Che's mocking smile in his dreams. Knowing the person behind his family's annihilation was still living carefreely was infuriating him to no end. The reason he asked Jiang Yuner to purchase these herbs was that he had no connections to obtain them. These rare herbs usually circulated only in high society, rarely leaking out. All right, then, I'll look into it for you. Wait for my message. Jiang Yuner glanced at Ye Chen, not saying anything more, and left with light steps. She had said her piece, whether Ye Chen listened was his business. If someone is hell-bent on self-destruction, no one can persuade them otherwise. Jiang Che, wait for me this time, I will kill you. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che sat in the living room sipping hot tea, with Ah Qing obediently standing behind him, massaging his shoulders. Ye Chen met with Jiang Yuner. He asked in surprise upon hearing Ah Long's report. In the original story, the relationship between Ye Chen and Jiang Yuner wasn't very good, and Jiang Yuner only appeared in the middle of the story. It seemed that they had reached some agreement, and it was probably aimed at him after all. Ye Chen's primary target must be himself now. There's another piece of news. After returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Yuner announced she's buying a large quantity of precious medicinal herbs like rhodiola, saffron, and silkworm grass. Not sure what she's up to, Ah Long said, puzzled. What did you say? Jiang Che's expression turned peculiar. Jiang Yuner is buying saffron, rhodiola, and silkworm grass. Realizing what Ye Chen was planning, Jiang Che's face twisted in a grimace. It looked like Ye Chen was preparing to concoct Qi Dan, planning a mutual destruction. That's right, Ah Long nodded, still confused by Jiang Che's reaction. All right, I got it. You can leave now. Keep an eye on Ye Chen, Jiang Che instructed. Yes, Ah Long agreed and left. Jiang Che looked at the skill, God-level disguise technique, in his system, smirking coldly. It seemed he hadn't made Ye Chen suffer enough, the guy still had the nerve to bounce back. Time for a new appetizer then, but first, he had a patient waiting for him upstairs. Upstairs, in Jiang Che's bedroom, Ji Menglin watched him approach with terror. Don't come any closer, she said, her voice trembling. She knew Jiang Che's arrival meant nothing good, likely to boast his mediocre medical skills again. It seems your condition hasn't improved, Jiang Che sighed, interpreting Ji Menglin's fear as a symptom of androphobia. It looked like the treatment effects these past few days weren't ideal. He felt the need to increase the frequency of her treatments. Please let me go, Ji Menglin pleaded, her face full of dread. She deeply regretted her impulsive attempt to assassinate Jiang Che, only to fail and face his brutal treatments daily. I could let you go, Jiang Che suggested with a playful smile. Just call me Dad, and I'll let you go. He knew Ji Menglin was the type to forget lessons quickly. If he truly let her go now, she might come back to assassinate him again tomorrow. If she were to leave, he wanted her completely subdued. In your dreams, Ji Menglin bit back, enraged at his shamelessness. Sigh, Miss Ji, your illness is quite severe, Jiang Che said, shaking his head, then walked towards her. Jiang Che, I swear I'll kill you. Are you going to call or not? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, asking playfully. You wish, you shameless person, I will definitely kill you, Ji Menglin said furiously, her eyes filled with coldness looking at Jiang Che. Miss Ji, your condition hasn't shown any signs of improvement. You still need to work hard. Jiang Che shook his head, not saying much more, and began his work as a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Jiang Che came down from the second floor and went straight out of the living room. He then drove his Bugatti directly to the first middle school of Linjiang City. At 7 p.m., during the twilight hour, Jiang Che parked his car at the entrance of the first middle school of Linjiang City. Using the disguise technique rewarded by the system, he transformed himself to look exactly like Ye Chen. Truly amazing. Looking at his reflection in the rearview mirror, Jiang Che was somewhat amazed. He now looked exactly like Ye Chen, even his voice was identical. Even Ye Chen himself would think he had a twin brother if he saw him. Without hesitation, Jiang Che got out of the car. At the first middle school, students had finished their classes, and many of them were leaving the campus with joy and laughter. Jiang Che's target today was only one person, Jiyu Yunxi, the younger sister of Jiyu Yunqi. Jiyu Yunxi, a senior at this school and also a day student, was his target. He planned to kidnap Jiyu Yunxi right in front of her bodyguards who came to pick her up from school, preferably in view of nearby surveillance cameras. After a while, Jiang Che saw a Maybach parked at the school gate, probably the car sent to pick up Jiyu Yunxi. Soon enough, Jiyu Yunxi came out of the school. She was about 155 centimeters tall, slightly taller than Zhang Yuner, wearing the school uniform of first middle school, a college-style short skirt, her legs wrapped in white stockings, and her face as delicate as a peeled egg, tempting one to take a bite. Jiyu Yunxi was one of the last to leave the school, and there weren't many people left at the school gate. Jiang Che smiled to himself and walked straight towards Jiyu Yunxi. Miss, please get in the car. The bodyguard opened the car door for Jiyu Yunxi with a welcoming gesture. Without saying anything, Jiyu Yunxi got into the car. Jiang Che walked up to the bodyguard, patted his shoulder and said, "I'll be taking your miss." After saying that, he knocked the bodyguard unconscious with a slap and quickly subdued the other bodyguards as well. These bodyguards were ordinary people, and it was too easy for Jiang Che to deal with them. "What are you doing? Why aren't you driving yet?" The commotion outside attracted Jiyu Yunxi, who was sitting in the car. She poked her head out impatiently and then froze in shock. She saw several bodyguards lying unconscious on the ground, all knocked out by a young man who looked to be in his 20s. Jiyu Yunxi looked at Jiang Che with fear, unable to finish her sentence before Jiang Che knocked her unconscious with an elbow strike. Just like that, Jiang Che boldly drove off in the bodyguard's Maybach, leaving the unconscious bodyguards lying on the ground. In a dilapidated unfinished building in the suburbs, Jiang Che parked the Maybach there and carried Jiyu Yunxi up the building to a room on the third floor. He had already had someone minimally furnish the room, at least making it barely habitable. Jiyu Yunxi soon came to, rubbing her eyes, then suddenly remembered something, sat up abruptly from the bed, and looked at Jiang Che with terrified eyes. "Who are you?" "Hee, little sister, don't be afraid, your brother is a good person," Jiang Che said, but his lecherous appearance made Jiyu Yunxi not believe a word he said. "Don't bully me, I can give you money. My family has a lot of money." Jiyu Yunxi tearfully looked at Jiang Che, trembling and retreating to a corner, hugging her knees and fearfully looking at Jiang Che. "Hee, I won't bully you, rest assured." Jiang Che looked at Jiyu Yunxi's frightened appearance and thought to tease her a bit. "I have a bit of a grudge with your sister, kidnapping you is also to threaten her. I'll have someone send you food for the next few days. Don't think about escaping, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." After intimidating Jiyu Yunxi, and seeing her pale face clearly frightened by his words, Jiang Che left the room satisfied. He really had no intention of harming the girl, his actions were merely to frame Ye Chen. Now, Jiyu Yunxi must be frantic, right? "Ye Chen, let's see how you break out of this situation." Jiang Che sneered sinisterly, instructing all along to find someone to watch over Jiyu Yunxi before driving off in the Maybach. But this wasn't enough for Jiang Che, he planned to play even bigger. At the Jiyu family mansion. "What did you say?" The second young lady was kidnapped in the living room. Jiyu Zheng, the current patriarch of the Jiyu family, looked furiously at the trembling bodyguards standing before him. "What use are these good-for-nothings? They let someone kidnap Yunxi right at the school gate while picking her up from school. You useless bunch, what good are you to me?" Jiyu Zheng's face turned red with anger as he scolded the bodyguards. The bodyguards, bearing the brunt of Jiyu Zheng's scolding, hung their heads in shame, as they had indeed failed in their duties and dared not talk back. "Father, stop scolding them for now. What we need to figure out is who exactly kidnapped Yunqi." Jiu Yunqi, standing nearby, interjected, her face cold and expression severe. Yunqi was the little princess of the Jiu family, and it enraged her that someone dared to kidnap Yunqi so brazenly. "You guys, tell us, do you remember what the kidnapper looked like?" The person looked like a young man in his 20s, of average appearance, about 1.7 meters tall, and very skilled. One of the bodyguards recounted Ye Chen's appearance. "Isn't that obvious? I'm asking if there were any distinctive features about this person," Jiu Yunqi said, slightly exasperated with the bodyguard's response. She knew the kidnapper must be highly skilled to have knocked out her bodyguards in one move. "Well, there were no distinctive features," the bodyguard admitted awkwardly, realizing his initial response was rather foolish. "But that guy kidnapped the second young lady right at the school gate and then drove away in our car. The school should definitely have security camera footage. That makes things easier." Jiu Yunqi pondered for a moment and then said to Jiu Zheng, "Dad, I'll go to the Linjiang First Middle School myself right now." She decided to take matters into her own hands, determined to see who was bold enough to do this. After speaking, she strode out of the living room with long steps. "What are you useless bunch still doing here? Go find out about Yunqi's whereabouts immediately." Jiu Zheng scolded the bodyguards, who were still standing there dumbfounded. The bodyguards quickly scurried away, relieved to be dismissed. After they left, Jiu Zheng took out his phone and made a call. "Issue an order down the line. Whoever can save my daughter, Jiu Zheng, will generously reward." On the other side, Jiang Che was speeding in the Jiu family's Maybach, listening to music in the car and appearing in a good mood, heading in the direction of the Jiang family. At the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Che parked the Maybach outside and proceeded inside. "Sir, this is the Jiang residence. You can't enter without an appointment," a security guard stopped him at the gate. Without saying a word, Jiang Che slapped the guard unconscious and casually entered the Jiang house. He knocked out any servant he encountered along the way. He made his way straight to the living room and then to Jiang Yuner's bedroom on the second floor. Jiang Yuner was curled up on the sofa, hugging an anime pillow, teary-eyed as she watched an anime on the television. Noticing someone entering, Jiang Yuner turned around, confused, and then was stunned. "Ye Chen, why are you here?" she asked, puzzled why Ye Chen would visit her so late at night and without prior notice. "I've come to ask sister for some advice on a few matters," Jiang Che said cheerily, sitting next to Jiang Yuner, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her. He couldn't help but find the small, loli-like Jiang Yuner appealing. Her petite frame, her young face, and her soft, sweet voice were like a dream for a loli con. "What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep staring," Jiang Yuner said angrily, noticing his blatant stares. "Heh, I've been thinking about you for a long time. Since your family isn't home today, sister, please fulfill my wish," Jiang Che said lecherously, making a move on her. "Get lost, you're asking for death." Jiang Yuner's eyes flashed coldly as she tried to strike Jiang Che with her full strength, but he effortlessly neutralized her attack. This left her confused. Wasn't his strength supposed to be not fully recovered? How could he block her full force attack? While Jiang Yuner was distracted, Jiang Che moved even closer. "Daughter." At that moment, calls of concern from her parents came from downstairs, sounding anxious. Jiang Che inwardly smiled, his mission for the day completed. "What a disappointment, I'll let you off this time," he said, patting Jiang Yuner and then leaping out of the window, quickly disappearing into the dark night. "Ye Chen, I will kill you." Jiang Yuner's face turned beet red, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, obviously enraged by the other's actions. She couldn't believe this shameless person dared to take liberties with her, treating her like a pushover. "Daughter, are you all right?" Soon, Jiang Yuner's parents came into her room, looking at her with worried expressions. "I'm fine, Dad, Mom, don't worry." Jiang Yuner took a deep breath, suppressing her inner rage. "It's good that you're fine. It seems our house has been burgled." "Such audacity, to steal from our Jiang family," Yang's father said in anger, unable to believe that their family could fall victim to a thief. Jiang Yuner looked out of the window into the night, remaining silent. It wasn't a burglary, Ye Chen had obviously targeted her. After leaving the Jiang residence, Jiang Che got into the Bugatti again, humming a tune as he headed to the Yijia Hotel in the city. The act had to be complete. Ye Chen was probably still at the Yijia Hotel, and by leaving the car there, Ye Chen wouldn't be able to clear his name. At the hotel, Jiang Che parked the Bugatti, walked into the hotel, then exited through the back door, and got into the bodyguard's car. He had been keeping an eye on Ye Chen for many days, and that fool Ye Chen had never noticed. Young master, has there been any recent update on Ye Chen? Jiang Che, sitting in the back of the Audi A8, lit a cigarette and asked casually. No, since his meeting with Zhang Yuner, he has been quiet. He's been staying in this hotel for days, likely slowly healing and conditioning his body. Tonight will be his end. Jiang Che's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. He didn't plan to leave, opting to wait there for Ji Yunqi and Zhang Yuner, since they both knew Ye Chen was staying there. Is it really Ye Chen at Linjiang City's first middle school? Ji Yunqi looked at the surveillance video, her face as dark as storm clouds, her expression cold as ice. She couldn't believe it was Ye Chen, the very person she had helped in investigating the truth behind his family's extermination. Was this his way of repaying her? She regretted not distancing herself from him sooner, following the precedents set by Shen Qingqiu and Lin Xian. This man was nothing good. Ji Yunqi thought about calling Ye Chen but decided against it, as it would only alert him. She planned to confront him at his hideout without warning. Copying the video to her phone, she left the school with several bodyguards and headed straight to the Yijia Hotel. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuner, also accompanied by bodyguards, was furiously headed to the same destination. Miss, we have arrived. The driver informed Zhang Yuner, who was dozing off in the back seat. Zhang Yuner slowly opened her eyes, got out of the car, and then saw Ji Yunqi, who had also arrived. Senior sister, what are you doing here? Zhang Yuner asked, puzzled by Ji Yunqi's grim expression. I'm here to find Ye Chen, he kidnapped my sister. Look, that Bugatti over there is ours, he must still be here. Ji Yunqi pointed to a nearby Bugatti and said coldly, exasperated that Ye Chen would be so bold as to kidnap her sister and then return to this place in her family's car. He kidnapped your sister? Zhang Yuner asked, her face showing a mix of confusion and disbelief. Wow, Ye Chen really had the nerve, upsetting not only her but also their senior sister. Was he looking for death? Then why are you here to find him? Ji Yunqi asked, knowing that Zhang Yuner must have her reasons for coming. This B** just came to my house trying to force himself on me. I am here to end him. Hearing Zhang Yuner's words, Ji Yunqi was utterly shocked. Ye Chen was bold indeed, offending not just one but two of his senior sisters. Senior sister, let's go upstairs. He's probably asleep right now, he's got some nerve. Zhang Yuner led the way, followed by her bodyguards, with Ji Yunqi closely behind. In room 109, Ye Chen was sitting cross-legged on the floor, healing his wounds. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Disturbed by the noise, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze turning angry as he looked towards the door, curious to see who would dare to interrupt him. To his shock, he saw Ji Yunqi and Zhang Yuner standing at the door, glaring at him furiously. Third senior sister, junior sister, what's this about? Ye Chen asked, baffled by their appearance. At this point, why are you still pretending? Ji Yunqi looked at him disdainfully, seeing no point in his act. I don't understand what you're talking about, senior sister. Ye Chen shook his head in confusion, genuinely unaware of what he was being accused of. Ji Yunqi, tired of his feigned ignorance, swiftly moved in front of him and slapped him hard, sending him flying out of the window. Ye Chen, unprepared for the assault, fell from the third floor and landed under a willow tree by the roadside. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Falling from the third floor, even with his cultivation, was painful. Moreover, he was already injured, and now his entire body ached unbearably. Senior sister, what are you doing? Ye Chen asked Ji Yunqi angrily as he bled profusely, his speech unclear. Was this woman going through early menopause attacking him without reason? What have you done that you don't know about? Ji Yunqi asked coldly, approaching him again and repeatedly slapping him across the face. She showed no mercy, and Ye Chen, already injured, was overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. Senior sister, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Ye Chen, covering his face, kept begging Ji Yunqi for mercy. Speaking was difficult as his teeth were rattling from the impact. Ji Yunqi was unrelenting in her assault. Several of his front teeth were knocked out. Although Ye Chen had no idea what he had done to anger her, he feared if he didn't plead, Ji Yunqi might beat him to death. HMPH, speak up, where did you take my sister? Ji Yunqi coldly snorted, her tone stern and intimidating. Confess honestly, and I might spare your life. Your sister, when did I kidnap your sister? Ye Chen was utterly baffled. He didn't even know Ji Yunqi had a sister, let alone kidnap her. Moreover, he had been in the hotel healing his injuries and hadn't left. Still pretending, are you? Look at this. Ji Yunqi, pulling out her phone, showed him a video clip, throwing it in front of Ye Chen. It was the surveillance footage she copied from the school. Bearing the pain, Ye Chen shakily picked up the phone to watch the video, and his confusion grew. Senior sister, this wasn't done by me. Someone must have disguised themselves as me to frame me. I've been in the hotel these past few days and haven't gone out. Not you, Ji Yunqi scoffed. Then how do you explain the Bugatti parked outside the hotel? Ye Chen was at a loss for words, realizing he was being framed. With the Bugatti parked right there, he had no way to clear his name. Are you going to confess or not? Ji Yunqi, running out of patience, turned to her bodyguards. If he won't die, beat him to a pulp. The bodyguards, scolded by Ji Yunqi, didn't dare to retort and vented their anger on Ye Chen. You be ****, daring to kidnap our second young mistress, are you tired of living? Brothers, beat him hard. Moments later, Ye Chen's cries of agony filled the air. Please stop, I beg you. Finally, Ji Yunqi ordered them to stop, not wanting to kill Ye Chen before he revealed her sister's location. Stop, don't kill him. Acknowledging, the bodyguards ceased their beating. Ye Chen, now a bruised and bloodied mess with several teeth missing, was a pitiful sight. Ye Chen. Jiang Yuner approached him with a sinister look on her face. Senior sister. Ye Chen stepped back in fear, sensing her malicious intent. You really are a good junior brother to me, Jiang Yuner sarcastically remarked. With a burst of sword energy from her fingers, she aimed straight for Ye Chen's lower body. With a sound akin to an eggshell cracking, Ye Chen's eyes bulged, his face turning deathly pale. He couldn't utter a word from the intense pain and fainted. Watching the unconscious Ye Chen, Ji Yunqi's gaze softened with pity. She had thought herself harsh, but her junior sister, Jiang Yuner, had outdone her, castrating Ye Chen outright. Junior sister, you're truly ruthless, Ji Yunqi said with a charming smile, slightly teasing. HMPH, he got what he deserved, Jiang Yuner huffed indignantly. Daring to treat me like this, castrating him was letting him off easy. If it weren't for the fact we are from the same sect, I would have killed him already. Have you vented enough? I need to take him, Ji Yunqi said, looking at Ye Chen. She still had to find her sister's whereabouts and wasn't ready to let Ye Chen go. Jiang Yuner nodded, said her farewells, and left. Ji Yunqi then instructed her bodyguards to carry Ye Chen, bloodied and limp like a dead dog, to the car before leaving. Jiang Che watched Jiang Yuner leave, gasping at her ruthlessness. Ye Chen, barely alive, probably didn't even want to live now, especially after becoming a eunuch. Let's go home. No need to monitor Ye Chen anymore, he instructed his bodyguards, then settled back for a rest. At the GU residence, the bodyguards dumped the lifeless Ye Chen onto the floor. Is this the one who kidnapped Yunqi? Ji Zheng asked, looking at Ye Chen and then at Ji Yunqi. Yes, it's him, Ji Yunqi confirmed. Bring some cold water, wake him up, Ji Zheng ordered. Soon, a servant splashed cold water onto Ye Chen. Ye Chen slowly came to, gasping at the pain all over his body. Realizing his condition, he was dumbfounded. Why, he muttered hoarsely, his voice now lacking its masculine edge. Had he, Ye Chen, become the last eunuch of the Zhou kingdom? Ye Chen couldn't understand why Jiang Yuner would do this to him, especially after their recent deal. A fierce anger rose in him, more intense than ever before. He hated Jiang Yuner, wishing he could kill her right then. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped him, growing visibly stronger. Why has God done this to me? He struggled to his feet, his tattered clothes contrasted by the powerful aura he now emitted, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted in fury. Ji Yunqi watched, her brow furrowed. Something seemed off, and the situation was taking an unexpected turn. Ye Chen's chaotic energy stabilized suddenly, and he seemed to have broken through to the mid-stage of the innate level in his rage. Ji Yunqi was astounded. Just a minute ago, Ye Chen was nearly dead, and now he had made a breakthrough. Without saying anything, Ye Chen turned and left. Stop him, Ji Zheng began, but Ji Yunqi stopped him. Don't provoke him, he's fallen into demonic cultivation, she said, remembering her master's teachings about martial artists potentially falling into demonic states under extreme anger. Clearly, Yi Chen was in such a state. After Yi Chen left the Jiyu residence, Jiyu Zheng asked, "What about Yunxi?" "Leave it to me, Dad. I'll bring Yunxi back safe and sound," Jiyu Yunxi reassured him, then called Zhang Yuner. "Yi Chen has fallen into demonic cultivation. He might come after you, be careful." She also called Shen Qingqiu, as he was the only one who could handle Yi Chen in this state. Ding, Yi Chen has blackened, completely losing the protagonist's aura. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che was about to sleep when the system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind, leaving him somewhat puzzled, but then the system fell silent. "He's been forced into blackening, isn't there a villain value reward?" Jiang Che asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Yi Chen's descent into darkness was not caused by the host, so there is no villain value reward, the system explained. Jiang Che pondered over this. He could understand Yi Chen's transformation. After arriving in Linjiang City, everything went wrong for him. He found the person who destroyed his family but lacked the strength for revenge. His respected senior sisters one by one left him, and finally, Zhang Yuner turned him into a eunuch. Such circumstances would likely drive anyone to darkness. Since he's blackened, it's time for him to die. With Yi Chen losing his protagonist's aura and no longer useful for harvesting villain value, Jiang Che felt there was no point in keeping him around. "Young master," Yua Qing asked in confusion, watching Jiang Che suddenly fall into thought. "I need to step out for a bit, I'll play games with you when I return." Jiang Che kissed Ah Qing on the forehead, dressed, and left the room, leaving Ah Qing alone in bed, looking at his departing figure with a wistful gaze. Young master is such a bad guy. At 1 a.m., Yi Chen arrived at the gates of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuner, come out and die. His voice, filled with rage, echoed endlessly in the quiet night, sounding especially piercing. Zhang Yuner, who had just fallen asleep, was startled awake by the roar. She got up in a fury, ready to confront the intruder. Yi Chen, seeing the man standing at the gate, bruised, tattered, and emitting a sinister aura, Zhang Yuner hesitated. She remembered Jiyu Yunqi's phone call an hour ago, mentioning Yi Chen's transformation. She had thought it was a joke, considering Yi Chen's state at that time. Zhang Yuner, die. Once he confirmed it was Zhang Yuner, Yi Chen's face twisted into a maniacal grin, and he rushed towards her. His speed was ghostly fast, reaching her in an instant and fiercely punching her abdomen. Zhang Yuner paled and quickly gathered her strength to resist Yi Chen's attack. However, she had underestimated the power of the darkened Yi Chen and was not a match for him. She retreated several steps before steadying herself, blood seeping from her mouth. Yi Chen didn't give her a chance to recover, concentrating his internal energy into his palm and striking again. Zhang Yuner was sent flying into the living room, crashing into a sofa. Daughter Zhang Yuner's parents, who had also awakened, couldn't help her, so they stayed in the living room. Now, seeing her thrown back, they rushed to her side. "Daughter, are you hurt?" Zhang Yuner's mother asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." Zhang Yuner's father pulled out a gun and warned Yi Chen as he approached. "What are you bodyguards waiting for?" He turned to the petrified bodyguards, scolding them for their inaction. "Get moving, or pack up and leave tomorrow." The bodyguards, jolted by the scolding, hesitated before one charged at Yi Chen. As expected, Yi Chen easily overpowered them, knocking them out in quick succession. "You don't come any closer." Zhang Yuner's father trembled, his forehead beading with sweat. "Shoot if you dare." Yi Chen sneered and slapped him away. Zhang Yuner's father was sent flying into a corner of the living room, knocked out before he could speak. Yi Chen then turned his malevolent gaze back to Zhang Yuner. "You venomous woman, I had no feud with you, yet you treated me so cruelly now, die." His sinister laugh filled the air as he directed a sword energy towards Zhang Yuner's neck. Zhang Yuner, despairing, closed her eyes, expecting the end. However, after waiting, she felt no pain and opened her eyes in confusion. Unbeknownst to all, Jiang Che had already made his way into the living room, intercepting Yi Chen's attack just in time. Jiang Che, observing the chaos in the living room, slightly furrowed his brow, acknowledging his undeniable role in Zhang Yuner's current predicament. Yi Chen, seething with anger, turned his head and was confronted with the sight of Jiang Che, the man he loathed to the core. Yi Chen's expression twisted into one of fury and hatred. "Jiang Che," he bellowed. "Perfect timing today, you die." Yi Chen, with a sinister laugh, darted towards Jiang Che, raising his hand to strike. However, his disdainful opponent, Jiang Che, stood unflinchingly, seemingly unafraid of Yi Chen's attack. As Ye Chen's fist neared Jiang Che's face, it was halted by an invisible force, unable to advance any further. This Ye Chen, staring at the smirking Jiang Che, was taken aback. Even with his mid-stage innate level cultivation, he couldn't overpower Jiang Che. If that's the best you can do, then you might as well be dead, Jiang Che sneered, gathering internal energy in his palm and fiercely slapping Ye Chen away. Ye Chen, unable to counter Jiang Che's attack, was thrown against the wall, barely managing to stop himself. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ye Chen looked at Jiang Che in disbelief. "You're not at the early stage of innate level," he exclaimed. "When did I ever say I was?" Jiang Che replied, regarding Ye Chen as if he were a fool. He stepped forward and brutally stomped on Ye Chen's chest, rendering him powerless. A mid-stage innate level cultivator stood no chance against a late-stage innate level, barring any secret techniques for cross-level combat. "You're a disappointment," Jiang Che said from his elevated position, shaking his head in dismay. He had expected more from Ye Chen, especially after his descent into darkness, but Ye Chen couldn't even withstand a single blow. "If you dare, kill me, otherwise, I'll never let you live in peace." Ye Chen glared at Jiang Che, his hatred for him flowing endlessly like a raging river. "You think I wouldn't dare?" Jiang Che's smile turned cruel and bloodthirsty. "Before you die, let me tell you a secret." He leaned down and whispered in Ye Chen's ear. "Ji Yunxi was kidnapped by me, Zhang Yuner was forced by me, even the Lin family's beauty pills were my doing. Don't worry, after your death, I will take good care of your 7 senior sisters." Ye Chen, filled with fear, couldn't utter a word before Jiang Che ended his life with a palm strike. Ye Chen lay motionless, his eyes wide open, lifeless. "Ding, the host has killed the son of destiny, Ye Chen. You were rewarded with a mysterious treasure box. Ding, Ye Chen is dead. The system has automatically found the next protagonist for the host. Would you like to accept the plot now?" Not accepting, Jiang Che responded in his mind. The current situation didn't seem right for accepting any new plot. After ending the conversation with the system, Jiang Che walked over to Zhang Yuner. "Are you all right?" he asked, his expression concerned. In a way, her miserable state was his doing. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, brother," Zhang Yuner replied, shaking her head weakly, her eyes filled with admiration and twinkling like stars as she looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che found her expression a bit odd, considering she had called him a wild man last time, and now she was addressing him as brother. "Thank you so much, young Master Jiang, for saving our daughter," Zhang Yuner's mother interjected, expressing her gratitude. She didn't question Jiang Che's martial prowess or why he was there at the right time, understanding what should and shouldn't be asked. "Madam Jiang, you're too polite. Miss Yuner is the junior sister of my fiancée, it was only right for me to help," Jiang Che replied modestly, his demeanor gentle and courteous, a stark contrast to his earlier ruthlessness. Madame Jiang nodded in approval, silently praising his refined character. As they were conversing, Ji Yunqi, Shen Qingqiu, and Zhou Lingxi arrived. "Brother Xiao Che, why are you here?" Shen Qingqiu asked, puzzled. She didn't recall informing Jiang Che. "You know I have a grudge against Ye Chen. I had my bodyguards keep an eye on him. When I heard about his condition, I rushed over immediately," Jiang Che explained with a shrug. Shen Qingqiu nodded, accepting his explanation. She then noticed Ye Chen lying motionless on the ground. Shen Qingqiu, looking baffled, asked, "Is he really dead?" As a martial artist, she naturally sensed that Ye Chen had lost all signs of life. "Yes, he went berserk and has been killed by me," Jiang Che admitted openly with a nod. Shen Qingqiu glanced at him but didn't say much more. The fact that Jiang Che could kill the darkened Ye Chen without sustaining any injuries indicated that Jiang Che's cultivation had significantly improved. However, she refrained from probing further, understanding that everyone has their secrets. "Little junior sister, are you all right?" Zhou Lingxi approached Zhang Yuner with concern. Despite their usual disagreements, she still cared for her junior sister. As for Ye Chen's death, she didn't inquire much. She knew about Ye Chen's deeds and felt he got what he deserved. She regretted her previous misjudgment of him. "I'm not seriously hurt, just need some time to recuperate," Zhang Yuner replied, shaking her head. Her injuries were severe but didn't damage her foundation. "Xiao Che brother, thank you for saving me," Zhang Yuner said to Jiang Che, her pale face blushing slightly. "It's nothing, I just did what I should have," Jiang Che replied, touching his nose and feeling a bit guilty. He sensed something odd about her behavior, fearing she might be developing a fantasy about him being her knight in shining armor. You're so weak and still say you're fine. Zhou Lingxi chided Jiang Yuner and carried her princess style to her bedroom upstairs. Jiang Yuner looked back at Jiang Che with a longing gaze. Jiang Che, what's your relationship with her? Shen Qingqiu asked, noticing Jiang Yuner's peculiar look. I have no special relationship with her. I just saved her from Ye Chen earlier, Jiang Che explained, spreading his hands with a wry smile. Shen Qingqiu gave him a deep look but didn't press further, trusting that Jiang Che wouldn't secretly get involved with other women behind her back. Jiang father soon woke up from his faint. After being informed of the situation by Jiang mother, he hastily thanked Jiang Che. Thank you, young Master Jiang. My Jiang family will never forget this great kindness. If you ever need us, just say the word, and we'll spare no effort. Uncle Jiang is too kind. It was my duty to deal with a criminal like Ye Chen. I believe anyone would have acted the same in this situation, Jiang Che replied righteously, appearing as a virtuous figure, while internally scoffing at the naivete of Jiang father, who failed to realize his own role in the calamity. Young Master Jiang is truly righteous, a leading figure among Linjiang's youth, Jiang father complimented. After some more mutual flattery, Jiang Che glanced at his watch. It was almost 3 a.m., so he excused himself to return home. After all, his little maid was waiting at home to continue their game, likely unable to sleep without him. Qingqiu, shall I escort you home? Jiang Che turned to Shen Qingqiu with a smile. Sure, Shen Qingqiu nodded. With Ye Chen gone, there was no point in staying. As they were about to leave, Zhou Lingxi called out from downstairs, Jiang Che, Yuner needs you. What does she want? Jiang Che turned, puzzled. She has a gift for you, to thank you for saving her, Zhou Lingxi said, glancing at Shen Qingqiu suggestively. Xiao Che brother, you should go see her. I'll wait for you here, Shen Qingqiu said, glaring at Zhou Lingxi. She clearly understood the insinuation in Zhou Lingxi's words. Jiang Che nodded without further comment and headed upstairs. Sister, aren't you worried your man will be stolen by Yuner? Zhou Lingxi teased playfully. After all, which man could resist such a cute little loli like Yuner? Shut up, Shen Qingqiu snapped back at her, annoyed. Then Zhou Lingxi realized she had been too rash and her face turned awkward. She had forgotten Zhang Tengji was still there. Junior sister, why do you look so gloomy? Shen Qingqiu asked Ji Yunqi, noticing her unhappy demeanor. She was unaware of Ye Chen's kidnapping of Ji Yunqi's sister. Ye Chen kidnapped my sister, Ji Yunqi replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. Now that he's dead, I have no idea where to find her. Don't worry, good people are blessed. I'll spread the word and ask the Shen family to help search, Shen Qingqiu reassured her. I hope so, Ji Yunqi sighed. In Jiang Yuner's room upstairs, Jiang Che entered and sat on a chair beside the bed. What do you want? He asked, curious about her intentions. Brother, thank you for saving me today, Jiang Yuner shyly said, her cheeks blushing and her voice soft. Don't thank me. I had a grudge against him, and you're Qingqiu's junior sister. It was only right, Jiang Che replied, feeling a flutter in his heart. It's different, brother, come closer, I have something to tell you. What's wrong? Jiang Che sat beside Jiang Yuner's bed and asked in confusion. A little closer. As Jiang Che leaned in, Jiang Yuner suddenly kissed his cheek. Thank you, brother, this is a reward, she said shyly, then covered her head with the blanket, hiding her embarrassment. This little girl, Jiang Che chuckled, touched by her gesture. It's late, time to sleep, he said and left her room, gently closing the door behind him. Once Jiang Che had gone, Jiang Yuner peeked out, her cheeks still warm. Brother is so handsome, she mused dreamily. But brother already has senior sister, she thought sadly. Then, brightening up, she considered, I could be his concubine. Convinced, she believed she could persuade Shen Qingqiu and win Jiang Che's affection. Imagining a future with Jiang Che, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Let's go home, Jiang Che yawned as he walked downstairs, looking at Shen Qingqiu. After a whole night of commotion, he was quite tired. Okay, Shen Qingqiu nodded and followed Jiang Che out of the Jiang family's gate, with Ji Yunqi closely behind them. As for the mess left behind, Zhang Tengji would have someone take care of it. Zhou Lingxi stayed back to look after Jiang Yuner, considering her injuries hadn't completely healed. Jiang Che, can I ask you for a favor? Outside the Jiang family's gate, Ji Yunqi bit her lip and looked at Jiang Che. With the Jiang family's vast influence, Jiang Che's help would significantly smooth the process of rescuing Ji Yunqi's sister. What is it? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, looking at Ji Yunqi with a playful expression. My sister was kidnapped by Ye Chen. I want to ask for your help in finding her. I can, but I don't like working for free. What can you offer me in return? Jiang Che's gaze blatantly roamed over Ji Yunqi, his intentions clear. I can give you money. Ji Yunqi sighed, trying to suppress her anger and feign ignorance. Do you think I need money? Jiang Che laughed disdainfully. He didn't lack money, he still had billions unspent in his account. Then what do you want? Jiang Che walked to Ji Yunqi's side and whispered a few words in her ear. I'll help you find your sister, but afterward, you have to. You're shameless. Ji Yunqi blushed furiously at his suggestion. If you find this unfair, we don't have to make the deal. Jiang Che shrugged nonchalantly. He knew she would agree, she valued her sister more than anything. Fine, I agree. Ji Yunqi said heavily, but you must bring my sister back unharmed. Deal, Miss Ji Yu. Wait for my good news, Jiang Che said mysteriously and then left in Shen Qingqiu's car. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che arrived when the sky was almost bright. Ah Qing had already fallen into a deep sleep. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, Jiang family's eldest young master. Cultivation, late innate stage. Villain points, 8,000. Techniques, limitless pure yang. Owned items, mysterious treasure box ×1, human infant burp bag ×100, marrow cleansing pills ×5, good luck charms ×3, kitchen knife ×1, ghost gate 13 needles. Open the mysterious treasure box. Ding, opening the mysterious treasure box. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique Mysterious Heavenly Scripture. System, introduce Mysterious Heavenly Scripture. Jiang Che looked at the technique rewarded by the system, feeling a bit excited. His intuition told him that this technique was not that simple. Mysterious Heavenly Scripture is an internal cultivation method of the Zhantian sect, which can be cultivated up to the Shattering Void Realm. Can be cultivated up to the Shattering Void Realm. Jiang Che gasped, admitting to himself that he was shocked. His current technique, Limitless Pure Yang, could only be cultivated to the peak of the innate stage. He had been worrying about the cultivation method, but he didn't expect to directly obtain the Mysterious Heavenly Scripture. Let's upgrade the cultivation tomorrow. Looking at his remaining villain points, Jiang Che felt tempted but quickly suppressed the urge and lay down on the bed, falling asleep soundly. The next day, around noon, Jiang Che groggily opened his eyes, got up from the bed, and went to the backyard to upgrade. System, upgrade cultivation. Ding, deducting 5,000 villain points, upgrading, limitless pure yang. After about 2 hours, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes. Peak innate stage, achieved. Feeling the more abundant internal energy in his body, Jiang Che was somewhat excited. Indeed, his efforts in tricking Ye Chen were not in vain. This feeling of being full of power was truly great. System, I want to accept the new plot. Jiang Che stood up, dusted off his clothes, and spoke to the system in his mind. Ding, plot transmission in progress. Asura Dragon Son-in-Law. After receiving the plot from the system, Jiang Che's face darkened completely, and his lips twitched fiercely in disdain. Like those brainless and naive novels he had read online in his previous life, the protagonist Xiao Fan was the master of the overseas Asura Hall. However, this guy returned to China 3 years ago and entered the Zhou family in the imperial city, becoming Zhou Lingxi's live-in son-in-law. For 3 years, Xiao Fan served diligently in the Zhou family, assuming the role of a house husband. However, nobody in the Zhou family, including Zhou Lingxi herself, held him in high regard. They thought Xiao Fan was utterly useless. A grown man not pursuing his own career, just staying at home cooking every day, so he was constantly scolded and humiliated. Xiao Fan never even touched Zhou Lingxi's finger in these 3 years. However, Xiao Fan wasn't angry about this, instead, he found joy in it, believing he would one day win Zhou Lingxi's heart with love. He kept his identity secret, thinking that if he revealed it, Zhou Lingxi might feel unworthy of him, so he continued to hide it. Xiao Fan stayed in the Zhou family, enduring labor and humiliation for 3 years, and never interfered in any matters of the Asura Hall. The reason why Xiao Fan married into the Zhou family was that 7 years ago, when he was nearly starving to death on the roadside, Zhou Lingxi happened to pass by and gave him a steamed bun, saving his life. So, after returning to the country, he found Zhou Lingxi's grandfather and arranged their marriage. At that time, old Master Zhou was about to die, and Zhou Lingxi agreed to the marriage to not sat in her grandfather. Why Zhou Lingxi didn't tell her sisters about this may be because she felt ashamed after all, a formidable innate expert marrying a useless man. Really brainless, Jiang Che commented disdainfully. If Xiao Fan had revealed his identity earlier, perhaps he and Zhou Lingxi would have had children by now. The story begins in Linjiang City, where Zhou Lingxi came to treat Shen Qingqiu but refused to return home, so Xiao Fan followed her. He then helped Zhou Lingxi solve various troubles, eventually winning her favor. In 3 days, Xiao Fan should arrive. Jiang Che pondered in his mind and returned to the front yard. Upstairs, in Jiang Che's room, Ji Menglin was tied to a chair by Jiang Che. For so many days, except when bathing, she was always bound, which completely broke her down. Seeing Jiang Che enter, Ji Menglin's eyes flashed with fear, and she reflexively cried out, "Daddy!" Ah! Jiang Che laughed. After so many days of relentless treatment, Ji Menglin's androphobia had almost completely healed. "Miss Ji, it seems your condition has fully improved. You can go now," Jiang Che said, loosening Ji Menglin's bonds and unsealing her cultivation, thinking that she had been tamed and would no longer trouble him. "Are you serious?" Ji Menglin stood up from the chair, retreating a few steps, wary of Jiang Che. She couldn't believe he would be so kind. "Of course, it's true. But if you don't want to leave, I don't mind treating you for a few more days." Jiang Che smiled and even took out some medical equipment from the system space, shaking it. Ji Menglin turned pale with fear and immediately jumped out of the window, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, in Zhang Yun'er's room at the Zhang family, Zhou Lingxi took the empty medicine bowl from Zhang Yun'er and placed it on the table. "Junior sister, tell me honestly, do you like Jiang Che?" Zhou Lingxi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teasingly asked Zhang Yun'er. "Sister, what are you talking about? Jiang Che is our senior sister's fiancé. How could I possibly like him?" Zhou Lingxi's question instantly made Zhang Yun'er's face turn red, and she stammered in response. Zhou Lingxi rolled her eyes, knowing well that Zhang Yun'er had fallen for Jiang Che. "I'm not senior sister, you don't need to hide it from me." Zhou Lingxi playfully scolded her and pinched Zhang Yun'er's waist. "Sister, you're so naughty," Zhang Yun'er immediately protested, pouting at Zhou Lingxi. "All right, let's be serious. Do you really like Jiang Che?" Zhou Lingxi asked seriously. Under the building of Lin Corporation, Ji Menglin took a taxi to this place. After leaving Jiang Che's place, Ji Menglin headed straight here. After all, Jiang Che is Shen Qingqiu's fiancé. It would be somewhat inappropriate for her to go and complain to him, and she couldn't lower her pride to talk about being treated by Jiang Che. What about that B***** Ye Chen? Didn't he say Jiang Che only had the cultivation of the initial stage of innate? During her days at Crouching Dragon Villa, although she didn't figure out Jiang Che's exact level, she felt that he was at least in the later stage of innate. "Next time I see you, I must give you a good thrashing," Ji Menglin muttered resentfully to herself. She went to help Ye Chen take revenge, only to be played by that B*****. "President, someone wants to see you. She claims to be your junior sister, named Ji Menglin." Inside the CEO's office, the secretary approached Lin Xian and reported. "Why has she come? Let her in." Lin Xian raised her head in wonder. Since the incident with the beauty pill, she had been extremely busy every day, often working overtime until the early hours and developing heavy dark circles under her eyes. Soon, the secretary brought Ji Menglin in and then closed the door and left. "You're here." A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. She made a cup of hot tea for Ji Menglin and took a few sips herself, enjoying the rare leisure time. "Sister, what are you busy with?" Ji Menglin curiously asked Lin Xian, knowing how busy these CEOs are every day. "Don't mention it, it makes me angry just thinking about it." Lin Xian frowned, her expression full of displeasure and agitation. "Did something happen?" Ji Menglin asked curiously, not understanding why Lin Xian would have such an expression. "It's all because of that B***** Ye Chen." Lin Xian gritted her teeth in anger, telling Ji Menglin about how Ye Chen had switched and faked their Lin Corporation's beauty pills. He shouldn't be that kind of person. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ji Menglin frowned deeply. In her memory, Ye Chen wasn't like that. "You haven't seen him for 3 years, it's not surprising he's changed." Lin Xian sighed. Although it was hard to understand Ye Chen's series of actions, the facts were right in front of her. "Where is he now?" Ji Menglin asked doubtfully, not believing her sister would let it go so easily after such an incident. "He's already dead." Lin Xian spoke calmly, having been informed of the events at the Jiang family by Shen Qingqiu. In her view, it was well done. Ye Chen had ruined her company like that, and Lin Xian wished for nothing more than his death, but she couldn't act against him due to his status as her junior sister's brother. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain to their master. Dead Ji Menglin was stunned. How could someone suddenly die like that? The last time she saw Ye Chen at the Yijia Hotel, he was injured but didn't seem like he was about to die. That's right, he tried to do something unspeakable to junior sister Yuner and was killed by Jiang Che. Lin Xian briefly recounted what she had heard. Never thought he would end up like this. Ji Menglin scoffed coldly, feeling no sorrow. She now understood why Ye Chen sent her to the Jiang family. That B***** was just trying to use her to kill someone. Luckily, Jiang Che's cultivation was higher than hers, preventing a major disaster. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to her senior sister. She also knew Ye Chen had different thoughts about her senior sister. It seemed his extremism was due to love turning into hatred. Thinking back to his excuses at the Yijia Hotel, it was all to deceive her. He died well, that B** dared to trick me. If he hadn't died, I would have crippled him myself. After chatting with Lin Xian for a while longer, Ji Menglin got up and left. She planned to visit her other senior sisters, as she had missed them during the 3 years they hadn't met. As for being forcibly treated by Jiang Che, she planned to seek revenge after her cultivation broke through. Otherwise, going there now would be in vain. After releasing Ji Menglin, Jiang Che drove his Bugatti straight to the abandoned building in the suburbs. An hour later, he parked the car and got out. Young Master, the bodyguard stationed at the abandoned building, respectfully greeted Jiang Che as he arrived. How is she? Jiang Che lit a cigarette, curiously asking the bodyguard about Ji Yunxi. Miss Ji Yu has been very emotionally unstable these past few days, sometimes crying inexplicably and refusing to eat. The bodyguard answered truthfully. Jiang Che wasn't surprised by this response. After all, a pampered rich girl suddenly kidnapped would naturally be emotionally unstable. Tell the others to withdraw. You don't need to worry about this place anymore. After instructing, Jiang Che headed straight to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, in a certain room, Ji Yunxi was huddled in a corner, her face full of a wronged expression. She had been kidnapped for several days now. Although the kidnappers hadn't done anything to her, she was still frightened. Ever since Ye Chen brought her here, that man hadn't shown up again, causing her to panic. Jiang Che opened the door and immediately saw Ji Yunxi trembling in the corner. Observing her shaking shoulders, Jiang Che chuckled to himself, realizing that the past few days had greatly affected the young girl. After all, she was just a high school senior who had never encountered such an ordeal. Who are you? Seeing Jiang Che enter, Ji Yunxi shrank further into the corner, looking at him fearfully, her small feet wrapped in white socks trembling. Although the man before her was handsome, Ji Yunxi couldn't be sure if he was in league with the kidnappers. I'm here on your sister's behalf to rescue you. I've driven away the bad guys. Jiang Che approached Ji Yunxi, smiling. The little girl had indeed lost a lot of weight over these days. Really? Ji Yunxi's face lit up with excitement, her expression becoming animated. Had she finally endured through her ordeal? Of course, it's true. So, little girl, come with me now, Jiang Che said with a smile, stepping out of the room. He waited for a while, only to find Ji Yunxi still leaning against the corner, not moving. Why aren't you coming with me? Jiang Che looked at Ji Yunxi, puzzled. Did the girl still not believe him? I haven't eaten for several days, I don't have the strength to walk, Ji Yunxi said shyly. These past days, she had been too frightened and anxious to eat, worried about the kidnappers possibly drugging her food. Understanding dawned on Jiang Che. No wonder her complexion was so poor, she was starving. Jiang Che walked over to Ji Yunxi and without a word, scooped her up in his arms. Ji Yunxi was stunned, her face flushing even redder, her ears turning red as well. She had never been this close to a man in her 18 years. Her eyes sneaked glances at Jiang Che's handsome profile, her heart pounding erratically. This brother is so handsome, way more handsome than those guys in school who claim to be the most attractive. And so, Jiang Che carried the young girl down the stairs without any obstacles. Jiang Che placed the young girl beside his Bugatti, then got into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and sped away. The Bugatti raced down the road towards the Jiu family's direction, bringing an end to Jiang Che's self-directed and self-performed drama. Throughout the journey, Ji Yunqi occasionally glanced at Jiang Che, quickly turning her head away when he noticed. "Do I have something on my face?" Jiang Che asked with a chuckle. "Thank you for rescuing me, brother. Can you tell me your name?" Ji Yunqi didn't respond to Jiang Che's question but instead asked curiously. Now that she was sure Jiang Che wasn't a bad person, she wasn't as scared as before. "My name is Jiang Che," the Jiang meaning river, and the Che meaning clear. "Jiang Che, what a nice name," Ji Yunqi murmured, smiling cheerfully. "Handsome guys always have nice names, brother. Are you a friend of my sister's?" "Sort of, I made a deal with her," Jiang Che replied playfully. Ji Yunqi nodded, not probing further. Throughout the journey, the young girl kept asking various questions, chattering like a bird. Jiang Che found it amusing and occasionally responded. "So, brother, you are a student at Linjiang University, right? I heard it's hard to get in. So you are the young master of the Jiang family." At the entrance of the Jiyu family mansion, Jiang Che parked his car and walked in with Ji Yunqi. The security guard, noticing the return of the second young miss, quickly rushed into the living room to report to Ji Yunqi. "Master, the second young miss has returned." In the living room, Ji Yunqi paced back and forth, his face etched with worry, clearly concerned about Ji Yunqi. Ji Yunqi sat on the sofa, her face also filled with anxiety. Despite having asked Jiang Che for help in finding Ji Yunqi, she remained unsure in her heart. Upon hearing the security guard's words, Ji Yunqi's face lit up with excitement. "She's back. Where is she?" As he spoke, Jiang Che walked in with Ji Yunqi. "Mr. Miss Ji has been rescued by me." Jiang Che smiled faintly at Ji Yunqi. These past few days without Ji Yunqi, the old man had looked quite haggard. "Daddy." Seeing her family again, Ji Yunqi couldn't hold back her tears anymore and burst into crying as she flung herself into Ji Yunqi's arms. All the fear and grievances of the past days erupted at once. "My dear daughter, it's all right now, don't cry." Ji Yunqi patted her head tenderly, relieved that Ji Yunqi was safe. He would have been guilt-ridden for life if anything had happened to her. "Thank you, young Master Jiang. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by me, Ji Yunqi. If there is ever a need for the Jiyu family, I will not hesitate." Ji Yunqi thanked Jiang Che sincerely. "Mr. Jiyu is too serious. Ji Yunqi and I are friends, and we had a deal," Jiang Che said, glancing playfully at Ji Yunqi. Ji Yunqi nodded, not asking further, though slightly puzzled. Ji Yunqi, however, was bemused, not expecting Jiang Che to act so swiftly. She had only spoken to him about it last night, and by this afternoon, he had already returned with her sister. She had used all of the Jiyu family's connections without success, yet Jiang Che had rescued her in less than a day. The more she thought about it, the more a chill ran down her spine at the power of the Jiang family in Linjiang City. If she knew that this was all a drama directed by Jiang Che from start to finish, what would reaction be? "Young Master Jiang, please stay for dinner tonight," Ji Yunqi invited Jiang Che, seeing the darkening sky outside. It was the least he could do to properly thank the man who had saved his daughter. "I shall accept your kind offer then." Jiang Che smiled and didn't refuse Ji Yunqi's hospitality, not wanting to offend him. Ji Yunqi instructed the servants, who quickly got busy preparing the meal. "Thank you." Ji Yunqi approached Jiang Che, smiling coquettishly. "No need to thank me. Just don't forget your promise," Jiang Che replied with a raised eyebrow, his gaze playful. "Promise? You must be mistaken, Master Jiang. I don't recall promising you anything." Ji Yunqi feigned ignorance, playing dumb. "Miss Ji, you wouldn't want your sister to be left homeless, right?" Jiang Che leaned in close to whisper in her ear, his threat implicit. "You're shameless." Ji Yunqi bit her lip angrily, any budding positive feelings for Jiang Che instantly evaporating. Jiang Che was indeed no good. "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Ji. When will you fulfill your promise?" Jiang Che pressed on. Ji Yunqi's face struggled, regretting her initial agreement with Jiang Che. If she didn't honor her promise, she feared Jiang Che might indeed harm her. After all, he was no good man and capable of carrying out his threats. "Come with me." Ji Yunqi glanced at Jiang Che and headed upstairs, with him following closely behind. Half an hour later, Jiang Che and Ji Yunqi descended the stairs together. Ji Yunqi had gone to his study to handle some documents, leaving only Ji Yunqi alone on the sofa. Sister, you've been snacking again. Ji Yunqi accused her sister upon noticing the white residue at the corner of Ji Yunqi's mouth, her tone carrying a hint of annoyance. She was certain her sister had secretly indulged in some delicious treat without her. What are you talking about? I didn't snack on anything. Ji Yunqi, puzzled, looked at Ji Yunqi, not understanding what she was getting at. You're still denying it. Look, what is this? Ji Yunqi walked over to Ji Yunqi, raised her foot, and with her fair little hand, wiped her sister's mouth. See, you can't say you didn't snack, Ji Yunqi said, and then put her finger into her mouth. The taste is so strange, Ji Yunqi said, furrowing her brows. This didn't taste like the milk she usually drank. Watching her sister's actions, Ji Yunqi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her face turning beet red. This little girl, she eats everything, and that scoundrel Jiang Che didn't even bother to remind her. Ji Yunqi wiped her mouth and then fiercely pinched Jiang Che at his waist. Jiang Che, appearing indifferent, kept his gaze steady. This infuriated Ji Yunqi even more. How could he be so shameless? At this moment, Ji Yuzheng came out of the study. Smiling at Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, the family banquet is ready. Please, take a seat. Okay. Jiang Che responded with a slight smile and sat down at the dining table. Ji Yuzheng had his servants bring out his treasured Fatian Motai and personally poured a cup for Jiang Che. This bottle was saved from my wedding, nearly 30 years ago. It must taste great. Please, young Master Jiang, have a taste. Ji Yuzheng said, his words tinged with sentimentality. Jiang Che looked at him in surprise, finding it hard to believe that this benevolent-looking old man was the same Ji Yu Tiger, who had once dominated Linjiang City 20 years ago. It seemed that since retiring, Ji Yuzheng's entire personality had changed. Gone was the ruthless decisiveness of his youth, replaced by a more benevolent demeanor. This liquor is rich and mellow, less fiery, more gentle. Indeed, a fine wine. Jiang Che praised after sipping the liquor. Before his transmigration, he often drank due to social obligations and had developed quite a tolerance. Thank you for today, young Master Jiang, I toast to you. Mr. Ji Yu, you're too kind. The two of them continuously toasted each other, enjoying a harmonious meal. Through this dinner, Ji Yuzheng completely changed his view of Jiang Che. Young Master Jiang, please take care. More than 2 hours later, Ji Yuzheng watched Jiang Che leave, waiting until his figure disappeared from their doorstep before turning to Ji Yunqi, curiously asking, how did you meet Jiang Che? He is my senior sister's fiancé. Ji Yunqi pondered before answering, deciding not to mention that she was coerced into knowing him. I see, what a pity then. Ji Yuzheng nodded thoughtfully, then sighed. What's the pity? Ji Yunqi asked, not quite understanding. I can tell Jiang Che thinks highly of you. I was considering if I could perhaps match you too. This man has great ambitions. Backed by the top-tier Jiang family, he is destined to be a key figure in Jiangzhou, and even in the whole Zhou country. Ji Yuzheng spoke earnestly, his years giving him insight into people. Jiang Che, on the surface, appeared gentle and cultured, but in reality, he was deeply cunning. And from their conversation at the dinner table, Ji Yuzheng discerned his great ambitions, his goals reaching far beyond the small Linjiang city. Hearing her father's words, Ji Yunqi fell silent. She too knew that Jiang Che was not as simple as he appeared, merely adept at disguising himself. Jiang Che sat in the back seat of his Maybach, his bodyguard driving the car. The bodyguard was called over by Jiang Che during their drinking session earlier. Jiang Che shook his head, trying to clear the slight fuzziness due to the alcohol. He had indeed drunk a lot today and hadn't used his internal energy to dispel the effects, leaving him feeling a bit dizzy. However, the day hadn't been wasted. Ji Yunqi, that spirited little lady, was truly exhilarating. Surprisingly, despite her lack of experience, she was earnest in learning. This time was just first base, next time he aimed for a home run. How's the investigation going on? The matter I asked you to look into. Jiang Che opened the car window, lit a cigarette, leaned back in his seat, and asked lazily. The people in the imperial capital have sent back news. There indeed is a son-in-law who entered the Zhou family named Xiaofan. His background is quite mysterious. He's 25 years old, disappeared suddenly 10 years ago, and then reappeared 3 years ago, becoming the Zhou family's son-in-law. Moreover, there's a killer organization called Shira Hall abroad, whose leader is a Zhou country national named Yi Fan. He bought a flight for tomorrow afternoon, he should arrive in Linjiang City by tomorrow morning. The bodyguard replied while driving. Jiang Che nodded, feeling somewhat disappointed inside. The driver had just reiterated things he already knew. It seemed uncovering Xiao Fan's deeper connections wasn't going to be an overnight task. An hour later, Jiang Che returned to Crouching Dragon Villa and went straight to his bedroom to sleep soundly. Imperial Capital, Zhou family. You useless son-in-law, hurry up and get my foot bathing water ready. A well-dressed lady berated Xiao Fan, who was cleaning the house. Couldn't he see she had already taken off her shoes? This lady was Lu Qin, Zhou Lingxi's mother. Okay, Mom. Just a moment, I'll get it now. Xiao Fan said with a smile, pausing his cleaning to fetch the water. Despite Lu Qin's harsh attitude, he didn't show any anger. He believed that with his continuous hard work, he would eventually move the Zhou family, including Zhou Lingxi. Even though he was the leader of Shira Hall, he could have revealed his identity to stop Lu Qin from looking down on him. But Xiao Fan didn't want that. He wished to slowly change Zhou Lingxi's heart with his profound love, believing she would someday realize he was the best person for her in this world. I'll see my wife Lingxi tomorrow. Just thinking of Zhou Lingxi's peerless beauty brought a silly smile to Xiao Fan's face. I really don't understand what the old family head saw in this waste. Watching Xiao Fan's retreating figure, Lu Qin shook her head in disbelief. It wasn't that she looked down on him, but he was indeed useless. No background, no education, not even a family, and after marrying Lingxi, he'd been nothing but a house cleaner. She couldn't fathom why the old family head insisted on Lingxi marrying such a loser. You useless son-in-law, where is my foot bathing water? Coming. The next day, noon, Zhang family. Your injuries are almost healed, it's time for me to leave. In Zhang Yun'er's room, Zhou Lingxi said with a smile. Leave, sister, are you going back to the imperial capital? Won't you stay a few more days? Zhang Yun'er tilted her head, looking puzzled at Zhou Lingxi. I'm going to my senior sister's place, not returning home for now. Zhou Lingxi frowned slightly, her face clouding with displeasure at the thought of going home. Why go home to get irritated by Xiao Fan? Oh. Zhang Yun'er nodded and then grabbed Zhou Lingxi's arm, grinning. When you're with senior sister, can you probe her feelings for me? Do you really like Jiang Che? Zhou Lingxi looked at Zhang Yun'er curiously, thinking she was just being whimsical. After all, Zhang Yun'er was only 18 and might naturally yearn for love. Of course, I genuinely like him. Zhang Yun'er frowned slightly, looking somewhat annoyed. Was her second senior sister doubting her sincerity? I'll try to find out for you. Zhou Lingxi shook her head, dismissing the jumbled thoughts in her mind. After all, it was Zhang Yun'er's own affair, not her place to interfere. Hee, thank you, second senior sister. Zhang Yun'er's face lit up with a smile, sending Zhou Lingxi off. After watching Zhou Lingxi leave, Zhang Yun'er returned to her room. Brother probably likes these kinds of clothes, she muttered to herself, looking at the lolita dresses, skirts, and various white stockings filling her wardrobe. The last time she saw Jiang Che, she noticed his glances often straying towards her legs. She had read online that some men liked these things. It seemed Jiang Che was one of them. Maybe I should get white hair, be a white-haired lolita. With a plan in mind, Zhang Yun'er quickly acted on it, heading to a nearby upscale hair salon. After all, which man could resist a soft, cute, white-haired lolita? At Linjiang City International Airport, a plain-looking young man stepped out of the terminal, his face showing clear excitement. This person was Xiao Fan, who hadn't seen Zhou Lingxi for over a dozen days and missed her greatly. He took out his phone and called Zhou Lingxi, but she quickly hung up. After a few more attempts, Xiao Fan was blocked by Zhou Lingxi. With a wry smile, Xiao Fan turned to a middle-aged man beside him. How's it going? Did you find out where Lingxi is? This man, Yang Gaofei, was one of his trusted subordinates. Over the years, Xiao Fan had kept him close, handling various errands. Hall master, before coming here, I had already inquired. The lady is currently staying at Miss Shen Qingchou's villa in Linjiang City, Yang Gaofei reported respectfully, hesitating to say more. Villa in Linjiang City, Yang Gaofei reported respectfully, hesitating to say more. Xiao Fan